That's where SaaS came in play, software as a service, where the only risk that you have is end user. What I'm saying is segregation of duties, passwords. I'm sure there are tons of DBA sitting who understand what I'm saying. That's all you need to do. The rest will be taken care of by the SaaS provider. What does that mean? That means you are not buying a product, you're not buying a service, you're not buying a subscription, you're buying what we call an SLA. When we talk about SLAs, all your risks are going to be settled by the application provider, the service provider. You don't have to worry about, as was saying, scalability. आज आपके 500 यूजर हैं, you have acquired a company, I was just discussing, 1000 बंदों की और कंपनी ले लिया आपने. How do you integrate? What do? You set up a new data center? You rely on the data center they had? Absolutely not. That's not the need of the today. The need of today is that you go back to your vendor, say, I need 1,000 more people provision. It should be provisioned, let's say in 2 days, 4 days, 5 days, whatever. Acquiring a data center will take you years. My friends who are from the infrastructure build will understand that developing and maturing a data center is a years-long process. It's not a day-long process. We need is something which is faster, innovative. Only SaaS can do it for you. And not just any SaaS, a SaaS provider that brings you an SLA, a service level agreement. Thank you. The SaaS, as I said, is a no-brainer choice because it gets you the best practices. It gets you the regular updates. You don't need to update your system anymore. We all know how painful the update of a system could be. We've all been through it. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And I'll tell you a very interesting fact. What we're trying to do and achieve here is to convert our system admins, our DBAs, into meaningful analysts that can genuinely provide meaningful information to the executive management. Convert these roles into more meaningful roles. Let someone else take care of it. And when we talk about it, a very key element is security. Every organization, as we know, is very concerned about security and cloud. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, whatever, X number of people working on security. We have a SIEM implemented. We have encryption softwares. Do you believe that can do the trick? Absolutely not. A SaaS provider has got hundreds and thousands of customers and got massive teams, much more mature team in terms of their ability to understand and identify the threats before it happens and respond to it. It is the most secure environment. That's why these companies will come and sign SLAs with you. Otherwise, why would they? And these SLAs do cover your security, by the way. So that's where we need to go. That's where the digital transformation, the genuine digital transformation will happen. Again, a question for the audience. If you're planning for a genuine digital transformation, are you now, since you've heard what I said, are you talking about, thinking about, discussing a SaaS, software as a service, or just a lift and shift of a legacy technology, or not planning anything? That's a question I genuinely want everyone running their business to ask themselves. What is your digital transformation? What is the future of it? Where are you going to take it forward? Is it just an upgrade? If it is, then I'm sorry, it's not a digital transformation you're just doing an upgrade. If you're shifting your legacy system to a infrastructure as a service that you can get from AWS, Azure, you name them. Oracle has it, every company has it. I sell it. But that's not a digital transformation. That's just moving your data center needs out of the way. What we are talking about is the digital transformation that will help you move and get up to the speed with the needs of today. Needs where you want to transform, respond to the global audience. We want to be the textile leaders in the region. Want to beat our neighbors, Bangladesh, Turkey, whatever. Do you think we can do it with the way we are running our businesses today? I don't think so. I'm afraid I have to say that. We need to think bigger. We need to think faster. We need to have more agility. We need to have a better time to market. innovation without digital disruption is not going to happen, unfortunately. If we believe that our textile industry, if our healthcare industry, even in the COVID era, if we see, is going to be able to respond, absolutely not. Before, we used to have on-prem applications. We have about 5 to 6 years, 7 years of adoption cycle for a legacy ERP. I'm sure most of the ones who have implemented know. It takes about 5 years to mature. The updates are quite costly. You're paying money for the updates year on year. And then, of course, once there is a version change after every 3 to 5 years. And the requirements take ages. I mean, to gather, you do an upgrade, and then there are more requirements. And you keep chasing that, just like a mouse and rat game. What do you need now is a cloud application with continuous innovation, new features and technologies coming every 90 days, 30 days, 60 days, whatever. You don't have to worry about the patches. It's already done. You don't have to worry about system upgrades, standardization of processes. You don't. And most importantly, immediate feedback you can give to the vendor who will fix it for you, or a partner for that matter. I would call them partners. New technologies like the ones that we discussed, AI, machine learning, artificial intelligence, are already baked into the system. You don't have to create them. You don't have to acquire them. They're already there. What does that bring us to? Basically is implementation speed and lower risks. Agility, speed to market, time to market at a very, very low risk. That's what the SLA is all about. That's the takeaway we want to understand that we have today. Now again, coming back to specifically SaaS suites, you have your operations and supply chain covered, you have your customer experience, CRMs, HR needs, IT needs, finance needs. All of them are covered through artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, blockchain, digital assistants, chatbots. I'll give you an example of something very simple that we used to do was to have a legacy expense management system where we would take a receipt, staple it, make an expense report and send it. Today, I don't do it anymore. I just take a picture. My application is smart enough to understand what is the expense, if it's a printed receipt, if it's not handwritten, because I get a lot of handwritten receipts as well. But if it's a printed receipt, it will understand what the expense is, put it in the expense report. I only review it and say, save. That's about it. That's the agility and speed we're talking about. We don't have to collect, save the receipts, go back. We all travel. We all understand what it is. That's how to simplify your user experience. The biggest contributing factor towards my discussion about SaaS would be the user experience. Let's face it, we all have a smartphone today. Everyone does. The user experience that it gets to our smartphone is absolutely the same that you're going to get on a tablet or on a laptop. It's absolutely the same. We don't have to worry. Today's world, most of the business leaders have expenses to approve, have proposals to approve. You can simply do on the click of a button in an email. It will be integrated to your SaaS solution. It will get approved. You can do it on travel. You can do while on the go. You don't have to wait to get back to the office, connect your VPN or whatever it may be, and then approve something or process something. We don't have the luxury of that kind of time, the luxury of that slowness. It's a luxury that we used to have. I don't think we have anymore. If we want to compete with the world, if you want to compete in the international markets, you want to process an order, do it on the go, right away, do it. Your system should be smart enough to understand what are you trying to process, what are you trying to implement, what are you trying to improve. So user experience of course, is going to be absolutely same as any person sitting in US, Europe, or anywhere else in the world. That's the agility, that's the ease of business that we're looking for. I'll give you an example of a modern finance person. I'm sure most of us know them or are actually from the finance. Most of the time is spent collecting data, making spreadsheets, building those spreadsheets. Excel spreadsheets are best friend from the past. developing reports, putting activities, performing different tasks on it, and then presenting them. The future finance person should have automated data. So those 3 days of work is already done. Let's say you start on a Monday. It's already done. You do your analysis, you build customized dashboards, present, move on, do analysis, give some constructive feedback, be part of the decision-making process instead of just being a data collector and provider. And again, I'm speaking from my direct experience. In tons of roles that I've done, instead of putting Excel sheets, now we have CRMs. Click, approve, move on. Life goes on. Everyone is connected. Automated, streamlined, adapted best practices. Quick to report. These are tons of attributes, value additions that I can share. I'm conscious of the fact that I've taken a lot of time, so I think I'll just jump back to the first 3 topics that I discussed. There are different technologies, cloud, we now understand. There's on-prem, there is cloud, and then there's differentiation in cloud that we spoke about. How disruptive current emerging technologies is, I would say take away the SaaS as one of the most disruptive technology right now. And why and how is it impacting? I'm sure you must have picked on something. If there is any questions, I'd be more than happy to take them and explain them right now or even one-on-one later on. So any questions, please let us know. If you see a question, if you can just pass on the mic. And thank you for having me today. Question? Okay. Thank you, Ji.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. And before we jump on to our next keynote speaker, I would like to let you know that there will be a lucky draw by the end of the program, and it will be by excellence delivered. And for that, for entering into that lucky draw, you need to submit your visiting card with us. Don't need to worry, a box will be coming to you, and you just need to put your visiting card in it. Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce our third keynote speaker, Khalid Iqbal, Executive Director, Abacus Consulting, and he will be talking about cloud versus on-premises ERP solution. Thank you. You have a presentation or you'll have 20 minutes for that?
That's more than enough. Which one do I use out of the 3 which are here?
Which one? Test kar लीजिए.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Bismillah. नहीं हाईलाइट आगे पीछे वो बहुत सारे वो हैं Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I hope I'm audible at the back. Assalamu alaikum everybody. While they check the technology, in fact, Murphy is an old friend, so I just want to make sure that everything is working beforehand. All right. Let's move to. All right. So the topic that has been given to me is cloud versus on-premises ERP solutions. The distinguished guests and speakers who have been talking before me, they're all talking about cloud. So this would give a little bit of comparison as well as some food for thought as well in terms of how to, if anybody wants to proceed towards the digital transformation journey, as Emma just talked about. So this would give a food for thought in terms of what factors to look at and what areas should we cover. So, yeah, continue please. So just a brief introduction about Abacus. We are into consulting, outsourcing, technology, and education, and different lines of business, including the ERP. I'll try that. Okay, all right, okay. So we're we're a 34 plus years old organization with 12 offices in 6 countries, and we've got around 1,000 plus clients. Yeah, no, this is not working. Just keep going. Keep going, please. Yeah. Keep moving, please. Keep moving. Yeah. All right, so just a brief about the awards and recognitions. We've been awarded the top Business One and Business by Design partner for the 5th year in a row in the Middle East and North Africa region. This was just a brief introduction, and if this was working, this would have been a lot smoother. Now I come towards the topic, which is the cloud versus on-premises ERP solutions. But before that, as I mentioned, I mean, there are a few things that I would like you to keep in mind while looking at this complete session. And while you go through that, digital transformation is a journey which is related to change management. And it, as Mustafa said, digital transformation starts with the ERP as the base. And automation is obviously the baseline, again, for digital transformation, technology, and transformation. These 4 words, just keep this in mind while we go through the next 15 minutes or so. Yes, please, next. So, I mean, this is something which I present every time, actually, when I present at ERP Conference. So this is a slide that talks about how the world looked like in 2018, how every minute passed. So if you look at the statistics for 2018, these are going to be significantly different than the ones which I'm going to show you now. Let's move on to the next one, please. So this is how a minute looks like in 2021. This is the data as of July 2021. With COVID coming in, the culture change and everything, most of the things have already changed. So now as compared to that, look at the size of data that we are talking about. And data being at the heart of any change process, this is going to play a critical role in terms of what the world is going to look like in the future as well. So, how have we changed? Technology has changed education. Technology has played a major role in the healthcare, and it has changed our health. Lifestyle changes has happened a lot after the use of technology. There are new kinds of habits and new kinds of addictions coming up with the usage of smartphones and tabs and whatnot. The world is now concised into our palms. And at the same time, technology is making a difference between business processes and systems, which is going to be a key. But how all this is happening, this is all happening through the last one, which is on the bottom right corner, which is cloud computing. All this is happening because cloud is there. The data, the quantum data, and the big data is there. We know how to process, how to convert that data into information, how to use that information into decision making. So all that is possible with cloud in place. So what are the top 3 priorities of a business? Number 1, unparalleled customer experience. Number 2, new revenue streams. And number 3, optimized operational cost. So whenever we talk about change management, whenever we talk about digital transformation, whenever we talk about intelligent enterprise, whenever we talk about ERPs, these are the 3 core top business priorities, and these are the 3 core needs of the business due to which we adopt all these changes. So what are the key considerations when you actually select an ERP? So the first one is nature of business, which is related to the functionalities of the ERP. The second one is related to the future growth path, which is again, I mean, from an organization perspective, how the organization would be growing in the future. Number three, when you select an ERP, you need to look at what are the HR availability, what are the resources available if you go for a particular solution. And as Sajad Bhai just mentioned before that now there is no hard and fast rule that you need to go with a single solution all the time. So you need to like mix and match the best of the breed and then come up with the optimized solution, which is the best solution for your particular organization. Then you look at the solution in terms of the feasibility of business process re-engineering. How does it automate? How does it improve your operations and efficiencies? What is the ROI? How does it look like? And in terms of long-term sustainability, your service provider as well as your the solution itself that you're getting, the parent organization, what are the long-term plans of that organization? Can we move forward, please? So as we talk about, I mean, in terms of the ERP models, there are 3 ERP models, I mean, broadly available. And this is, I've tried to keep it as simple as possible. So the first is obviously the on-premises, where you buy the perpetual licenses, you get the, I mean, you purchase it one time, and then you buy the infrastructure and arrange the infrastructure internally, and then do on-premises hosting. The second option is cloud-based, which is the SaaS model essentially, and it's subscription-based, and it utilizes cloud hosting services as well as cloud users, cloud-based users. Just like, I mean, we use right now Facebook or LinkedIn or even Gmail, etc. All these are cloud-based solutions as examples. And the third one is hybrid model, where you buy the licenses or the users on a lifetime basis, and then you simply get infrastructure as a service from Azure or AWS or Huawei or whatever, or any other service provider, and you do the hosting over there. So broadly speaking, these are the 3 main models that we are talking about, and we will be talking about this moving forward as well. Yes, please. So just, I mean, in terms of the advantages and the disadvantages of on-premises solutions. If, for example, if you're hosting your servers internally and everything is on the intranet, then you can operate without any internet as such, which is required. You have the control over your environment because it is internally hosted. Data security, yes, that is a question mark as well as something which is there, because I've written it over here as the advantage, and that can act as a disadvantage as well. And then at times there are regulatory compliances as well. Like, for example, in the financial sector, there are regulatory compliances due to which some of the organizations, they cannot host the data on external servers or external cloud. As far as the disadvantages are concerned, there is a very high infrastructure cost involved with an on-premises solution. There is a very high maintenance cost involved into it as well. Then high payroll cost, because you need to have like in-house resources to manage that, not only the solution but also the infrastructure, networking, etc. All these things as well. Then upgrades is definitely an issue with the on-premises solutions, because you would be dependent upon the vendor, as well as you would be dependent upon your own resources as well in terms of getting the things upgraded. And there is obviously there is a problem in terms of ability to scale as well with the on-premise solutions. Now, if we talk about the cloud solutions, on the contrary. So in terms of the advantages, one of the major advantages of using the cloud-based ERP solutions is the elimination of capital expenditure. So you have the operating expenses in this case, but there are no capital expenditure involved. You don't need to buy any infrastructure, no servers, no nothing at all. All you require is a machine and a browser on it. There is low maintenance, because all the things are being taken care of by the service provider, as well as the cloud solution provider. There is enhanced accessibility, enhanced security, definitely, because you get essentially the security which is on a world-class basis, and all the certifications, etc. The clouds, if you have like even if you're using just the infrastructure as a service, even in that case as well, there is a lot of security that is being taken care of. Most of the times, there is a single version running at all the clients. There are regular data backups, so you don't need to worry about that. And there is an uptime guarantee. So when you buy the services, the service provider would provide you the guarantee as well in terms of that, for example, 99.9% uptime or 99.95% uptime. So you don't need to worry about whether the link would go down or something. It's their headache, essentially. In terms of disadvantages, one disadvantage is definitely that it is dependent upon the connectivity, which is internet and the user experience. The costs can balloon with little warning, which is a thing to be considered on. And the access is based upon the connection. Now here I've written that there is a myth about security concerns, because that is, to me, it's just a myth. It's not a reality. The reality is that security is being taken care of at the highest level when you opt for a cloud-based solution, because there is not one organization that is going to use that. There are going to be like multiple organizations, thousands of organizations, which are going to use the same services, same solutions. So essentially, in terms of security, that is being well taken care of. So the factors that you look at while selecting the model. The first factor is obviously the cost, which is capital expenditure versus operating expense. The second factor that you look at is the security. As I mentioned, this is a very important point. So that is a factor that you definitely look at. The third factor is regulatory compliance. Whether the industry that you're operating in, whether the geography that you're operating in, whether that allows the data to go out of the premises or not. If it does, cloud is the solution. There is no second choice about it. Then in terms of maintenance, again, I mean, not only in terms of the infrastructure itself, but maintenance in terms of the availability of the human resources, and then the cost that you incur through that maintenance as well. So that is another factor that you look at. Then data recovery and restoration. What measures can you take? How much can you bear? If you're using cloud services, then you don't necessarily need to worry about these factors at all. Mobility and accessibility. And finally, the performance and enhancements. So in terms of conclusion, the four things that you need to look at, the four things that you need to keep in mind is, firstly, is your organization ready to adapt the change? The organization is going to embark into a journey. It's a journey which is not that you're buying a product or a software. You're buying a solution. You're buying a solution that is going to, you're going to implement and adapt something which is going to change the way the organization is working. So is your organization ready to adapt the change, or what do you require? What does the organization require to make itself ready for the change? As an organization, again, are you ready? As an organization, are you ready for an enterprise level application or a suite of applications? Like Sajjad Sahab also mentioned, that it's not just the ERP that the organization is going to purchase or implement now. It is going to be a suite of solutions, essentially, that the organization would look at while buying it. So it may be a combination of ERP plus BI plus machine learning plus artificial intelligence plus whatnot. I mean, RPA for that matter. So the organization is going to become more intelligent. So is the organization ready to adapt those which? And finally, are you a cloud mature organization? A very important point, because in terms of cloud, the change management is more as compared to the traditional measures. As the earlier speaker also talked about, that if you're only upgrading the existing solution, if you're only buying infrastructure as a service, etc., you're not a cloud ready or cloud mature organization. So essentially, the organization needs to be cloud mature to go towards the path. And in terms of the future, cloud is the future. All the organizations globally are adapting to it. Not on the client, only on the client side, but also in terms of the principal side, the vendor side as well. Everybody is now focusing upon that, because in terms of the data that you get through that, in terms of the accessibility that you get through cloud, in terms of the reliability and security that you get to cloud, that is second to none. With that, I conclude the presentation. If there are any questions, please let me know. There is a question.
Can you hear me? Okay. So reference to the problem resolution management of cloud, let me talk about and will park a question to you that how do you manage the disaster recovery plan in terms of any outage related to the cloud service management? The related question is how do you manage the accessibility of the multiple devices? For example, a lot of firms would be interested to get the cloud on board, but without the accessibility of their multiple devices, like Chinese-based devices, would not be able to configure with the cloud management system. So how do you cater it? My name is Majid Qureshi. I'm IoT expert from Telenor, Pakistan.
All right. Majid, great question. In terms of the accessibility and in terms of the adaptability of cloud-based applications on the devices that you're talking about, which are essentially the non-compliant devices. I guess that is where you're heading towards. So there are obviously two ways to look at it. Number one is that all the solution providers, they are now enhancing their portfolio in terms of making the devices more compliant. I mean, more devices compliant actually with their solutions, number one. And secondly, if there are any issues in terms of the compliance, then the local partners, they are the ones who are responsible to ensure that the solutions that they are bringing to the market and the solutions that they are providing to the clients, they then ensure that those are ready in terms of the geography, in terms of the local available machines, that is ready. I'll give you an example actually, which is like not related essentially, but it is related to, again, go back to ERP 1.0 that Sajad Sab talked about in the earlier presentation. That there is a, just keep in mind that there is a payroll solution, for example. And then there are some devices through which that payroll is hooked up. So there is company A that provides the thumb impression devices or biometric devices, essentially company B, company C, company D. So in older times, they were just like, the payroll solutions were just compliant with 1 or 2 or 3 of such organizations which were there in terms of the biometric devices. But now if you look at that, the same payroll solutions are can be integrated with like hundreds of thousands of such vendors or devices as such. Similarly, the more we adapt this technology in terms of cloud, the more there is going to be the adaptability and compliance in terms of the adding more devices or more models to this. So yes, it'll take some time, but it is going to happen. I hope that answers. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khalid. All right. So our fourth keynote speaker of the day is Rashid Hakim, CEO Supernova, and he will be shedding light upon ERP return on investment. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, what I'm trying to do today is a little bit different than what my previous speakers have been doing. And I'll be just talking about what is the decision making before you decide anything else. ERP खरीदने से पहले आपने पहले तो सोचना है कि क्यों ERP खरीदना है, और उसके नतीजे में हमें हमें जो इन्वेस्टमेंट की है उसकी रिटर्न कैसे होगी। तो सबसे पहले let me give you a brief introduction about myself. This would be my agenda. I'll be talking about myself and the company. Then I'll be talking about ROI in terms of company's objectives, company's goal, company's vision. Then the components of ROI, how do we reduce investments or how do we increase the achievements? And then a small justification of ERP, how do we take it down to the cost, the big cost of investment, and break it down into elements. Okay? Let me talk to you about myself. I've been in SAP and I've been doing ERP for the last 24 years. Of this, 18 years I've been the CEO of Supernova Solution. I have done more than 50 plus projects and been part of more than 30 implementations, and have my company is running, we have about 100 plus people in our organization, and alhamdulillah, I've been very proud to say that many people I've trained, the company Supernova Solution has trained and produced many quality consultants which are working for other consulting companies and also working for other organizations. So that is one of the few achievements that I could say that I've added to my life. It would be to bring up the people from down and bring them up and make them a good consultant and good people. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Okay, so now first of all, before you think about trying to do an ERP implementation, trying to invest on ERP implementation, first you need to look at yourself. First, you look at your company's goal. Why do companies really buy ERP? And Supernova has talked to many of our customers, and these are the response that some of our customers have given us. We are buying ERP because we want to standardize our processes. We have different elements, we have different departments, each running different softwares. They're not talking to each other. They're making decisions independently. They have no linkage between themselves. So we are buying ERP so that we could have a standardized system. This is one objective, one company's vision, one goal. Some companies says that we want to stand above our competition. Our competition is running big ERPs, SAPs, Oracles, and we are left behind. If we don't do it, we will leave behind. Now, when we look at this objective in terms of ROI, then the numbers may not make any sense. There would not be any numbers on what our competitors are doing, and we have to catch up with our competitors. So we have to look at from a different objective, from a different achievement perspective. Okay, some of our customers says it's our customer's requirement. And this is the pharma industries are doing it. The pharma industry is saying, we want to go into export market, our customers are outside, and they want to be want to have a quality system. They want to make sure that our processes are validated, and we want to sell to WHO certified areas. So for this, we need SAP. And this is the driving factor in most of the pharmaceutical companies. They want to market internationally, and SAP gives them a leverage. SAP gives them stability, a name, standards. Then some companies want to do a company branding. Few years back, one tobacco company want to sell itself. The company wanted to sell itself. Now, what do they do to improve the value of the company beside other things that they were doing? They said, let's implement SAP. Now, the SAP, after implementing SAP, the company's value really increases. So when they try to sell it to their international buyers, they got a good price for the company. So SAP could be, or any ERP could be used for branding itself. The company wants to sell. A lot of food companies are going outside in exhibitions, and they're showing themselves that we run SAP, or we run Oracle, or we run ERP. Okay? So when they do that, it adds value. It adds value to their product. So a lot of food companies, most of the big food companies are also right now running SAP. Then some companies want to say that this is their objective is to reduce cost. I want to reduce cost. This is my objective with ERP. So ERP will pay itself when I reduce my cost of doing business. So before you reduce your cost, you need to know the cost. You need to know exactly how much each product you are making. And when you know the cost, then you can price, you can market your product right, you can get to those customers which otherwise you were not able to do so because the cost was not justified. Supernova has talked to many of our customers, and when we ask them, do you really know the cost of your product? And amazingly, most of the people really don't even know what is their actual cost of producing of their product. So when we implemented SAP to these companies and we showed them, they were amazed. They were really amazed because they thought about this and they said, we lost so many of our businesses because we never thought this is the cost of the product. So having said this, this is one of the big objectives. Now, if you look at return on investment, there are two parts of it. First part is the achievement divided by the investment. If you achieve more and your investment is low, your ROI will increase. If your investment is low and your achievement is higher, then also your ROI. So there are two elements. One element is reduce my investment, and the other part would be to increase my achievement. I've used the word achievement with respect to ROI because there may not have any value as far as any in achievements. For example, in earlier slides, I told you the objective was to brand myself. They may not have any number on it. If the achievement is the objective is that I want to compete with my competitor because all my competitors are running big systems, my competitors are running SAP, so there may not have any value on it. Okay, so let's move on. So two parts: reduce investment, increase achievement. Now, how do you reduce investment? One way of doing it is to move from CapEx to OpEx. We have already talked about this. Khalid Saab already talked about moving things to cloud. Okay? So when you move things to cloud, first you need to understand that what is your cost of keeping on-prem. There may be things that you are incurring on keeping the servers on-prem. Lot of Supernova's customers, they're saying, why do we keep it outside? We lose control. When we put stuff on cloud, then this cloud will have, the cloud company would have the control of my data. Okay. But having said this, if you have an on-prem solution, the server is sitting in your premises and it's on internet, then somebody can access it from outside as well. Okay? So there may be other costs besides keeping the stuff on, besides losing that edge. For example, you need to build up a server room. You need to build up the electricity. There's electricity cost. Now, some of these new systems, they require 24-hour availability of the system. For example, SAP S4HANA, it requires that you do not shut it down. You cannot shut down SAP S4HANA server. It has to keep on and on all the time, because shutting it down and switching it on and off is a big exercise. It takes a long time. It's a very expensive endeavor to shut down an SAP S4HANA server and switching it on. ECC server, we used to switch it down after 5 o'clock and switch on in the morning. That was possible in ECC. But S4HANA, you cannot switch it off. So you need to keep it up and running. Electricity costs, hardware cost. Okay, one more thing with on-prem solution. In case in on-prem solution, when you buy a server, and you will keep it for 5 years. 5 years, you will not spend any more money on the server. So you are locked with that technology for 5 years. In 5 years, technology has improved. New machines, new processors, better memory, better computing power, but you are locked with that server sitting in your premises. With cloud solution, what they are doing, every 3 months, every 4 months, every 6 months, they are upgrading their machines. So Every time you are accessing the best of the lot, you are accessing the fastest machine and the best machine all the time with cloud. Okay? So one advantage. Then you need to have protection for your on-prem solution. Fire protection, rain protection, electricity failure protection. You need to have those fire extinguishers, different type of fire extinguishers sitting in your server room, water checking, air conditioning. All these things has to go in your server room. With cloud, you don't have to worry about these things at all. Now, this is easier part. These are all manageable part. I think these are the most easiest thing maintaining a hardware machine. The most difficult part is security, data security. What is the assurance that your server will not be hacked? You don't have any assurance on this. For that matter, you don't even have the expertise to make sure that your server is data proof. Actually, in the whole Pakistan, there is no experts at all. I can assure you. Who can make sure that your machine, your server is intact, it will not be hacked, nobody could access it from outside. I was talking to one cloud operator, and he was telling me that, Rashid, we have two teams. One team is a green team, and one team is a red team. And what the red team is doing, the red team creates viruses and hacks our system. And the green team is protecting our system against these red teams. And this we are doing constantly for all our servers in all locations. Now, having said this, can you afford to have a red team and a green team in Pakistan for your servers? It's practically impossible in Pakistan. Yes, you might incur a lot of cost, but then that increased cost for data security will not justify that server. And this cloud is providing you for free. It's inherent, it's built in your cloud. Okay, and some of these cloud providers are providing you services like, if the server is hacked, if the server is not available, we will cover your revenue losses. Not saying that they're not saying this. Then whatever revenue loss during this time, we will pay for you. We will pay you. And we will not even ask you. We'll just give me a number, we'll sign you a check. This is the kind of assurance big cloud provider, especially SAP Rise is providing you. Now, this is a very secure server. So two parts. One part is moving your investment from CAPEX to OPEX. So now you don't have to spend so much money directly on your machines. And then you get a very, 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 very secure environment where your data is kept. And the data is secure for you. And it's available all the time, everywhere. So if the cloud is in Pakistan, or the cloud is in Dubai, or is in Europe, doesn't matter. There may be some latency, but the latency, now somebody comes in, one of our customers goes, oh, it will be slow because the server is sitting in Europe. You won't even understand, you won't even know that the data has gone there and come back. It happens so fast that latency, you will not even see it. You will not even observe it. It will not even happen. It will happen. Actually, it will going to happen, but you will not observe it at all. And I work with a lot of multinational companies and servers. I don't know where the servers are sitting. I worked with Novartis, and I don't know where the server is sitting in Novartis, and never had any problem. And all the people and all over the world are using it. Okay, what they have also done is they have kept server in 3 locations. So companies like Novartis, they have kept servers in 3 locations. One is in Japan, one is sitting in Europe, one is in North America, because there are 3 different time zones. So they can shut down, or they can do their maintenance activity and shut down one place or the other. So it will not happen at all. You will not even feel the difference with this cloud processing. So that's a big misnomer that cloud is not feasible. It is feasible. It is important. Then let's move on. Then so we are reducing investment. When we buy a cloud, we reduce our cost of investment. We are reducing our investment. The second thing we can do is we can try to achieve as much as possible. We increase our achievement. How do we increase our achievement? So with the ERP, automatically your operating costs will go down. You will not even feel it. And if I can assure you, there is one thing in SAP which is called SAP Material Ledger. If you just implement Material Ledger, that itself will pay off SAP cost. Right? So one of our partners is looking at me and he says, yeah, sure, why not? So Ilsab is also saying that, yes, Material Ledger is one thing which actually pays off SAP. And what Material Ledger is doing, it is actually reducing your operating costs. It actually opens up and tells you, this is your operating cost, where are you incurring, where are the big expenses that you're incurring, focus on those areas, and this will automatically reduce your total cost of doing business. Administrative cost, which cost center are expensing more? Implement functional area, implement budgeting. Implement budgeting. Automatically your administrative costs will go down. It's a tough thing to do. It will stop doing transactions during your purchase order or your costing, your accounting. But then it controls your administrative expense. Okay? Obviously, when SAP or any ERP is implemented, it tells you what you really need to invest in your inventory. Don't put extra inventory in your system. You are spending your capital, you're wasting your resources, you're filling up your stores with excess inventory which you really don't need. Run your MRP correctly, the system runs the MRP correctly, and then it determines really what inventory you need. So this is where the cost will go down. Then obviously because of inventory, you will reduce your obsolete inventory. The system will tell you, if you implement the batch management of SAP, it will tell you which batch is expiring, so use that first. FIFO method, implement the FIFO method where you reduce your expiring item first before going to the other item. Okay? So understanding the cost of manufacturing is most important. And when you implement any ERP, especially SAP, it will specifically tell you. I was doing one analysis, and one of my customers is sitting right here with them. And we determined there was a very, very, very small cost, about 2,000 or 4,000 rupee cost. And we pinpointed that this cost is wrongly represented in the system. So the system's profitability analysis report clearly identified of the 1 billion rupee inventory, then 5,000 or 6,000 rupee cost was clearly identified. And I identified it for them. So this is the level of detail analysis that SAP can offer you. Now, so far, we're talking about theoretical numbers. Let's put it down in numbers. How do you really determine the ROI for ERP? Very simple. Okay? First, look at your total cost. Let's assume, this is really a good estimated amount, that you spend $200,000 per year. Now, this is a very big amount, 36 million rupees. We are telling you, spend 36 million rupees yearly on your ERP. So whenever somebody is going to decide, this is going to be a big amount. But let's break it down. $200,000 per year, per month, 16,700. You're spending $16,700 per month. Now take this amount and divide it on the number of employees in your company that are using the system. Let's assume you have 400 people who's going to be using SAP or who's going to be using the ERP. Let's assume SAP. Okay? You divide this amount. Each employee gets $42 per month, which is equivalent to 7,500 rupees. So you're actually spending 7,500 rupees on each employee extra because of ERP. Now, what is this amount? Compare this amount on what other type of expenses that you are incurring on each employee. You're giving them a salary, you're giving them a conveyance, you're giving them some bonuses. And you're also giving them a computer, a laptop. A laptop may cost about 220,000, 2,20,000 rupees. Divide this on its useful life, which is 36 months. Let's assume 3-year depreciation. So per month, you're spending 6,200 on a laptop for each employee. So now, what you're saying is this 6,200 rupees you're spending, which is a shell computer, does not have any processing. What useful is it for you? When we add a system on top of it and spend 7,000, now the productivity of your employees really go up. Here, this 36 million a year really makes sense. Okay, so this is one way of determining return on investment. This would make it easier to make this decision, whether to buy an ERP or not, whether to buy ERP on cloud or on-prem. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Okay, I am very pleased to invite our chief guest, Mr. Zubair Ahmed from Pakistan Administration Service. He's currently working as MD SSW MB, and we are grateful to him that despite of having a very busy schedule, he has taken time out to grace the conference. Sir, please come on stage, and please hand over a token of thanks to our keynote speakers up till now. Let's start with Mr. Sajjad Saeed, Chairman, XD. Mr. Sajjad Saeed, Chairman, Excellence Delivered. Thank you very much. Now we have Ahmed Sarwar, Head of Applications, Oracle. Next we have Mr. Khalid Iqbal, Executive Director, Abacus Consulting. Okay. Now we have Mr. Rashid Hakim, CEO, Supernova.
ये अवार्ड लेना कोई आसान काम नहीं होता, प्लीज़ ज़रा क्लैपिंग कर दें। मुझे पता है आप सब लोगों को अब चाय की बहुत तलब हो रही है, तो ये चाय के दरमियान ये अवार्ड्स ही हैं बस अब, उसके बाद अब आप लोग चाय के लिए जाएं। आई एम वेरी मच थैंकफुल सर फॉर कमिंग ओवर हियर, सो प्लीज़ हैव सीट। Please. Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here to listen to another area where actually the government is not doing good. And I fully agree with most of the presentation which have been done, but I have a few major concerns which I would like to highlight. यहाँ जो लोग बैठे हुए हैं उसके लिए सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये होनी चाहिए कि मेरा ख्याल है कि गवर्नमेंट इज़ वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट एम्प्लॉयर इन एनी कंट्री, नॉट ओनली इन द पाकिस्तान, पर अगर देखा जाए तो अगर आप मेजर डेटा की बात करें तो दैट्स ओनली द गवर्नमेंट विच इज़ डूइंग इट। और इस वेरी रिसेंटली जाके गवर्नमेंट ने स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द पंजाब देन सब्सिक्वेंटली वी हैव फॉलोड इट कि जो डिजिटाइजेशन का उसका प्रोसेस शुरू किया हुआ है। और डिजिटाइजेशन में व्हेन वी आर लुकिंग एट सबसे बड़ा जो चैलेंज हमें आता है दैट इज़ HR मैनेजमेंट। बिकॉज अगर आप पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट को देखें, वी आर मोर देन 150,000 एम्प्लॉयज़ अक्रॉस द प्रोविंस, वी आर मोर देन 250,000 एम्प्लॉयज़ इन द एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट एंड सेम इज़ द नंबर विद द हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट। और इसी तरह अगर आप लोकल गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट देखें तो वी हैव क्रॉस द नंबर्स मोर देन 1 मिलियन इफ़ यू गो फ्रॉम द बॉटम अप टू द ईच एंड एवरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो ऊपर काम करता है। लेकिन जो इसमें सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज मैं उस HR मैनेजमेंट के जो डिपार्टमेंट का जो डाटा है, उस डाटा की सिंक का जो सिस्टम है दैट इज़ नॉट एग्जिस्टिंग एज ऑफ टुडे। We all are working in silos. अब जब हम बात करते हैं तो how we started getting digitized, so first of it was the finance department. आज से कोई 15-20 साल पहले अगर आपको याद हो तो दिस सैप सिस्टम वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय द फेडरल गवर्नमेंट एंड दिस सैप सिस्टम वाज कंसीडर्ड एज वन ऑफ द मतलब कि मुश्किल तरीन सिस्टम जिसके अंदर आप दूर हटें कोई बात नहीं है, दे डोंट हैव एन एक्सपीरियंस अवेलेबल, एक्सपर्टीज़ अवेलेबल नहीं है, यू नीड अ पैरेलल सिस्टम इन द डिपार्टमेंट रिक्वायर्ड कि वो उसको पहले समझेगा फिर उसको चलाएगा, और इसकी वजह से जो एक डिटरेंस थी फॉर द अदर डिपार्टमेंट्स टू फॉलो इट अप. My submission and my basic challenge which I would like to place here in front of everybody is that I tried to implement this SAP system in 2016 in education department, where we had to enroll 250,000 employees across the province. हमारे लिए problem ये था कि on a daily basis how to get you attendance of each every teacher कि वो आता है कि नहीं आता, timely check in out, उसके बाद उसने पढ़ाया कि नहीं पढ़ाया, online स्टूडेंट असेसमेंट सिस्टम जो आप पहले देखेंगे पहले सेट होता था उसको ऑनलाइन करना ये पॉसिबल है कि नहीं है. दिस वाज अ बिग चैलेंज. आई डोंट नो इफ द क्रिएटिव कंपनी इज हियर और नॉट, बट वी हैड अ वेरी लॉन्ग डिस्कशन विद देम. दे हेल्प्ड अस टू क्रिएट अ सॉफ्टवेयर सिस्टम. Before we went to the creative, we had a long discussion with the SAP people. Abascus, I clearly remember we had a long discussion with them as well to create it. और उसमें जब when we were thinking of a very flawless kind of a system, उसके अंदर में जो प्रॉब्लम और चैलेंज आना शुरू हुआ कि जी आपको एक तो कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है और कॉस्ट के साथ साथ उसकी मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट भी बहुत ज़्यादा है. अब जब गवर्नमेंट द इंस्टीट्यूशंस व्हेन वी लुक इनटू द लॉन्गर सॉल्यूशंस, इट्स नॉट अ शॉर्ट इन्वेस्ट बिकॉज वी आर नॉट अ रेवेन्यू जनरेटिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस, वी आर अ रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस. सो दिस इज अ बिग क्वेश्चन मार्क फॉर अस कि अगर आप ये फैसला करते हैं कि ABC या 7 solutions आर सिटिंग ऑन द स्टेज एज वेल, दैट व्हेन यू आर कंपेयरिंग 7 solutions एवरीबडी विल कम विद डिफरेंट आइडिया. मेरा डिफरेंट है, एवरीबडी विल हैव अ रीजन टू एक्सप्लेन टू द डिपार्टमेंट कि जी मेरा आइडिया सबसे बेस्ट है. इट्स डिफिकल्ट फॉर अस टू डिसाइड एंड देन सब्सिक्वेंटली टैग कि दिस इज द बेस्ट सोल्यूशन एंड दिस इज द कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव एज वेल. बेस्ट तो चलो फिर भी ठीक है, एवरी सोल्यूशन विल वर्क, बट विच वन इज द कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव? बिकॉज कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस इज वेयर वी आर वेरी मच अंडर द चैलेंजेस. This is where we'll be requesting this forum that if there is something, because we are the biggest in terms of data collecting, we are the biggest in terms of data investment भी इसके साथ. आप नादरा का एग्जाम्पल ले लें. नादरा with all these international solutions available is banking on is their own data. उन्होंने अपना एक tertiary secondary level का एक data bank बनाया जिसे आपने जिक्र किया कि cloud-based solution होना चाहिए. अब वो cloud-based solutions के ऊपर we have to think where is the security line. When we talk about the security is not only the particulars, institutions, finances, employees, or the security is beyond when the government thinks about the security. It's beyond that. So we don't have in-house system जो हमें with all these minds available here, in country-specific solutions available नहीं है. तो country-specific solutions जब available होते हैं, then we have a confidence. May it be any institution. मैं general बात कर रहा हूँ आपसे. तो वो फिर you are banking on those systems when you are confident enough to invest on it or confident to rely on them as well. Multinet tried a lot, but not to that level जिसकी ज़रूरत थी हमारे पास. हमारे पास जो सैटेलाइट सिस्टम से उन्होंने they tried a lot, लेकिन वो कॉन्फिडेंस आज भी बिल्ड नहीं हुआ. I have been the CEO of the Green Line Pure project जो आज चल रही है आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंट्रल के अंदर. हमारा सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या था वहाँ पे कि जब हम उस पर जो इफ़ में सिस्टम लगाएंगे, फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम लगाएंगे जो, तो उसका डेटा जो है वो जाके बैठेगा कहाँ? देयर विल बी मल्टीपल BRTS लाइन वर्किंग इन, हाउ वुड आई नो कि कौन से कस्टमर ने कौन से जो है वो किस लाइन को यूज़ किया है, कहाँ पे वो एक लाइन से जाके दूसरी लाइन में इंटर हो रहा है, किसका पैसा कहाँ पे कितना बनता है. दिस इज अ सीरियस प्रॉब्लम विच वी वर फेसिंग एंड एज ऑफ टुडे वी आर फेसिंग. So we ended up having our own data command and control center, which is not the solution, ultimate solution, क्योंकि वो 2 साल 3 साल बाद obsolete हो जाता है. There's a huge cost again available. तो जो confidence level of the private sector's investment with vis-a-vis all the other institutions keeping you the data is very important. और वो अगर आप लोग, because you know better than what we do, until that confidence build is there, we are the biggest businesses available in Karachi. Thank you very much once again, and I'm extremely sorry for taking a couple of more minutes from the tea. Thank you very much.
मैंने सर से रिक्वेस्ट करके 1 मिनट और लूँगा. सर आपका एक बात मैं हमेशा हर जगह करता हूँ जो कि पूरे पाकिस्तान में करने की ज़रूरत है. इस वक्त हमारे पास इंडस्ट्री गुरुज बैठे हुए हैं, सब क्लाउड की बात कर रहे हैं. आज अगर अमेरिका हमारी तार काट दे तो हमारा क्लाउड चलता रहेगा? नहीं. डू वी हैव सोल्यूशन फॉर दैट? वी नीड. जी जी मैं एग्जैक्टली वन यस एग्जैक्ट अब इसके लिए एक चीज़ जो सर मैं रिक्वेस्ट करने वाला हूँ वो ये चीज़ है कि नंबर वन यस, नंबर टू गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान नीड टू अरेंज अ लोकल वाइड एरिया नेटवर्क विद इन पाकिस्तान. आज अगर इंटरनेट बंद हो जाए तो वी शुड हैव कंट्री लेवल कनेक्टिविटी.
But we do. वो available है and when you talk about, I mean, having been part of e-government projects, जैसे मैं न्यूयॉर्क सिटी की जब हो रही थी automation, I was part of that. उससे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुआम में 42 लाइन मिनिस्ट्रीज़ को उन्होंने ऑटोमेट किया. I was part of that project during my consulting life. जब आप नादरा या गवर्नमेंट्स की बात करते हैं ना, तो scales and solutions are not what we are talking about in private sectors and all.
Okay.
जैसे नादरा frankly is a cloud. नादरा आपको APIs देता है ना कि आप लोगों की ऑथेंटिकेशन कर, सारे बैंक्स में जो आप KYC करते हैं नादरा के थ्रू या टेलकोस के साथ करते हैं. सो नादरा इज़ एक्चुअली अ क्लाउड एंड इट शुड एज इट शुड बी. और वहाँ पे जब नेशनल लेवल जैसे हम कुछ मिलिट्री टाइप की ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ भी कर रहे हैं, तो वहाँ पे तो फिर आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि आप न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में डेटा रखेंगे या गूगल के पास रखेंगे
बस सर मेरा ना
सैप या ऑरेकल. मतलब
मेरा सिर्फ ये एक था रिक्वेस्ट के वी हैव टू थिंक ऑन दीज लाइंस. इफ देयर आर सम issues somewhere, if it is there, excellent. If it is not, then we need to, because you are the people जिनके relevant forums पे approach है सर है.
Your fifth generation warfare is all about electronic signatures. जैसे अगर अभी आपने किसी मुल्क को फतह करना है, आपको फौज मारने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, आप ATM मशीनें बंद कर दें, लोगों को एक दूसरे को मार दें. मतलब you can create absolute chaos.
Yes.
But so your fifth generation warfare is all about this.
Yes.
So as far as public sector, जैसे सर ने कहा, वहाँ के लिए solutioning बिल्कुल फ़र्क है and I'm a big component कि वो solutions आपके local होने चाहिए.
True.
वहाँ पे आपकी dependencies नहीं हो सकती, especially on the OPEX side. Especially on the OPEX
थोड़ी
side.
सी एग्जांपल दे दूं. When I was designing IATS system, which is Intelligent Integrated Traffic Management System for Karachi, तो मेरे पास I had no solution available locally. Then I had to rely on a Blick, which is an international company, German-based company. I had to rely on their solution. वो solution वो था जो उन्होंने रियाद में लगाया, जो उन्होंने मलेशिया में लगाया, वो solution था. The question here is कि ये वो solutions हैं जो दुनिया में चलते हैं. आज आप देखें लाहौर की जो मेट्रो सर्विस चल रही है वो टर्किश सिस्टम के ऊपर चल रही है. Why don't we have this solution available here कि मैं टर्किश इनबॉक्स solutions के ऊपर चला जाता हूँ. IATS, when I am talking about it, this is all German-based system. Why don't we have it? मैं आज अगर आप SAP system की बात करें, देखिए जैसे SAP entire finances of the whole country. मतलब कि मैं गवर्नमेंट एक्सचेकर की बात कर रहा हूँ, from budgeting to expenditure going to salary and the revenue receipts, all going to SAP system. Where it is lying? So and similarly, we are doing what we are doing today. As of today, I had integrated entire transport, garbage transport system of the Karachi. I have all systems available on my screens कि मेरी कौन सी गाड़ी कब सुबह निकलती है, कौन सा बंदा क्या जाता है. I don't have a software solution available. I had to rely on all those companies जिन्होंने चाइना में वो लगाया हुआ था. They brought in the specific solutions available कि जी ये मेरा एक stereotype system है, you only have to plug it. What we are requesting here कि these are the futures. We need to have plug-and-play solutions available and then we can rely on them कि ये मेरा है, यहीं का बना हुआ, even if there is a revenue available, उसकी updating है, कुछ भी चीज़ें, I have to rely on my own resources. ये मैं examples हैं which I have done myself. And they all are international solutions.
जी sir, I was जब पिफ्रा के अंदर project हो रहा था, तो I was on the steering committee. I was heading SAP at the time. So yes, it is a phenomenal work that has been done over decades. चैलेंज सिर्फ ये होता है सर फ्रॉम कमिंग फ्रॉम द प्रिंसिपल और आप ऑन द डेवलपर साइड. अब जो जिस सोल्यूशन का आप जिक्र कर रहे हैं, आई मीन इट वुड टेक देम अ फ्यू मिलियन डॉलर्स टू डेवलप इट. अब वो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट जब उन्होंने पहली दफ़ा की होगी ना, तो वो एक किसी ना किसी गवर्नमेंट ने रिस्क किया था, जहाँ पे आई थिंक एक जो गवर्नमेंट की जिम्मेदारी है वो ये है कि लोकल टैलेंट को, लोकल कंपनीज़ को प्रोजेक्ट्स दें ताकि उनका एक्सपीरियंस बने और फिर वो जाके हम भी सऊदी अरेबिया में, अमेरिका में, नाइजीरिया में बेच सकें. इन सर्टन एरियाज़ वो कॉम्पिटेंसी और कुछ उसमें से प्रोजेक्ट. आई वाज वन ऑफ द फाउंडर्स ऑफ PITB. आई वाज द एम्प्लॉय नंबर 1 ऑफ PITB एक्चुअली. वहाँ पे सर एक उनका बाकायदा एजेंडा था हमारा जो कुछ बाद में हुआ और कुछ आफ्टर आई लेफ्ट कुछ नहीं भी हो सका, एज इट हैपन्स इन मोस्ट गवर्नमेंट थिंग्स, कि आप लोकल कंपनीज को प्रोजेक्ट्स देते हो और उनमें से 30, 40, 50% फेल हो जाते हैं, बट दैट्स ऑल राइट. जो बाकी 50% बच जाते हैं, यू एंड अप क्रिएटिंग मल्टीनेशनल्स. सो जैसे टर्किश कंपनी का जो टिकटिंग सिस्टम है, I am sure larger Pakistani companies, there are 10 Pakistani companies which could have made that system. But उनका वो पहला project होता है. Tried and tested ना होता. So किसी को risk लेनी पड़ती.
Did they try in Peshawar? Did they not?
No.
Did it not? Did they try in Karachi? Did it not?
No, no.
The point is, if you are asking about the money, we invested 4 billion rupees for only for
अच्छा,
the
अब वो,
IAS system of Karachi, where 7 lines is integrated. So point यहाँ नहीं है. Point ये कि when you are having a
सर मैं आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, अब हम डिस्कशन सेपरेट करते हैं. रोनी इज वेटिंग फॉर अस. रोनी फ्रॉम विच कंट्री जी? स्विट्जरलैंड. अ स्विस गाय, handsome guy is waiting for us. So please make him live now. He will be speaking from Switzerland. He is connecting us online. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ronnie on screen. And after this we have 10 minutes tea break, and after that we have Faisal Kamar Saab panel discussion. Sir, inshallah 12:30 पे हम start करते हैं आपकी panel discussion. In the meantime, if somebody wants to have a cup of tea, tea is ready, you can take. We are not having tea break because of the fact we are running short of time. So अगर आपको किसी की चाय की बहुत ज़्यादा तलब है, ज़रूरत है, तो आप लोग please you can go and fetch your tea. Thank you. Are you correcting?
I would request you all that please take tea and come back to your seats so that simultaneously you can enjoy the talk. Thank you very much. Hi, Ronnie.
Hi, how are you?
We can hear you properly, so please, you can carry on with your talk.
Okay, when should I start?
You can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for attending. I'm Ronnie Agin, CEO of Datatex. I'm an industrial engineer with over 40 years experience in global textile and apparel market, mainly in the ERP business. Supporting global textile market in producing, implementing, and supporting ERP. I started Datatex after working 6 years in the industry, and Datatex is a joint venture between a Swiss textile consulting group and a leading Italian software house. We've kept the same focus still today after 35 years of starting the company. So I think we're pretty unique in the scenario of ERP companies. We're private and been with the same focus and same ownership for 35 years this year. We've become the world leader in providing ERP solutions for the textile and apparel industries. What I'd like to speak today is a little bit about the market, the solution required to help textile companies survive and prosper in this market, and then about a little bit about the solutions that are required, technology, and a little bit about Datatex. So I'd say the market these days, when we speak about textile and apparel, probably very similar to other markets, but still very unique because we speak about fashion. We've been going through a process of change. And I'd say the changes that we're looking at is faster fashion with more collections per year, people were speaking like Zara and Marks and Spencer about 12 collections a year. Perhaps things are changing now a little bit towards less collections, but still more products. The market is requiring sustainability, and that has a lot of aspects, and that requires a discussion on its own, but basically sustainability requires us to be under much tighter controls, both in the way we run our business and in the way we source our products and in the way we produce our products, which makes it, I'd say, very challenging from a systems point of view, and I'm coming from a systems point of view. The other point that's becoming very, very important these days are the circular economies. That means we need to be using recycled fibers, and some companies like Nike today require 30% of the raw material, that means fibers put into a product, to be proven recycled material, which is again a challenge, mainly for the production, but also, of course, for the system supporting the production and proving that 30% is really waste. Now we speak about, if not more collections, larger collections, which means more products and color combinations and demands for the use of waste, shorter runs and higher quality. In addition to all that, the market is requiring more and more the ability to trace everything up to the level of the farm from which the bale of cotton came, or the animal from which the wool was shaved off, if we speak about wool, and transparency. People want to see and be able to control. In this area of traceability, we see more and more movement. It's a beginning only towards the blockchain world. That means whatever is reported becomes fixed, cannot be changed, and is extremely reliable. And more of the big chains and the big consumer chains are requiring to start looking at blockchain to be very accurate and extremely available for this blockchain, for the blockchain systems. Now, in addition to these trends that have been going, I'd say, for the last even almost 10 years, the market has recently become even more demanding and totally disrupted due to the recent three crisis events. One is the high cost of transport that we've already forgot, but the transport crisis started actually way before the COVID. The second was the COVID vicious circle of lockdowns, restrictions, hurting both demand, which is the end consumers, and supply, producers and raw material producers, creating shortages of raw materials to many of our industries. And extremely recently, the effect of the Ukraine war yet to be felt and understood. I don't think anybody understands yet or can predict what are going to be the consequences of what's happening these days or these hours in Russia and Ukraine. For sure, we're already hearing of a very, let's say, of a stop, it's not a drop, in the consumption of high fashion goods that Russia were a very large consumer of. So the high fashion producers in Italy, for example, are already beginning to feel this lack of demand, or not lack, this top demand on the very high-end fashion market. Now, all this has really resulted in a demand for much shorter lead times. That means people cannot predict, therefore cannot put in orders well in time, and therefore needs extremely short lead times. And people are beginning to speak very loudly, even I'd say, on nearshoring. You see American companies moving production from China, for example, to Central America. And also we see more and more onshoring, meaning that people are beginning to construct textile industries and apparel, even apparel, in the US, in Europe, and so forth. So I think the whole market needs to be very much aware of these things and be able to sustain the competitive environment, which is becoming actually more and more competitive in order to stay profitable. I'm not speaking about in order to exist, but I think the purpose of all businesses is to become more profitable. And for that, we really need optimized ERP solutions, providing fast and accurate solutions for all the above. So I think this is where the ERP comes in. And what we've seen, first of all, the reason that we've been around for so long is the need of this very specific industry or for a unique system that can serve it without customizations and without big changes in the standard. And we need to accurately fit reality and eliminate manual, and for me, Excel is manual calculations. You've seen a lot of companies going for the big brand ERPs like SAP, Infor, Oracle even. And what we see when we go into these companies and we do a very in-depth search of what's happening, we see that the accounting is accounting. So of course they excel, and these solutions are excellent accounting and very well accepted by the auditors. But when we go one level below, which is the core of the business, when we speak about planning, when we speak about costing, when we speak about production control, quality control, we find people have either created their own systems. So there's a lot of island solutions. So one system for spinning, one system for weaving and so forth, or actually feed the big ERPs with manual Excel sheets or manual calculations. And this actually makes the need of a specialized system even more important under the conditions that I've spoken before. Remember, the textiles is actually coming on with an inverted production pyramid. We start from very few raw materials like cotton, wool, synthetic fibers, and we finish with a huge amount of SKUs if we take color, size, and style, and even packaging comes into play. So we come to millions of SKUs out of one bale of cotton, which makes it very unique from an industry point of view and from a solution point of view in order to be able to manage this, let's say, interesting, I don't want to say complex, but interesting way of production. Now, I'm not going to give you the total story of why textile is different, what it needs, but I'm going to touch on a few points. And let's start from the coding structure. In textiles, yes, the end product is an SKU, but when we produce, it's actually style, color, size, finish, package, and so forth. And then in the same vertical production, we also have fibers, which have their denier and other characteristics included in the product code. We have yarn that is very, very specific. It's not enough to know how many kilos of yarn I have, but I need to know how many packages. And it's not enough to know how many packages because I need to know what type of support these are on, because some packages can be put into the dyeing machine because they're metal or plastic, and some cannot be because they're carton, but they can be used on the knitting machines or on the looms. So it's very, very important to be able to manage both our products and our packaging and our inventory units. When we speak about bill of material and routing, if we want to manage an environment that can be really accurate and maintainable, what we need to introduce a rule-based BOM and routing system, meaning not every final SKU that you see on the market has a BOM and routing of its own or predefined on its own. The system should be able to predefine those routes and bill of materials based on a set of rules. And I'll give you one example. Every garment that we wear has a washing label, has a wash label. And usually those wash labels are very standard, and what the producers do, they have two types. One is black and one is white. The black goes on dark colors, the white goes on light colors. Now, if this label is an SKU of its own that goes into the bill of material, I would need to include it in all my thousands of combined bills of materials of style and color. In a rule-based system, you basically put in a rule that light colors require a white label, dark colors requires a black label. Then you have a characteristic defined on the color of each product, which says if it's dark or light. And the system then basically builds the bill of material as needed, when needed, without having to predefine this label SKU for each end product. So this is just one very simple example. We then go into dyeing recipes, finishing recipes. They're all entities of their own, which we want to avoid being calculated manually and fed into the system, but calculated with all the criteria needed of waste, of run lengths, etc., right on the ERP system itself, rather than on site systems, which then have to be integrated or managed manually. We speak about print design, and we speak about even the more complex world of weave and knit patterns. We speak about production orders with multiple products. For example, if we producing golf shirts, we have the collars and we have the bodies, and these two items, which are actually two SKUs during the production, have to be dyed on the same machine. So again, we need to have a production order with multiple products inside, attaching a recipe to the total weight, because the collars, for example, are counted and managed by units, and the body is managed by kilos or meters. So again, very unique situation that we need to manage with a dedicated system. Type that have different packaging entities which must be managed. For example, rolls. And a fabric roll has different weight and different length with a different ratio between roll to roll, because we speak about something which is elastic, something which is difficult to measure and weight. And therefore, when we keep the rolls in the inventory systems, we need to know both the length and the weight of this specific roll. And no two rolls are equal. We speak about beams, which are work in process. We speak about cones that I mentioned before. Everything has to be lot controls, and then everything can be moved and managed and stored in cartons and pallets. So even when we go into the warehouse systems, you need a very dedicated system to be able to manage it all with one platform. When we speak about scheduling, there are very specific scheduling rules in this industry. For example, when we dye, we need to dye light to dark on the color side. When we weave or knit, we want to make sure that we schedule products one after the other in order to minimize drawings and machine setups and so forth. So this industry is really different. And I think the biggest proof is with all the giants around us, like SAP and Oracle, as I said before, and Microsoft, Datatech still exists and actually is booming at the moment because of this changing industry requirements and the very specific needs of this industry. Now, all this, in order to stay profitable, and as I said before, we need to have a very detailed, fast, and accurate planning and costing, along with a very detailed quality assurance system that takes the production from receiving supplier orders through the production process with different laboratory and quality requirements right to the finished product. These three elements, which are core in our opinion, which is planning, costing, and quality assurance, should be, let's say, the main part of an ERP. All the rest can be added on. But if the system cannot do these three elements and need to be heavily customized or manually managed, then the whole idea of ERP becomes a reactive, post-mortem type of systems. Okay, so how did I do last month? But in our opinion today, a modern system should deal much more in what should I do next month rather than what did I do last month. And in order to meet the market demands and stay competitive and of course profitable, this has to be really well managed. Now in this industry also, especially in Pakistan and countries like yourselves, where you actually supply to foreign markets, the fact that very often we have very little, if any, repeat orders of the same items. This strengthens the fact that we need to have all the above in order to be very proactive rather than reactive. We have to be able to predict costs and production rates, yields and quality levels, minimizing overproduction and excess redundant inventory, while of course producing enough to be able to supply the demand. So it's really a juggling game. And when you take all this over the hundreds of thousands of SKUs that we are required to produce these days, because of the trends that I've described before, this really becomes an important factor of looking at the system that can cover these functions and make the companies more successful without rewriting code. Now, another big challenge of these days is not the market, not the application or the functionality that we've just discussed, but technology. And today, the right system should be on the right and correct state-of-the-art technology. What we see more and more now, that the market needs higher level of user interface adoption because everybody is on the internet, everybody is on the web, everybody is browsing, I don't say most of the day, but a big part of the day. And the ERP system at work should be very similar in order to be easier to use and more familiar and make the people more familiar with it. Now, on top of that, we've got the cybersecurity issue, which actually is becoming more important day by day. So we're speaking about web-based systems using browser clients. Systems or parts thereof should be available on the cloud or on-premise, because in some situations, cloud solution cannot be acceptable or cannot be executed because of geography, because of politics, and because of environment. So a lot of times we find ourselves having a cloud-based solution, but with customers wanting to run it on-premise. And I think this is very important, not to limit the users only on the cloud. Cloud should be available. Cloud is probably the best solution today to cybersecurity. But as I said, some geographies, some politics would lead companies to go onto an on-premise solution. We also speak, and that's very important, on a high availability MES system, because while being cloud and web-based and very much dependent on external providers of communication, production has to run. In order to do that, we need the production to run on an MES system, which is the manufacturing execution system, which is disconnected from the cloud, disconnected from communication providers, and is on-site. Now, this system should be seamlessly connected in real time to the ERP as long as it's available. But when it's not available, the system should be able to produce, receive goods, and ship without being connected to the ERP. And that is doable. We've done it, and we are doing it every day. And finally, I think it's very important these days, because of the numerous available solutions for the infrastructure, to have systems that are open, leaving you open to use hardware, databases, operating systems, and even browsers. Because if I have my some of my users on Apple using the Apple operating system, and some other users on Chrome, and some users that prefer Edge, the system should run. We should not limit the clients on any, just as we don't require the clients to load anything, we do not want to limit the users in a specific organization on the platform that he uses or the browser that runs the system. And this also allows us to go into shop floor functions using handheld type of clients without having to write new programs. So I think this is very important. Having said all that, the availability and the use of a standard system becomes even more important, because we are not going to update with new releases having tons of customizations. So that's why the system that you're running should have a minimum, and minimum I speak less than 5% customized code, in order to be able to upgrade once or twice a year, not only for the functionality, because functionality usually 2-3 years, you're good to go. But when you speak about cybersecurity, when you need to adapt the system to the latest database versions or the latest browser versions and so forth, very, very important to minimize the number of customizations so that you can upgrade as often and as fast as needed. And that's where we come into more and more importance to industry-specific applications. Because industry-specific applications, like the company that I run, basically allow you to minimize the customizations using code, but you should be able to customize the system exactly to the way you want to run your business without changing the code, making it what we call upgradable. There's a comment, but I can't read it. It's very blurred. So if somebody can tell me what the comment is, will help. Now, something else that comes into play, I'd say in recent years, is the global market. Textile has become very global, and most leading industry players are moving towards owning global supply chains. Meaning we have customers that run manufacturing environments in different countries. And that actually requires a very, very detailed and I'd say interesting, sometimes even leading to complexity, multi-language. We have to run multi-companies on the same database, the same system, multi-divisions, multi-units of measurement, multi-currencies. And recently we've also provide a system which can manage different time zones on the same database. That means if I have one company in the US producing goods, and one company in Karachi, and another company in Hong Kong, all of them should be served by the same database and should manage their own time zones. So this is becoming also a very important factor in selecting your system or in running your system, that it has to be global. Coming to an end, I'd like to speak a little bit about Datatex, where we come into the picture. So Datatex has it all for what I've just described, for the apparel, for textile apparel and similar industries, including fashion, technical, automotive, floor covering, home textiles, workwear, activewear, and more. So any industry, and now we've got an implementation, for example, in the piping industry, that for a company that produces make-to-order pipe connections and very sophisticated or spatial piping, we found that the variability in products and production routes actually justify a system like ourselves, and we've been very successful implementing over there. One thing also which we find extremely important is one system. Our system can serve the full supply chain from sheep to shop. Basically, from the raw material, which is usually fiber in our industry, or we have some customers producing the fiber, so it's from the polyester chips, right to the shop. And today, some of the producers are also creating their own brands and are selling it at their own brand shops. And
So,
we're already
Ronnie, we
working
are
with
actually
customers.
running out of time, so I just wanted to share
Yes,
with you.
give me 3 minutes and I'm over. Okay, so this is from idea to product also, because product development process in the fashion industry is very interesting. It's very important. This has to be integrated into the system, and of course covering the full functionality on the supply chain, from sales to purchasing, receiving to shipping, including commission and third-party manufacturers, which also play a very important role, both in private label or brand manufacturing. Datatex, as I said, we have our own ERP suite called Now, Network-Oriented World. We serve customers from 5 offices and local business partners around the globe. We have customers in 5 continents, 47 countries, which gives us actually the management process benchmarks to keep enhancing both technology and applications. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I managed to give you some important or some useful information. If you have any questions, you can either email them to me, or if there's question time now or later, I'll be happy to listen and answer.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. It was a wonderful discussion, especially ERP implementation in textile industry. So if somebody has any question, audience, if you like to ask anything from Ronnie, please tell me. Okay. So thank you, Ronnie. Hope to see you soon again in some other panel discussion or keynote speech. Thank you.
Absolutely. And any questions that come later, you can provide my email and I'll answer.
Sure. Thank you very much. Stay blessed. And sorry for keeping you waiting.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys. Those who are still having chit chat on tea break, I request all of you, please, everyone, if you can join your seats. मेरे वो दोस्त जो अभी तक पीछे खड़े हुए हैं, पीछे रहना बहुत बुरी बात है, आगे आ जाएं। आपको चाय पिलाई थी आगे आने के लिए, पीछे रहने के लिए नहीं पिलाई. So everyone, please rejoin your seats. So for our next panel discussion, very important panel, and then also the future technologies. To moderate this panel discussion, I would like to request Mr. Faisal Kamar, Managing Director, HRSC, BPO and Chief Executive, Decibel HCM Solution. Faisal sir, please come on stage. Please welcome Faisal Kamar sir. Everyone. तालियां जो है ना वो हाथों से बजानी होती हैं, आप लोग दिल से बजाते हैं, प्लीज हाथों से बजाएं प्लीज तालियां. कल को आप सब लोगों ने भी इधर आना है इंशाल्लाह. फिर आप लोगों के साथ क्या होगा, एक जो मौलवी होता है ना, कोई मस्जिद में खुतबा दे रहा हो, वो कहता है नारा लगाएं, और एक जो गेस्ट स्पीकर होता है उसके लिए नारा नहीं होता, उसके लिए यही होता है, क्लैपिंग. सो फैसल साहब, ओवर टू यू.
जी, good afternoon everyone, and thank you Ghulam साहब for putting up another wonderful show. हम अपने पैनलिस्ट को जो है जल्दी बुलाते हैं. We have a very rich panel. सबसे पहले मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा गुलाम हसनैन नासिर साहब से प्लीज़ तशरीफ़ लाएं. तालियां सबके लिए बजनी चाहिए. ये जो है वो 5 सेकंड की एक्सरसाइज है, लेकिन आने वाले का दिल बड़ा हो जाता है. और ताली हमेशा मैं HR का आदमी हूँ, तो तालियों के लिए मैं 2 KPI रखता हूँ कि दिल से बजानी चाहिए और ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए आसपास कोई है, फिर ताली बजती है ठीक. तो साथ ही सी बुशरा हनी फारूकी साहिबा, उसके साथ सुहेल सवानी साहब, ज़िया सईद साहब, और जो है लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट ज़ियाद चौधरी साहब. सबसे पहले जो है ये पोस्ट टी सेशन है. इस सेशन में आई एम श्योर अभी सेटलिंग डाउन टाइम होगा. इस सेटलिंग डाउन टाइम को हम मैनेज कर लेंगे. अगर आप सब लोग हाथ ऊपर उठा के दिखा सकते हैं कि यू एग्जिस्ट. सारे लोग अगर बता दें they exist, I just want to know they exist. There are certain people who are thinking, you know, whether we exist or we don't. Do we exist? You know, some tables are still thinking, you know, to lift hand. एक हाथ कर दें, convenience एक हाथ की भी ठीक है. चलें जी, इसका मतलब है कि everyone is right here. सुबह के discussion में my favorite was सजाद साहब की speech. He was very candid, very straight, and उसके बाद अहमद ने जैसे उसको compliment किया और आखिरी में जो क्लोजर राशिद साहब ने किया, इट वाज ब्रिलियंट. उन्होंने ये कहा कि भाई अब ऑन प्रेम को हाथ जोड़ लें, और अगर ऑन प्रेम का ROI नहीं बनाना आता तो वो भी आज हमने पढ़ा दिया है. सो इंडस्ट्री को कहना सिर्फ ये है, जो CIOs बैठे हैं यहाँ, कि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हम जितनी मर्जी चेंज रेजिस्टेंस कर लें, हमने इवेंचुअली क्लाउड पे जाना है. ये जितनी जल्दी कर लेंगे उतना ठीक है. जितनी जल्दी रीज़न बताते रहेंगे कि जी ऑन प्रेम की रीज़न ये है, सिक्योरिटी है, ये अंग्रेज़ी है, वो अंग्रेज़ी है, इट इज़ नॉट रेलेवेंट एट ऑल. मार्केट साइज क्लाउड का 2025 की प्रेडिक्शन में इट्स गोइंग टू बी $842 बिलियन. IoT की मार्केट उन्होंने बताई, IoT की मार्केट इज़ गोइंग टू बी $1.1 बिलियन बाय 2023. और जो ई कॉमर्स की मार्केट की बात हो रही है, इट्स गोइंग टू बी $16.64 बिलियन बाय 2028. So let's, you know, have a clear commitment. हमने अपने पैनल से एक जो है, सबसे पहले हम क्विकली इंट्रो लेंगे. सर आप सब लोग अगर अपना इंट्रो करा दें जल्दी जल्दी.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My name is Ghulam Hussain Nasir. I'm the Vice President for Telenor Pakistan, looking after B2B business. I am also heading the IoT sales channel, also the enterprise solution. So with Telenor since launch, it's been 17 years with Telenor Pakistan, and before I worked for ICI Paints. Thank you, and happy to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Great जी.
Thank you, Faisal. A very good morning to all of you. I am Bushra, and by profession I am a qualified chartered accountant, and I have my majors in economics as a master's in economics as well. I have experience of more than 14 years in the industry with diversified sectors like banks, pharmas, FMCGs, textiles, healthcare, and NGOs of Pakistan. And for the last 5 years, I have been serving as CFO in various sectors. Currently, I have been the CFO of Lady Dufferin Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sohail Sultan Ali Sawani. I am working in Genix Pharma as the Deputy Director. I am heading supply chain and information technology there. I have 22 years of experience in pharmaceutical, hospitals, and manufacturing concerns. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Zia Saeed Khan, or I am head of distribution and SFE in Martin Dow Limited. I have more experience in a pharmaceutical industry, more or less operational and commercial supply chain. और देखा जाए तो अगर ERP से रिलेवेंस जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है वो मोर देन 3 लाइफ साइकिल्स का है, जो कि मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज के साथ, नोवार्टिस, GSK और मार्टिन डाउ लिमिटेड के साथ. थैंक यू
जी. थैंक यू वेरी मच. मेरा नाम ज़ियाद चौधरी है. मेरा ताल्लुक फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री से है पिछले 16 साल से. मैं बाय प्रोफेशन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हूँ और करंटली आई एम वर्किंग एज CFO एट नोवार्टिस.
ग्रेट जी. और हमारे पास पैनल के लिए जो टाइम था हमने उसको रिड्यूस कर दिया है. हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हम 20-25 मिनट में रैप अप करें. तो देयर इज़ गोइंग टू बी 1 राउंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन, और इस 1 राउंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन के हवाले से हमारा सवाल सारे ही पैनलिस्ट जो यहाँ मौजूद हैं उनसे 2 डायमेंशन में है. एक डायमेंशन में ये है कि जी आपका जो ERP का एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, क्या ERP में चेंजेस हम देखते हैं जो आज से 10 साल पहले के या करंट ERPs हैं वर्सेस जो इस डिस्रप्शन और पोस्ट कोरोना में ERP होने जा रहा है. और दूसरा ये कि ERP के इंटरनल फैक्टर क्या हैं. इंटरनल फैक्टर का मतलब ये है कि जी हमारी रेडीनेस कितनी होती है, हमारे कल्चर का कितना रोल है, हमें नॉलेज कितनी बेहतर चाहिए. हसनैन ने बड़ा अच्छा मुझे वहाँ पे कोट बताया कि जी IT का वर्ड दुनिया से ख़त्म हो गया है, अब टेक का वर्ड शुरू हो गया है. और टेक खाली IT नहीं होता, वो सबको टैग होना पड़ेगा जो है इस हवाले से पूरा करने के लिए. तो इसी सोच के साथ हम चाहेंगे कि सब अपना अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करें ताकि सबके लिए बेनिफिशियल हो. आखिरी में कुछ की पॉइंट्स हम निकालेंगे ताकि जो है थोड़ी सी लर्निंग भी हो और हम आगे भी बढ़ें। जी starting with Hasnan, please.
So thank you, Faisal, and thank you for having me here. So my experience, मैं इसको बताना चाहूँगा मैंने सजाद साहब की और अदर कोलीग्स की डिस्कशन सुनी रिलेटेड टू द ERP एंड वाइडली सब लोगों ने इसको बेहतर तरीके से कवर किया, बट माई ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस जो है मैं आई मोर टच रिलेटेड टू द टेलको पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, व्हाट आर दी हाउ टेलकोज आर सपोर्टिंग कस्टमर्स और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को जब हमारा कांटेक्ट होता है, आई एम श्योर ERP और अदर सॉल्यूशंस आर ऑलरेडी डिप्लॉयड, बट व्हाट वी फील जो द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज इज़ कि हम लोग इसको बेहतर कैसे तरीके से आगे लेके चल सकते हैं, बिकॉज कोविड इट्सेल्फ अ गेम चेंजर फॉर अक्रॉस ग्लोब। सो कोविड में जो चीज़ें आज से 10 साल पहले या 5 साल पहले किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने प्लान की हुई थी, तो वो मेरा ख्याल है इमीडिएटली ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को ट्रांसफॉर्म करना पड़ा विद इन दी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एंड इट्स हैपनिंग, और मेरा ख्याल है इसमें बहुत तेज़ी से काम हो रहा है। नाउ द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज़ इसको अडॉप्ट कैसे किया जा रहा है। मेरा ख्याल है पाकिस्तान इज़ वन ऑफ द कंट्री जहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बहुत तेज़ी से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रही हैं, एंड वी हैव हैड एक्सपीरियंस विद द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, और हम वी आर सीन आवर सेल्फ जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ई-कॉमर्स में अपने आप को ग्रो कर रही हैं, और विद इन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उन्होंने इंटीग्रेशंस की हैं। सो जो सज्जाद बात कर रहे थे बाकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, नाउ मेरा ख्याल है जो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इंडिपेंडेंटली सब कुछ नहीं कर सकती, इज़ नाउ फ्यूचर इज़ पार्टनरशिप्स। सो वी हैव टू कोलैबोरेट विद ईच अदर विद इन दी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज़ जब आप बात करते हैं किसी भी सोल्यूशन को डिप्लॉय करने के लिए, सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट इज़ कि वो जो सोल्यूशन है, द 3 मेजर कैटेगरीज आर इम्पॉर्टेंट, विच इज़ सिंपल, बेटर एंड फास्टर। The product is simple, easy to understand, better is reliability, and faster is robust experience for customers. और जो organizations में जितनी भी change आ रही हैं, why they are changing, why they are deploying such solutions, that is only because of customer consumer demand. It's not possible कि आप खुद से ये चीज़ें कर रहे हैं। And secondly, विद इन जो कस्टमर्स आपके जो होते हैं विद इन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, आपके एम्प्लॉयज़ आर योर कस्टमर्स, सो फिर देन यू आर फेसिंग चैलेंजेस, और उसके बाद करते हैं फॉर एंड फ्यूचर इज़ द मोबाइल हैंडसेट। सो एवरीवन वांट्स टू सी कि जी मोबाइल के ऊपर सारी चीज़ें आ जाएं। सो इमेजिन आज से पहले जब पाकिस्तान में जब मोबाइल सर्विसेज लॉन्च हुई थी, वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट मिनट्स, नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट मिनट्स, मेगाबाइट्स एंड मोमेंट्स। Now the future has changed. The moments is real time में आपको सारी सर्विसेज चाहिए, रियल टाइम में डेटा की बात हो रही है। सो ये चीज़ें कैसे हो सकती हैं जब हम लोग अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में कोलैबोरेशन एंड जो डिप्लॉयमेंट ऑफ द सोल्यूशन है वो इतना बेहतर करें, और उस पे अदर प्रोडक्ट्स, और जो जिस तरह बात हुई है सुबह IoT की, फ्यूचर इज़ IoT इज़ क्लियर, बट फ्यूचर इज़ IoT से आगे की जो चेंजेस आ रही हैं, विच इज़ NB-IoT, नैरो बैंड IoT पे डिस्कशंस होने जा रही हैं। सो फॉर मैं 2-3 चीज़ें ज़रूर इधर शेयर करना चाहूँगा। व्हाट वी आर डूइंग एज टेलेनॉर, we are very much in IoT, and we are one of the leading telco currently in IoT space, because we have a very vast experience, keeping in mind our presence in 13 countries, and all the major countries are in IoT space. Also the enterprise solution, we are supporting government, we are supporting private organization. Recently, from the last 2 years, we had a partnership with Unilever. They had certain challenges जिसको हमने support किया through our IoT, जहाँ पे उनको challenge था कि जो उनके deep freezers हैं वो जो retail से हैं वो गायब हो जाते हैं, and also the chiller monitoring challenge. So we actually fixed this challenge through our IoT sensors. Also जो गवर्नमेंट की बात कर रहे थे, डिजिटाइजेशन की, ऑटोमेशन की, रिसेंटली आपने देखा होगा और काफ़ी ज़्यादा इसकी एडवर्टाइजमेंट हुई है, चीफ मिनिस्टर पंजाब ने रेस्क्यू 1112 को वी कम्प्लीटली डिजिटाइज, हमने उनको ऐप भी डेवलप करके दिया है, उनका जो कॉल सेंटर मैनेजमेंट है उसको क्लाउड पे लेके चले गए हैं। एंड थर्डली अगर आपको इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज चाहिए तो जस्ट आप डायरेक्टली ऐप से कॉल कर सकते हैं एंड ऐप आपको डायरेक्टली कॉल देगी, जो नियरेस्ट एम्बुलेंस है या नियरेस्ट कोई भी जो उनकी जो मोटर बाइक है उस पर कॉल चले जाएगी और राइडर और जो एम्बुलेंस है डायरेक्टली आपकी जो लोकेशन है उस पर जाएगी। और ऊबर और करीम की ऐप की तरह आप देख सकेंगे कि वो कितनी टाइम पे एम्बुलेंस आपके पास पहुँचे। दीज आर दी रियल केसेस जहाँ पे आपको पता चलता है कस्टमर, कंज्यूमर या गवर्नमेंट की डिमांड क्या है। अगर और इट्स ऑल अबाउट, इट्स नॉट ओनली IT। यस, मैं आई वाज शेयरिंग विद यू कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में IT का वर्ड ख़त्म हो गया है, अब टेक्नोलॉजी की बात हो रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी ने सबको लेके चला है। इट्स ऑल अबाउट सबसे पहले इंटरनल चेंज होने की ज़रूरत है रादर देन आप कस्टमर के पास जाएं। कंज्यूमर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या कस्टमर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वो बात की बात है। द फर्स्ट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट इज़ कि हम इंटरनल चेंज लेके आएँ and the simple, better and faster solution for the organizations.
Great जी, thank you very much। और एक myth break होनी चाहिए कि Oracle, SAP, Decibel, they can provide the solution together. Instead of we are sticking to it कि मैंने ये खरीद लिया तो मैं इसके साथ 3 और नहीं खरीद सकता, and I have to get everything from one system. So we move on to Bushra. Please share your views about it.
I would like to answer the question कि what was ERP 10 years ago and what is ERP today. 10 years ago, ERP was used as a data collection and gathering and integration tool and to generate standard reports. But now the role has been evolved very much. It's from data collection to data analytics. And it's not working. I would say that data analytics, it's not a word, it's a world. You can do everything. You can play with the data. Yes, you should know how to play with it. It's important. If you don't want to play, it's just a data for you. With the data analytics, you can do forecasting, you can do budgeting, you can do dashboarding, you can do predictions, and dashboard is something very close to me. It's like you can see the performance of each and every department using a dashboard. It's just a one-pager, it's on front of you, and you can see how was the performance of whether it's supply chain, whether it's procurement, whether it's your marketing department, sales department, finance, HR. So dashboard is fantastic. Right now, people are using this ERP for collaborations, and collaboration is a very important aspect of business these days. Businesses join hands together, they become business partners to have a competitive edge over other businesses, to take a mutual advantage. So ERP is used a very different way. It was used like 10 years ago, and the role of ERP cannot be avoided in the modern world today. Lot of transformations, lot of customization has been done in ERP, and the potential is still to be tapped yet. It's not fully, I think so, utilized or tapped. And second question is the readiness of the organization with the implementation of ERP. It's unfortunately very poor. The ERP implementation is unfortunately left on the CIOs and the CFOs of the hospital, and the rest of the departmental head are just the audiences to see the live streaming or the implementation of the. And here is the issue where the gap between what the business expect and what the ERP is capable of being delivered exists. So the problem lies with the culture, the mindset. The people are tech scary. They don't want change. They don't see ERP as a journey to the excellence, but they see ERP as a journey to their homes. They become job insecure. So in Pakistan, the ERP implementation is more a forceful implementation from the top management rather than a collaborative or a collective efforts. And even on the top, on the BOD level, they think this is just a wish list of the CFOs and CIOs. It's nothing like it. They are also a partner of implementation of the ERP, unfortunately.
Great, very candid feedback. एक पोल क्वेश्चन हम कराएंगे, आप सबसे पूछेंगे, यहाँ पे जितने लोग हैं वो सब यहाँ मौजूद होंगे। 5 चीज़ों को मिनिमम ERP कहा जाता है। वो जो गुलाम साहब ने सुबह बताया कि लोग पेरोल को ERP कहते हैं, वो मैं पिछले 12 साल से बेच रहा हूँ। 2-2.5 लाख पे स्लिप में बना लेता हूँ। लेकिन जो ERP की 5 कैरेक्टरिस्टिक हैं उसमें आप फाइनेंस डाल लें, HR डाल लें, सप्लाई चेन डाल लें, प्रोक्योरमेंट डाल लें, और 5वीं कोई और चीज़ उसके अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेट कर दें। इनको आप ERP कह सकते हैं। मुझे सिर्फ पोल क्वेश्चन आखिरी में चाहिए, या इंक्लूडिंग ऑल वेंडर्स और कस्टमर्स, कितने लोग हैं जिनके पास ये ERP लगा हुआ है क्लाउड पे। बस ये आखिरी में हाथ उठा के बता देना है, ताकि हम सब यहाँ पे वेंडर्स बैठ के ये असेसमेंट कर सकें कि अपॉर्चुनिटी कितनी है इंडस्ट्री में, और इंडस्ट्री ये इवैल्यूएट कर सके कि हमने ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के प्रोजेक्ट्स पे कैसे काम करना है। वील डू इट एट द एंड ऑफ द सेशन। नाउ वी आर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स यू सर, प्लीज़।
वेल फैसल साहब, आपका जो क्वेश्चन है बेसिकली वो मैं जेनेक्स फार्मा की लाइफ स्टोरी से कवर करूँगा। जेनेक्स फार्मा इज माय ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड बेसिकली वी आर द फर्स्ट फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी इन पाकिस्तान जिन्होंने SAP S/4HANA राइस पाकिस्तान में इम्प्लीमेंट किया। एंड थैंक्स टू SAP टीम people convinced us that टाइप की चीज़ें आती थी। द लास्ट ERP विच वी आर फेसिंग बेसिकली अगर मैं बात करूँ तो वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस के लिए था, एंटरप्राइज प्रोसेस के लिए नहीं था। व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द एंटरप्राइज प्रोसेस, it's basically enumerate, you can say material management, supply chain management, quality, operations, distribution, SD, and a lot of function, and we want all these functions to be integrated. These things were evolved in the last 10 years. Secondly, as the human resource are evolving day by day, so human resource needs controls with, you can say, with approval mechanism. So now the ERPs are giving us the controls and approval mechanism, as we listened the morning keynote speaker in which they told us okay, how the system stops before it malfunction. Next, servers, cloud concept is there, no servers, no DRS, no backup, no thing, let the best men do their job. तो वो हमने cloud के ऊपर देख ली। इसके बाद since I am from a pharmaceutical industry, तो pharmaceutical is a very regulated industry. We required audit trail of each and every material. We need किस दिन आया, कौन सी GRN से बना, किस PO से आया, किस customer को हमने कौन सा batch दिया है, किस तरह दिया है। तो this was the eventually the problems which the previous ERPs were not addressed. Now, alhamdulillah, things are there. Our implementing partners were Supernova Solution. I am seeing Hakeem Saab. They also have the first experience with us of implementing SAP Cloud, and thanks to their support, इन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया. Future ERPs की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो I think हमें जब readiness करना चाहिए तो it's very important. First to do your BPR, business process reviews are very important. Complete the BPRs, then do the iterations. Iterations are very important as Genix did. And then keep a big time for UAT, user acceptance test, as our company allocated 45 days for the UAT. Believe me or not, that makes our life easy. We closed last ERP on 28th December, and on 2nd January, we got live for the new ERP. So this is the key lessons which I think I should narrate to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. आज जो मैं डिस्कशन
आप देख रहे होंगे कि एकदम ये क्या हुआ है। हाँ जी, हैरान हो गए ना। अभी 1 मिनट पहले इधर फैसल कमर खड़ा हुआ था, ये मौलवी आ गया गुलाम मुस्तफ़ा, तो फैसल साहब हैड टू कैच अ फ्लाइट, सो आई एम रिप्लेसिंग हिम।
ओके फाइन। मैं जो है लास्ट 10 ईयर्स से अगर देखें तो हमने मोस्टली ERPs इम्प्लीमेंट किए, और हमने ये सोचा कि हम जो 10 ईयर्स यानी जो ERP इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं ये वन टाइम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है और हमारा जो प्रॉब्लम है वो सॉल्व हो जाएगा। असेसमेंट ये की गई कि अगर हम हर ईयर बाय ईयर अपने ERP को वर्सेस बिजनेस नीड जो है वो रीवैल्यूएशन करते रहें तो हमारी बिजनेस नीड्स जो है वो फिक्स होती जाएंगी। इन केस के अगर हम 5 to 10 ईयर्स के बाद अगर हम पीछे देखते हैं तो हमारी बिजनेस जो नीड्स हैं, जो इनोवेशंस हैं, या जो हम न्यू इमर्जिंग मार्केट्स में जो है पेनिट्रेट कर रहे हैं, हमारी बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट चेंज हो चुकी है। हमारा ERP उसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के साथ खड़ा हुआ है जो कि हमने लास्ट 10 ईयर्स बैक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की थी। तो एट द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम अगर हम अपग्रेडेशन नहीं करेंगे ERP में तो बिजनेस नीड्स और ERP की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन डिफरेंट डायरेक्शन में खड़ी होगी। तो या तो ये कि आफ्टर 10 ईयर्स हमें अपना ERP रिप्लेस करना पड़ेगा, अदर दैन दिस, या फिर उसको अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा। एक तो ये, और दूसरी बात ये कि फार्मास्यूटिकल से मैं बिलोंग करता हूँ, तो मैं यहाँ पे एक पॉइंट ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री जो है 650 बिलियन की मार्केट है, और अराउंड 600 फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्रीज़ जो हैं वो ऑल ओवर दी पाकिस्तान काम कर रही हैं, जिसमें मोर देन 300 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स हैं और अराउंड 60,000 मोर देन 60,000 फार्मेसीज़ हैं। जब हम अपनी कमर्शियल सप्लाई चेन की तरफ बात करते हैं तो हमारा इंटरेक्शन होता है डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के साथ एंड मोर ओवर जो है वो फार्मेसीज़ के साथ। तो हमारे पास प्राइमरी सेल्स से पे रिप्लेनिशमेंट और सेल्स होती है, सेकेंडरी लेवल पे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर पे रिप्लेनिशमेंट और सेल्स होती है, इसी तरह से टर्शरी लेवल पे। अगर देखा जाए तो अक्रॉस दी टिल दी एंड टू एंड अगर हम इसको देखें तो बीच में कोई कनेक्शन जो है वो बिल्ड नहीं हो सका सिंस लास्ट 10 ईयर्स में। तो हमारा जो CRM का जो मॉडल है, जो कस्टमर के साथ जो रिलेशनशिप है, इसमें कोई इंटीग्रेशन नहीं है। तो अब हमारे पास जो सेल्स रिपोर्ट्स जनरेट हो रही हैं या हमारी जो रिप्लेनिशमेंट साइकिल जो है वो उसकी प्रिडिक्शन में, उसकी फोरकास्टिंग में डिलेज हैं, जिसकी वजह से एक तो पेशेंट सफ़र करता है एट द एंड ऑफ कस्टमर। अगर देखें पॉइंट ऑफ सेल्स का डेटा नहीं होता, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के लेवल पे क्या सेल हो रहा है उसकी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो आफ्टर 24 आवर्स जो है वो इंडस्ट्री को पता चलती है। तो ये एक चैलेंज है। अगर हमने काफ़ी इस पे काम किया डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ, लेकिन हमें अभी तक जो सॉल्यूशन है वो नहीं मिल सका। तो मैं यहाँ एक ये ओपन एक चैलेंज जो है वो हम फेस कर रहे हैं, नॉट ओनली मार्टिन डाउ लिमिटेड, मैं समझता हूँ कि तमाम फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री, यहाँ से कराची से स्कर्दू तक मैंने ट्रैवल किया है और तमाम कंपनीज जो हैं ये सेम प्रॉब्लम जो है वो फेस कर रही हैं। तो आई वुड सजेस्ट कि अगर इसमें हमारी जो है हेल्प करे ERP से रिलेवेंट जो टेक्निकल लोग हैं, तो हम इसमें बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी देखते हैं।
ये देखें जी, बिजनेस आ गया है सजाद साहब, और जो बकाया बैकस वाले इधर बैठे हुए हैं और जो ERP इम्प्लीमेंटर्स हैं, ये खड़े खड़े बिजनेस दे दिया इन्होंने। मार्टिन डाउ ओपन कह रहा है जी हमारा सोल्यूशन है, हमें प्रॉब्लम है, कोई हमें सोल्यूशन दे दे। सर ये नोवा वाले भी आ गए हैं, अभी उन्होंने एक प्रॉब्लम शेयर किया है ये इन्होंने, तो वो आई होप आप लोगों की टीम सुन चुकी होगी। तो सर वो मेरा यही काम था सर, कनेक्ट कराना, बाकी 10% आप जहन में रखिएगा। जी सर, जय सर।
राइट जी, बहुत शुक्रिया। सो जब भी हम ERP सिस्टम्स का सुनते हैं तो एक मैं कहीं एक जगह पढ़ रहा था कि उनको मिसकंसीव किया जाता है।
सर माइक जरा करीब।
अभी बेहतर है
जी।
अच्छा, मैं ये कह रहा था कि ERP सिस्टम से सुनते हैं तो एक जगह मैं पढ़ रहा था, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि हम उसे मिसकंसीव करते हैं एज कंप्यूटर सिस्टम्स। रादर दीज आर पीपल सिस्टम्स, only supported and driven by or made possible by computer software and hardware. So I think ये बड़ी की है और इसी के अंदर वो सारी बात है जो मैं इधर करना चाह रहा हूँ, जो मैंने अपनी जर्नी में देखा। और ये राशिद साहब सामने बैठे हैं, इनके साथ इन्होंने बहुत सारी SAP की इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस की और पूरी एक जर्नी में हमने जो देखी हैं, ख़ास तौर से कोविड के बाद जो एक चीज़ रियलाइज़ की कि एक तो डेटा इंटेग्रिटी और दूसरा जो आउटपुट है कि वो कितना यूज़र फ्रेंडली चीज़ हो। इस वक्त हमारे दोस्त जो बैठे हैं वो मेरे ख्याल है उसको और कंफर्म करेंगे, तकरीबन 190 मिलियन मोबाइल फ़ोन के यूज़र्स हैं, जिसमें से कोई 110 मिलियन के पास डेटा एक्सेस है इस वक्त। और जिस तेज़ी से ये बढ़ रहा है उतनी तेज़ी से लोगों को इन्फॉर्मेशन एक्सेस भी करनी होगी। और वो आसानी जो है वो जो अब इन सिस्टम्स में एक इंटीग्रेशन के साथ हम देख रहे हैं, ये एक वो चीज़ है जो आगे मैं समझता हूँ कि एक की एलिमेंट होगा कि आउटपुट कैसा है। दूसरी एक चीज़ कि एक्सेसिबिलिटी और स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, कि हम एक मल्टीनेशनल में काम करते हैं, मुख्तलिफ ममालिक में नोवार्टिस एग्जिस्ट करती है। सो सारा डेटाबेस लिंक होना और स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड होना, दैट इज़ समथिंग विच इज़ रियली ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर अस। सो ऑन एन ओवरऑल बेसिस अगर मैं इसको सम अप करूँ, सो एक इंटेग्रिटी, दूसरा स्केलेबिलिटी और जो आउटपुट है, and third जो कि overall standardization. So basically these are the some of the important factors.
Excellent, thank you very much. I would like to request audience, if you have any questions, if you like to ask anything from the honorable panel members. Okay, so हम एक क्वेश्चन सर और पूरे उसमें रन करेंगे, उसके बाद वी आर क्लोजिंग दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन। मैं आप लोगों से अंडरस्टैंड ये करना चाह रहा था, एनीबडी कैन टेक दिस क्वेश्चन, कि आप लोगों का क्या एक क्लियर मैसेज होगा टू ERP सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर्स?
सर जी, मैंने तो जो बात की मेरा मैसेज भी यही होगा कि आप देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह एप्लीकेशंस आपस में एवरीथिंग इज टॉकिंग टू ईच अदर। सो इसी कम्युनिकेशन और इसी इंटेग्रिटी के साथ कि वो सिस्टम इंटेग्रिटी इंश्योर हो और उसके साथ कनेक्टिविटी हो मुख्तलिफ एप्लीकेशंस में इन दी बैकग्राउंड, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और फिर उसका जो आउटपुट है वो कितना यूज़र फ्रेंडली और कितने आसानी से एक्सेस हो सकता है, ऑल्सो कितनी तेज़ी से, कि उसमें लैगिंग नहीं हो और तेज़ी से आप इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सेस कर सकें। सो आई थिंक दैट्स इंपॉर्टेंट।
अच्छा सर, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा गुलाम हसनैन साहब से, आप लोगों ने रिसेंटली आप टेलीनॉर को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, तो टेलीनॉर अभी रिसेंटली क्या बिजनेस ऐप्स के थ्रू क्या हेल्प कर रहा है बिजनेस को टू फर्दर इन्हेंस देयर सेल्स, प्रोडक्टिविटी एंड प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी?
या सो गुलाम, इसमें मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, वी आर ऑफरिंग मल्टीपल सॉल्यूशंस। द चैलेंज वी आर फेसिंग, जब हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जाते हैं तो इंटीग्रेशन आती है। तो नाउ व्हाट वी हैव डन, वी ओपन आवर APIs, सो वी आर ऑफरिंग टू द ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के जहाँ पे मैंने कोलैबोरेशन की बात की है, देन वी कैन इंटीग्रेट विद द अदर प्रोडक्ट्स एज वेल। सो दो अभी ये जो चीज़ है जो मैं फार्मास्यूटिकल के लिए भी है ना, वी हैव ए सोल्यूशन, कंप्लीट सेल्स फोर्स मैनेजमेंट है, वहाँ पे आप इन्वेंट्री भी देख सकते हैं, ट्रैकिंग भी कर सकते हैं। तो इस ऑल सोल्यूशंस आर अवेलेबल नाउ। इवन जो मैं कोविड की बात कर रहा था, आपने देखा होगा कोविड में ई-कॉमर्स को बहुत ज़रूरत हुई। आप लार्ज सेटअप कॉल सेंटर्स नहीं बना सकते। वी लॉन्च्ड ड्यूरिंग कोविड 2 years बैक अ क्लाउड बेस्ड स्मॉल कॉल सेंटर विच इज़ अ वर्चुअल PBX कॉल सेंटर, और उसमें बहुत सी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और इवन फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, फार्मेसीज, जहाँ जहाँ जिनको ऑनलाइन बिजनेसेस में चैलेंज आ रहे थे, उन्होंने वो कॉल सेंटर सेटअप किया। तो इज़ अ स्मार्ट कॉल के नाम से ये सोल्यूशन है, स्मार्ट ऑफिस के नाम से इस इज़ अवेलेबल। एंड इवन एक और चीज़ डिस्कशंस में आ रही थी कि तो डेटा की बात बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है, एंड इन्होंने भी शेयर किया कि ओवरऑल जो कंज्यूमर बेस है, एक हर टेलको की अपनी कस्टमर बेस है। लाइक वी हैव 50 million कस्टमर बेस, जैज़ इज़ अ लार्जर कस्टमर बेस, और इस तरह टेलकोस की अदर कस्टमर बेस है। तो नाउ अब डिजिटल एक्विजिशंस पे काम हो रहा है। सो फेसबुक, लिंक्डइन एंड अदर सोशल मीडियम्स आर एक्चुअली गिविंग अस द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू सेल आवर प्रोडक्ट्स वाया द प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ फेसबुक, लिंक्डइन एंड अदर प्लेटफॉर्म्स। अब जो हमें बिजनेस लीड्स आ रही हैं वो इन प्लेटफॉर्म से आ रही हैं।
सर एक और प्लेटफॉर्म ऐड कर दूं इसमें, टैलेंट बीप।
ओके,
HR लेजेंड्स ने रिसेंटली लॉन्च किया टैलेंट बीप। आई डोंट नो कितने लोगों ने उस पर साइन अप किया है। talentbeep.com इज गोइंग टू बी द फ्यूचर ऑफ Pakistan's LinkedIn, you can say.
So I think is good. So the challenge would be the visibility of that platform. तो वो आपको ज़रूरत होगी कि वो जो platforms हैं वो available हों, visible हों, understandable हों, ताकि हम ये open market है। Future is all about collaboration. Independently मेरा ख्याल है कोई काम नहीं कर सकेगा आगे। इसमें मैंने काफ़ी multiple examples दी हैं। Products are available. It's all about how we can collaborate. Thank you.
जी, माइक शेयर कीजिएगा।
मैं एक बात करना चाह रहा हूँ जो हमने इससे पहले कभी नहीं की डिस्कशन में, वो ERP इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात है। और हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट हुआ नोवार्टस के साथ, वो एक बिल्कुल यूनिक एक्सपीरियंस था। इसके अंदर एक टीम बैठी हुई है जर्मनी में, एक टीम बैठी हुई है चेक रिपब्लिक में, एक टीम बैठी है इंडिया में, एक पाकिस्तान में। ठीक है, एक पाकिस्तान में बैठे हैं, ऐसा ही है इंडिया में भी, हर आदमी 4 अलग अलग जगह पे। सारा प्रोजेक्ट हुआ हमारा, 1.5 साल भर का प्रोजेक्ट हुआ। हमने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन टीम को कभी देखा भी नहीं। मैं जिसको रिपोर्ट करता था चेक रिपब्लिक में, मेरे से शक्ल भी नहीं देखी मैंने उसको। पूरा प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट हुआ ऑन द फोन, ऑन स्काइप, ऑन नेट मीटिंग, जूम पे, और उस पर मीटिंग हुई। पूरा प्रोजेक्ट डिलीवर। सो ये जो कोविड के आने की वजह से एक चेंज ये भी आया है कि अब really we don't have to sit down and talk and you need to no need to be face to face for things to happen, and that is happening because of the IT solutions। ये जो networking के solutions हमारे पास आ गए, net meeting की वजह से आ गए, तो changes implementation अब change हो गया। अब वो ये नहीं है कि हमें बैठकर किसी को समझाना है, सारा फोन पे भी हो सकता है। and Novartis was one example।
नहीं, और उस टाइम के दौरान में फ्लैश फ्लड्स भी आए और भी चीज़ें थीं जिसकी वजह से लोग नहीं भी जमा हो सके एक जगह पे, और फिर भी सारी चीज़ टाइम पे कंप्लीट हुई,
हर चीज़ वक्त पे हुई। बिल्कुल।
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the honorable panel members for sharing their views. I request Mr. Shamuel from SAP Pakistan, if he can please come on stage. And can we have a group photo with all the panel members? Shamuel, if you can please come on stage and join the group photo. ग्रुप फोटो के बाद हम लोग पैनल को जो है सुवेनियर्स हैंड ओवर करेंगे। गुलाम हुसैन साहब, नेक्स्ट बुशरा हनीफ, सुहेल सवानी साहब, आप अगर नाम ले लें मैं थोड़ा
किसको दे दिया हमने? Sorry. Okay. Next is Ziad Chaudhary. Yeah. Now we have Zia Said Khan. That's right. Thank you very much, everyone.
एक शीट सर पे दीजिए। Yes, sir. सर एक आप प्लीज, बल्कि सजाद साहब एक आपसे रिक्वेस्ट, आप आपको एक शील्ड प्रेजेंट कर सकें ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ HR लेजेंड। प्लीज क्लैप फॉर सजाद साहब।
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the second panel discussion of the day. And this will be moderated by Ahmed Server, Head of Application Oracle. And the topic is reasons of ERP projects failure and how to avoid pitfalls. Let me just call upon all the panelists one by one. Saad Kalia, Noorus Samad, Tanveer Salim, Umair Azam, Sara Farooq, Syed Anam Ali. Please come on stage. Ahmed, the stage is all yours. You can lay down the ground rules over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Amna. So, I would like to welcome the audience for the second panel discussion. And we have elite panel with us to give us their thoughts. आज हम थोड़ी सी बात करेंगे ERP की implementation के perspective में, so that we can cover some of very key topics that most of our customers have in the industry. The challenges, the successes. There are few successes, there are failures as well. Both go in hand. I think the key takeaway that we've always had is that from a success, we should learn. They always should be learning and should be improvement from there on onwards. Because no product, in our opinion, at least my opinion, is a product that's meant to fail. They're all meant to be successful. It's just the way we implement, way we choose the product. One of the most important takeaways I've had in my career so far is that if you have to customize any tool, more than 10%, that tool is not right for you. You're buying the wrong technology, probably. So with that, I'll start the conversation with the panel, and I'll have the first question from sir on why do you feel the ERP projects fail?
थैंक यू। अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी। देखिए, जैसे आपने बात की, एक पॉइंट आपने ऑलरेडी टच कर दिया कस्टमाइजेशन का। तो आई थिंक अगर हम ओवरऑल ERP की जर्नी देखें तो इन ऑर्डर टू फॉर ERP प्रोजेक्ट टू बी सक्सेसफुल, इट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट कि जो क्लाइंट है या जो इम्प्लीमेंट करा रहा है अपने पास और जो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग पार्टनर है, बोथ हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर। जनरली एक प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट का इशू होता है। फिर जो दूसरा एक बड़ा चैलेंज है वो ये है कि जो एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम द ERP है वो क्लियरली सेट नहीं होती, एंड इवेंचुअली बाज़ दफ़ा आपको ये चैलेंज आता है कि जिस क्लाइंट पे आप इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर रहे हैं दे फील के वी शुड change the ERP according to our processes rather than implementing the best practices. So that's the biggest challenge उसके अंदर। और होता ये है कि बाज़ दफ़ा एक एटीट्यूड ये भी होता है कि ठीक है इम्प्लीमेंटिंग पार्टनर आ गया कर देगा, इस तरह नहीं होता, आपको मिल के काम करना होता है। तो इन ऑर्डर टू हैव अ सक्सेसफुल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट कि बोथ नीड टू वर्क टुगेदर, स्ट्रॉन्ग प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट हो, रिक्वायरमेंट्स क्या उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन है ERP से वो सेट हों, कस्टमाइजेशन को मिनिमम रखा जाए, और एट ईच क्वालिटी गेट्स, जो क्वालिटी गेट्स हैं जहाँ बिजनेस ब्लूप्रिंट का साइन ऑफ है या FRD का साइन ऑफ है, उस स्टेज पे एक सीरियसनेस हो, ट्रेनिंग के अंदर एक अपना इनपुट दें, UAT के अंदर उसको प्रॉपरली अपने केसेस को टेस्ट करें। क्योंकि अक्सर आपने देखा होगा टीथिंग इश्यूज़ गो लाइव के बाद आते हैं कि हमने कुछ सर्टन केसेस टेस्ट नहीं किए होते। So that then becomes a nightmare for the implementer and the company as well. The teething issues become very prolonged.
Thank you, Satsab. Very pertinent, very to the point. So thank you. I think I'll move to Sarah now. So Sarah, again, same question, but I'll just add some flavor to it because I know you have implemented the ERP successfully.
Yes.
So why projects fails, again, is something that you probably want to talk about. But again, top 3 issues that you believe your organization was able to cater for, to handle by implementing the ERP?
The issues that I would like to share my experience of implementing ERP. I am the ERP lead at Khan University Hospital, and we have successfully implemented ERP. So the principle that we have basically set up for implementing the ERP is that we involve the top management throughout the whole project life cycle, and the business process was modeled, right? It was remodeled to cater the needs. Like if I share my experience, our implementation was done simultaneously in 5 countries. So all the countries have their own set of business practices. But we studied the processes, the users were involved, the process mapping was done, and those processes were then fit into the ERP. Because the beauty of the ERP is that ERP gives you the best practices. So we need to follow those best practices to gain the best out of it. So the business process was remodeled, re-engineered, and fit into to be fit in the ERP solution. And the third thing is that the change management. The change management was very important and for that, what we have done is that we created the champions from the business. So they were basically advocating the system. Like many of the people has talked about the UAT, but what we have done is that we have, before UAT, there was a mock cycle as well, which was led by the champions. And then UAT was done from the business area. So in the end, they were the people, they were telling, the business is telling the end user itself, okay, this is the solution and that you have to do. And related to your next question, that what challenges we have faced, because many people can recognize that if your processes is standardized, then you get the most of the system. You have your data elements available, and then you can use for your dashboard reporting, your AI, and these things all.
Thank you, Sarah. Again, thank you for your feedback based on the lovely implementations that you have. So moving forward, we have Noor Samad Saab, who's the CIO for Thal Limited, and a very pertinent question probably from him would be that what are the general business expectations while moving towards an ERP, and how do we address them?
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Nuru Samad and I am CIO for Thal Limited. Normally, the organization expects from an ERP implementation is, of course, the availability of data, timely availability of data, plus data entry should be entered on the real-time basis, seamless, which never happens. Of course, the question that you asked earlier was, what were the failures? There are some, what you can say, connection in between them. When the organization is not using the ERP successfully or not on the real-time basis, so expectations of the top management cannot be fulfilled. Of course, if it is a manufacturing concern, of course, the organization's major, what you can say, expectation would be the supply chain enablement. Because if the supply chain is not being handled on the real-time basis, then the organization will not be able to fulfill the requirement to the production side. So there should be a seamless integration between the production, the supply chain, and of course, the financials would be the real outcome once the profit and loss and balance sheet comes into play at the month end. So when the ERP goes live, the CEO or the CFO expects that the month-end closing has to be done on real-time basis. Basically, let's say if the closing is performed on the 30th or 31st, then the closing should happen by the 1st, and then the new period should also open. But it never happens. I have seen organizations who are just busy closing their books by till the 15th of every month. Even they have the latest ERPs in place like Oracle, SAP, or Microsoft. But still there is the challenge that they are unable to perform despite of the fact they have the world-class solution available with them. Another expectation that I would say that the organization top management wants is their people to basically bring the change within them. That doesn't happen until unless there is a dedicated change management in place within the organization. And the real expectation or the real return of that particular software will only happen if the change management is in place, because people normally fear when there is a change within the organization, specifically when a new software is being deployed. So people think that they will lose their jobs. So that's the reason.
Again, it's very important what you just touched upon. And I think in one of the keynotes, I also spoke about the mind shift that we need to have, the skill set shift rather, from having the sysadmins, DBAs, moving into becoming analysts, more informative, able to participate more into the business, just doing a rhetorical legacy jobs. So very well put in. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Mr. Umair Azam, CEO for Integration Experts. A couple of tough questions for you, Umair. And I don't think you were expecting easy ones from me. So, considering we have spoken about SaaS, the cloud technology, and we know how much relevant it comes to integration experts as an organization. So, what are the challenges? There are two questions, and I relate them. One is, what are the challenges for data residency? And of course, security along with it. And so once you've adopted a SaaS solution, the second question would be, what are the challenges, opportunities you see moving from one SaaS to another SaaS solution? I think the audience would be very eager to understand that jump as well.
Right. So, Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you. So I've got two questions. So the first one is more about data residency and the security of the application. So primarily, when you talk about data security, so I personally feel that on the cloud, and when you talk about the likes of SAP and Oracle and Microsoft and all the top tier 1 applications in the world that are providing services, and even non-ERP, for example, right? I think the kind of security layer that they put on their systems, because they're being used by very large global conglomerates, I think security can never be a question when it comes to these organizations. I mean, yes, I mean, we know Amazon's gotten hacked, many other, large organizations. So if somebody is hell-bent on being, they have some agendas to break into a certain system. I mean, for that matter, वो तो Pentagon के systems भी, people try to get into, right? So, but when it comes to on-prem versus cloud, I personally feel that the security on the cloud systems is much, much higher, much stronger versus, on an on-prem application. Because uski wajah yahi hai ke the layer of security and the investment, the R&D that goes into those global organizations, the kind of money they're putting into their systems versus having a local system here in or any other country, I think, or any data center locally being managed by the customer itself, I think there is no comparison, honestly. Data residency की जहाँ तक बात है, देखें, so now with the way the market is growing, I know for a fact कि, अगर हम Oracle की बात करते हैं, for example, so Oracle has now come to the Middle East also, they've started to open data centers in emerging markets as well. I think Amazon is looking to come into Pakistan. Microsoft is already joint venturing with PTCL. So I think they're realizing that this market is becoming sizable. And with the passage of time, hopefully, ये जो residency वाला issue है, वो भी थोड़ा सा in country में ये address हो जाएगा in the, in the near future. As far as so security and data residency, I think अब लोगों का थोड़ा सा mind भी खुल, अब आपकी जितनी corporate emails हैं, for example, if you're using Microsoft Office या 365 Office, it's not residing in Pakistan, and वो तो company emails हैं, which are, I think, more critical, right, versus your data of application. So I think people are now opening up. Pakistan में, I mean, Nur Samad साहब बैठे हैं, I'm sure he's very pro-cloud. And so अब I think वो एक mind open हो रहा है लोगों का, acceptability भी आ रही है. Coming back to your second question, which was more on the
moving from a
one SaaS solution to another. Now, I think, देखें, so now I personally feel कि अब जो है ना वो it's more about coexistence. Even if you look at customers, so customers अब coexistence पे ज़्यादा focus कर रहे हैं because something is better in SAP, Oracle does something better than SAP, so अब coexistence की बात हो रही है. So if you look at that, I think already customers are doing that. Even in Pakistan, I mean, you and I go to many customers which are running SAP at the core, but they want to go implement an Oracle system. I mean, we have examples where customers opted for a demand planning system of Oracle, which they found to be better. या लोग SAP पे चले जाते हैं because SAP का कोई system जो है वो is a leader in that space. So I think coexistence already exists करती है country में, and in a country like Pakistan, we see it more now. Customers talk to us about a specific need. तो एक तो वो aspect है. अब अगर आप बात करते हैं where you're actually talking about a migration now, it all depends कि आप अगर तो वो implementation आपकी, अगर ये मेरा personal view है वैसे, कि if you're happy with what you have, you don't need to rock the boat, right? There is no need, right? But yeah, if you see serious challenges in scalability, if you see serious challenges in ROI, if you see serious challenges in getting जो data की बात हो रही थी, क्योंकि सबसे important at the end of the day for any management is how quickly can they access the data, and that too the right data, you see, to make the right decisions, right? So agar at the end of the day ERP system is not giving you what you basically want, तो फिर तो it makes a lot of sense to move from one application to another. और उसके भी जाहिर सी बात है कि उसके repercussions हैं, उसके एक process है. But अगर आप मुझसे personally पूछें, like I said, I would say कि अगर आप, if you're happy with something you have, there's no need to rock the boat. But yeah, if like I said, if you're not happy with your current investment and it's not fetching you the right results, then of course you got to go through that process. उसमें फिर of course data स्पेशली अगर एक SaaS एप्लीकेशन से आप दूसरी SaaS एप्लीकेशन में जा रहे हैं, डेटा माइग्रेशन इज़ गोइंग टू बी द मोस्ट क्रिटिकल, बिकॉज आई थिंक वो सबसे ज़्यादा आपको, क्योंकि प्रोसेस तो शायद डिफाइंड होंगे, मे बी आपको रीअसेस करने पड़े प्रोसेस, लेकिन डेटा माइग्रेशन विल बी द मोस्ट क्रिटिकल, पर्सनली आई फील, यू सी, so that's my view. All right, ji, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Very thought-provoking conversation and some key takeaways, I would say. So moving on, Syed Anal Ali is with us. He looks after the excellence delivery component. And since that's your forte, I would like to ask, considering we've already spoken about a bits of on-prem, a bits about SaaS, I'm sure people would want to understand what are the factors you consider while what are the key factors you consider while selecting an ERP?
Okay, thank you, Ahmed. Well, for the selection, I believe that this topic needs a complete day. We have certain, the material along with us, there are certain studies which have been conducted internationally, and on excellence delivered part, this is our practice since last 6 years, that we do that activity to, for the selection procedures and the mitigation of risk for the failure of ERP. So coming back to the point, the selection, what we have identified is the core 4 areas. Number 1 is product, then the process, then we have vendor selection, and then customer selection. These are 4 areas which we have to look for. Let's take an example for the product. अगर हम प्रोडक्ट की बात कर रहे होते हैं तो कस्टमर एंड पे प्रोडक्ट की सिलेक्शन ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि जो उनके करंट प्रोसेसेस हैं या द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द करंट बिजनेस फुलफिल्स विच प्रोडक्ट एग्जैक्टली. इट कुड बी एनी प्रोडक्ट, SAP, Oracle, or whatever, which is a best fit for their own organization. Then in the product selection they have, प्रोडक्ट की मेच्योरिटी लेवल क्या है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. फिर मल्टीपल लोकल वेंडर्स की अवेलेबिलिटी होना बहुत ज़रूरी होती है प्रोडक्ट सिलेक्शन के वास्ते. I'll just skip through with basics, not go into the depth considering the time. Then the process, that is very important, जिसमें अभी नूर साहब भी बता रहे थे और हमारे बाकी पैनल मेंबर्स भी बता रहे थे. मास्टर है, हमारे टेम्पलेट्स हैं, चेंज मैनेजमेंट है. So the process, the key thing is the methodology. That what we opt, हमारी methodology कौन सी होनी चाहिए. It is not, relevant as an EXD. What we usually does is we follow the Activate. There are multiple project management methodologies. So you have to, customize those methodologies in the discovery or before opting any solution. So methodology is important. Change management is important. कि आपकी leadership की तरफ से आपके तमाम stakeholders की ownership हो. This is one point pertaining to, referring the process area. Then vendor selection, that is again a very key. Vendor की OEM के साथ relationship कितनी होगी, किस तरह की relationship है. There are certain, cadres in the relationship. Plus vendor का trust होना बहुत ज़रूरी है on the customer. It's a two-way relation. Customer and vendor का जो relation है, that is all the points are, it's a two-way communication. So vendor का trust बहुत ज़रूरी है, उसका relationship with the customer बहुत ज़रूरी है. Then आपकी जो team होती है उसकी motivation factors बहुत ज़रूरी हैं. And the major thing is clarity on objectives. That is for vendors, that is very necessary कि जब हम लोग हमारी explore या discovery session जिसको हम बोल रहे होते हैं या selection of product बोल रहे होते हैं, I believe, okay. So that is very important. Then coming to the 4th point is customer. Again, all the things are similar because अगर clarity on objectives vendor की अलग, customer की अलग है, then there is a deadlock. So in all, in a nutshell, these are the key point areas we have to consider for, selection of ERP, as well as these are the areas by which we can mitigate, the failures of ERP. Because I have, other things as well, which I wanted to tell, but unfortunately time duration हमारा ऐसा है, बहुत लंबी चीज़ है. So this is what I have to say.
Absolutely. I mean, this topic, I think, probably needs another conference in itself. But rightly said, I think the pick would be that the end goal has to be in the focus while you're selecting where do you want to go, what kind of future opportunities and the roadmap the organization has. And I think that's what you're trying to cover. So let me circle back and have a question from both of our customers here, Mr. Noor Samad and Faraz. So I'll ask Mr. Noor to have a comment on it. That how easy is it, in your opinion, to maintain and upgrade an on-prem solution? I will go to the service providers later. I just want your perspective on it.
Well, it totally depends on what's the team size do you have.
When he was the
Let's say if
director
you
of
don't
the
have a
FBI
proper team size available, then of course, then totally you will be dependent on the vendor. So if you have the right selected partner available with you who can provide you the best service, then of course you are at ease. Other than that, like if I talk of my organization, we have a very limited IT team. But we try to, what you can say, configure or provide the solution to the organization with our own in-house team. So being the SAP consultant myself, so I also get down and help my team members as well in getting through the business process study and the solution that we have to provide to the organization. So it totally depends. If you have the team available, then you can manage it very easily. If you don't have it, then you are dependent on the vendor. And of course, with the vendor, you should have the ability to judge what kind of technical support the vendor is going to provide, how are their consultants, are they experienced or not, because in most of the cases, the vendors in Pakistan don't have the experience that one desires after spending millions of rupees on the consulting. So that's the biggest challenge, because I have been on the both side, because my 12 years were with Siemens Pakistan, and now again almost 11, 12 years with Thal. So I have seen the both side. So I know what are the facts, what are not.
Thank you, sir. So Sarah, same question coming from your perspective in Aga Khan. I know that Aga Khan was heavily involved in doing it themselves.
Yes.
So what's your take, upgrading, maintaining an on-prem ERP?
Okay. The key for the upgrade is that the minimum or no customizations, because if you have the ERP and you have not customized it, then the upgrade will only have the change management part. The rest of the part will be the same. So if you have a lot of customizations in your ERP, then it will be very difficult to maintain, it will be very difficult to upgrade. But if you have no customizations and you are using the ERP as is, then the upgrade will be only the change management part, which can again led by the business area.
Absolutely, very well said. Vanilla implementations are absolutely the best way to go because of the process standardization, ease of use, ease of implementation. Same question from Satsab, from your perspective, because you will give the other side of the story as well now.
देखिए जो नूर ने बात की ऑब्वियसली इफ़ यू आर इन एग्जिस्टिंग एनवायरनमेंट जहाँ आपके पास ऑलरेडी ऑन प्रेम सोल्यूशन लगा हुआ है तो यू हैव टू हैव द टीम एंड द डेप्थ ऑफ द रिसोर्सेज टू मैनेज इट बट इफ़ यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट अ डिसीजन राइट नाउ whether to go on-prem or cloud, definitely I would prefer cloud. जैसे बात की email की, हम सब email पे चाहे वो 365 हो या Google हो, we're seeing the power of the cloud. I mean, within those emails, the AI or ML built in. So अगर हम देखें तो ERPs में भी अब ये हो गया कि cloud first एक model is being pushed. I know on-premise रहेगा, but cloud की preference is getting more and more. So उस scenario में और considering कि हम जब बात कर रहे हैं कि हम we will remain vanilla more, तो I think it's important that we move to cloud if we are taking the decision today. I mean, it's difficult for one organization जो already एक investment कर चुकी है till the time their servers and these things reach to an end of life or they're going for upgrade, because the data analytics, the BI, जो बाकी emerging tech की चीज़ें हैं, it's much easier to leverage resources in a cloud. And अभी सुबह एक working भी दिखाएगी. I think from cost perspective, the difference is getting narrower in terms of on-prem and cloud. Obviously, it varies from the organization. सिक्योरिटी को बिल्कुल टच अप ऑन कर दिया. आई थिंक एक अनदर सेशन भी है सिक्योरिटी का. तार खींच दे कोई, उसका मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. बट आई थिंक फ्यूचर इज़ क्लाउड. सो माई प्रेफरेंस वुड बी क्लाउड. बट अगर आप ऑन प्रेमिस पे जाते हैं तो ऑब्वियसली देन यू नीड टू कमिट टू नंबर ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, जिसमें DBAs भी हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स भी हैं, सर्टन पावर यूजर्स, एडिशनल आपको कस्टमाइजेशन के लिए कोई SLAs की इम्पोर्टेंस है. सो all those things add up. So it's really a fine line. You need to decide कि आपने cloud पे जाना है on-prem, but my preference would be to move people to on-cloud.
Great. So Umair, quickly, since we feel that there is a sentiment of moving to cloud, what would be the exit strategy for someone who's already using a on-prem solution?
So I think the exit strategy is pretty straightforward. I think with cloud, like Saad mentioned, kar rahe the, you're getting a lot of validation, right? So you're getting mobility, you're getting AI, ML built into the applications. You're getting a lot of collaboration, like for example, in Oracle, we see social collaboration built into the application. So you don't need to refer to emails. आप application के through ही जो है वो users से collaborate कर सकते हैं, attachments share हो सकती हैं. You don't go out of the application environment. So I think on-prem से cloud की exit strategy is really a no-brainer. I think the ROI is very, very clear. Even financially, we work with a lot of customers, and जो एक myth है कि 5 सालों पे cloud महंगा पड़ता है, but if you actually get down to the actual cost, you see that you end up saving at least 30-40% 5 सालों पे या 7 सालों पे आपको clear ROI नज़र आता है. So exit strategy, I think आज, especially with, अगर हम businesses की बात करें, the third generation or the generation Z as they're called, जो अब businesses को take over कर रहे हैं, they're all very pro cloud, they're all very pro mobility, and they want quick access to data. They don't want dependency कि वो IT वाले को phone करें यार मुझे report निकाल के दो, या वो CFO को call करें. They want everything coming to them. To make a decision.
Thank you, Matt. Great. Again, so my parting question from the panel, from Anam, would be, since again, same concept, we know that that's the way we're heading towards, what do you believe still the audience or a customer would have as a challenge? Just one or two top questions. I know security is one. What could be the other one?
Well, for the challenges, there are numerous challenges. But considering the ERP challenges, we say the data residency is the key challenge, which usually have customers sometimes have, I'll go back to the question with respect to on-prem and cloud data, residency, that where they want, sometimes they have those questions. We have been listening the similar question of data, कि आजकल cloud पे हमारा data उधर होगा, insecure होगा, हम यूजुअल बैकअप्स कैसे ले सकते हैं, अगर हमें वापस ऑन प्रेम पे जाना है या हमें डिज़ास्टर रिकवरी के लिए हमें कोई ऑन प्रेम हमारी हार्ड ड्राइव स्टोरेज हमारे पास चाहिए, तो बैकअप बहुत ज़रूरी है. सो दिस इज़ द चैलेंज विच यूजुअली कस्टमर्स फेस स्ट्रेट अवे. एंड आपकी इस वाले क्वेश्चन का तो ये जवाब हो गया. I'll go back to that question again, which have कि जब हम ERP में कौन सी वो 3 चीज़ें हैं या कौन सी वो चीज़ें हैं कि they have to कि उसको हम कैसे mitigate कर सकते हैं, कैसे बेहतर कर सकते हैं. So that is the process part, कि अगर हम on-prem से हम cloud की तरफ जा रहे हैं या उसको upgrade कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, उसके सिर्फ I'll take the lead from them. तो हम मेरे last panelist, third last panelist से कि ऑन प्रेम से जब हम अपग्रेड की बात कर रहे होते हैं, so is it easy or not easy? The only thing which if we have focused on the process part, that the documentation standard, without less customizations during the implementations, and maybe in their IT journey or the ERP journey, they opt for less customizations. But ये possible हो नहीं पाता. Pakistani industry में we have certain processes, we have certain things जो आज तक उसकी अडॉप्टेबिलिटी नहीं हो पा रही है, आई बिलीव वो हो जाएगी, बिकॉज पिछले 12 साल से मैं खुद काम कर रहा हूँ और डायरेक्टली हैंड्स ऑन काम कर रहा हूँ, तो वी हैव सीन मल्टीपल थिंग्स जो रिवैम्प हो गई हैं. द कल्चर हैज़ बीन चेंज्ड, बट स्टिल we have those customizations in place. The better part is to have the documentation strong in their complete ERP journey. If yes, then the upgrade is very easy to do. So just only one thing that the customers or the people or the companies should invest the time prior to opt any of the ERP and any job if they would require to do that.
Great, thank you so much. So I think with that, I believe we have some very substantial takeaways, very thought-provoking discussion, some key takeaways for myself as well to take back and ponder upon, and I'm sure would be for the larger audience as well. Considering we're the only ones between them and the lunch, let's wrap it up, and I'll call Ghulam Mustafa Saab to please take it forward and do the ceremony.
अच्छा सर, एक तो ये कि अभी लंच हमारा एंड पर है.
अच्छा, एंड पे
जी,
हम नहीं हैं बीच में.
हाँ जी, आप लोग बीच में
Very
नहीं
good.
हैं, और लोग भी हैं. आ जाएं जी. सर प्लीज.
Thank you very much, everyone. It was a very fruitful discussion, and I would request you, Ahmed. So you should please stay over here and hand over the token of thanks to our panelists. So, yeah, let's have a group photo first, please. So let's start with Umair Azam. Now we have Nurul Samad. Sarah Farouk, please. Next. Sayyid Anam Ali. Now we have Saad Kalia. And I would like to request you to please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Next keynote. Okay. So for our next keynote, before we start the keynote, I would like to request, अगर 1 मिनट के लिए आप सब लोग खड़े हो जाएं प्लीज. थक चुके होंगे आप लोग बैठ बैठ के. I request all of you, if you can please stand up. और 1 मिनट के लिए हम लोग मैंगो खेल लें. मैंगो, you know, when I say M, A, N, G, ये देख लें अभी तक. चलें जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच. मैं पूरा मैंगो नहीं किया, मैंने कहा ये ना. आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट द नेक्स्ट की नोट स्पीकर मिस्टर हामिद सईद. मेरे उस्ताद भी हैं, मेरे मेंटोर भी हैं. द वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड इमेज कंसल्टेंट, लीडरशिप कंसल्टेंट एंड मैनेजमेंट कंसल्टेंट मिस्टर हामिद सईद. सर प्लीज़ वेलकम. हामिद सर.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hamid Saeed, and I'm an image and wardrobe consultant from New York. And just to give you a small, brief intro, I've been in New York for about 20-some years, and I have helped a lot of professionals how to project the right image. And today, my actually addressing whatever that I'm going to talk about, the influencing and impacting your customers, your target audience. It's not only for technology people, it's also for CIOs, CFOs, whoever they are here. And I want to talk about briefly what are the pillars of influencing and impacting people. Number one is you ought to have expertise in whatever area that you are known for. And the other thing is you have to have communication skills. I mean, you have expertise, you don't have communication skills, forget about it. And then you have to have the, the behavior, the right behavior, empathizing with whoever you are dealing with. And then you have to have some sort of PR and social media presence. I want to share a story with you. This will apply to all these four things that I just mentioned. How I influenced Governor of New York. I had an opportunity to meet with him, and when I met him, the first thing he said to me is, "Are you the dressing guy?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he goes, "I've been wearing suits all my life. Suit, shirt, tie. What is so special that you can tell me?" I knew it was a very, very loaded question. So I had to have expertise, which I did. So the first thing, what you just told you, I shared with you is the four pillars. So I used my expertise and I said, "Sir," I said, "I have developed 5 P's of dressing." He said, 5 P's of dressing, what is that? And I said, well, first P is pigmentation. And I started talking about color and all that, the how color, eye color, hair color, skin tone, how it applies to you. So anyway, he got involved, he got engaged. And then he said to me, he said, "Fascinating, fascinating, fascinating." And then he murmured something. This again, the communication skills comes in. So he murmured something, he said, "But this is not what they tell me." I said, "Sir, I know what they tell you." Because I was talking more specifically about his coloration, eye color, hair color, skin tone, and what looks good on him. And he said that this is not what they tell me. So I said, "Sir, I know what they tell you." And he said, "Are you a fortune teller too?" I said, "No, I'm not, sir, but I can take a guess." He was talking about those designers that dress him. So he said, I said, all they talk about is what's in and what's out. What's in fashion, what's not in fashion, what color is good, what color is not good in that fashion or trend, whatever is happening at that time. So he said, "You are absolutely right." So again, the communication skills are very, very important when you are, here we have vendors, ERP vendors, then we have consultants, and then we have people who help them integrate all that. So once you are in front of your customer, you have to know your expertise, but more importantly, know how to communicate. So anyway, I was able to convince him, and he said, "Okay, make me a suit." And, I was able to make a suit, shirt, tie for him. And, when I delivered, he said, right on the money, and he loved it. And that gave me a big break in the United States of America. The main thing is nonverbal communication. What's nonverbal communication? Nonverbal communication is that 93%, by the way, your communication is nonverbal communication. And it's the first thing, as soon as you enter into a room full of people, before you utter a single word out of your mouth, guess what? You have spoken everything about you, everything about you. What are the things that, some of the things that, you talk about before you say a single word out of your mouth? Number one is social class. You are telling the other people what social class do you belong to. It's not important where do you belong to. You're from affluent, you're from middle class, you're from low middle class, whatever you are. But if you look well-groomed, I tell you something, you will have a easy sailing, no question asked. But if you don't look well-groomed, let me tell you this, there are a lot of questions. You're opening a can of worm about yourself. Then is level of success. Again, non-verbally, before you open say a single word out of your mouth. Actually, Brian Tracy says this, that you make your first impression in the first 1/10 of a second. 1/10 of a second, think about this. It's just a glance. You take a glance at a person, and you think about all these things, where he belongs from, level of success, how successful you are, how successful you look. You may be very successful, but if you don't look successful, let me tell you this, it's going to be very, very hard battle ahead of you. And if you don't look successful, what do you look? You look probably unsuccessful. So how far can you go with that kind of image? Level of confidence is extremely important. Do you look confident? Again, we're talking about non-verbally here. If you don't look confident, what do you look? You look like you are kind of not sure about yourself. You're not, you're nervous about yourself and all that. And education, you have education, you must look like have you an education. Financial status, I tell you this, you may not have a penny in your pocket, but don't show it. Do not show it. If you look poor, let me tell you this, how the world is going to treat you. It's going to dismiss you. You may have the greatest idea about whatever you're selling, idea, concept, product, whatever, but they're not going to pay attention to you. And then is authority. Without authority, forget about it. If you don't look like you have authority on the subject, and you actually are showing authority, I mean, it's not saying, oh, I'm the boss, this and that, but your look is like that you have authority, then let me tell you this, again, it's going to be easy road for you. And then the last thing is status and stature. All these things you do not say. You do not say, I have an authority. You do not say, I'm a successful guy. You do not say that I'm a confident guy. Let me tell you this. You say it all with your appearance, with how you look, with your ambience, with your persona, with your personality, the whole 9 yards. So it's not who you are. This is the bottom line. It's not who you are, but how you are perceived by your target audience. That's the main story here. And then next, move to the next. What are the subliminal messages of, I'm not going to say IT professional because I'm corrected here, it's technology professional, or it could be the CIO, it could be the CFO, it could be anybody. What are your subliminal message you have to give through your attire? Number 1, trustworthy. Number 2, credible. If you don't look trustworthy and credible, forget about that. I mean, the game is over. I mean, who's going to do business with you? Who's going to buy from you? Who's going to listen to your idea, concept, and all that? And then, obviously, authority, power, you got to show that. They should not take you like you're weak. They should not take you like you have no presence and you are insignificant. But at the same time, you must look also approachable. It's not that, 3-piece suit with a tie pin, pocket square, and whole 9 yards. You got to also look approachable. And then you have to look highly successful. Again, if you don't look successful, they're not going to treat you as such. And the last things are refined and polished. You must look refined and polished. The next one. These are the subliminal messages of. Now, how do you, I don't have 8 hours here to give a full presentation, but let's talk about trustworthy and credible. How can you look trustworthy and credible with what you wear? I tell you this, the best thing is the white shirt. The white shirt. White shirt means trustworthy. White shirt means credible. White shirt means pure. White shirt means honest. White shirt means refined. White shirt means polished. White also represent symbol of peace. और हमारे नबी पाक सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का भी most favorite color क्या था? White. So you could never go wrong with that. So that's how you establish trustworthy and credibility. I'm a manufacturer also. I have probably more than 200 shirts in my closet. But let me tell you this, every day I wear my white shirt. I wear my white shirt. So white shirt is your best friend, I would say. Next. Can we run this video? That'd be great.
I was just dreaming about Robert Mueller. You might have heard of him. He's currently leading the investigation into this guy's Russian connections. He's the only man that Donald is currently really afraid of. Also, he's a war hero, wounded and decorated in Vietnam. He was the director of the FBI for 12 years. And he's famous for one more thing. He only ever wears white. white shirts. I mean, always. No exception. None. At all. When he was the FBI, these people I think it's because in the movies, the good guy is always wearing white. I salute him. You can't go through life without ever wearing a purple tie or a silk pocket square or golden cufflinks. But you can never live a decent life without the white shirt. A white shirt is like an empty canvas. It's there for you, like an old friend. It's like freshly fallen snow or white marble, pure, simple. It has the ultimate clarity, especially for those of you who are just beginning to dress properly. Start at the bottom. The white shirt, the basic building block. It cannot ever be the wrong choice. Put one on in the morning, and you've got 50% of your outfit sorted. The rest just falls into place. Why not take a leaf out of Robert Muller's book and let the color of angels do the talking?
Now, who wears white shirt? Let me tell you this. The most powerful men in the world, they wear white shirt. Who are those? They are G7 presidents. It's Putin, it's Biden, and you can look it up and Google it up for the last 10 years. Take all their pictures. You will see invariably they're wearing white shirt. Now, this is not a club. This is not like Putin calls Biden, hey, you know, tomorrow's meeting, what are you going to wear? And he says, oh, I'm going to be wearing white shirt. Oh, you're wearing white shirt? I will also be wearing white shirt. That's not how it works. So at the right at the top, and invariably, you know, I mean, they have all the help, image consultants and whatnot, and they are wearing white shirts, so what's our excuse not to wear it? How can I help you? I can transform your employees into company ambassadors. If you allow me to come there, I do the training, I do the workshops. I mean, this is like just a small, intro that I was able to present it to you, but it's a whole science to it. I can also transform you as a leader, because how to communicate, how to get that, how to impact and influence people. Your personality comes first. Before you say a single word, you have said everything about you. I can also design your strategic wardrobe. Next. The greatest influencer in the history of Pakistan, our Qaid. The dressing that he carried, the way he wore, the way he carried himself, that was just, it's never been seen after that. And I tell you this, he was the most well-dressed man in his era. Even all the viceroys, their wives, when he will visit, they wanted to meet with him because of his dressing and all that. Plus, he had the communication skills. I mean, his communication was just impeccable. And then, obviously, he had empathy. You know, he knew how to deal with the behavior and all that. And the last thing is that he had a good PR about himself and all this. So the question I want to leave you is with this. By the way, I want to tell you a little story. It's a pretty sad story. When he was in his deathbed, only 3 days away from dying, he was asked to attend a meeting. Actually, when I read this story, it brought tears into my eyes, and probably I think it's going to also leave you kind of sad. So he was asked that, sir, would you please attend a meeting? And we know that you are in this shape. You don't have to change your clothes. Please come and just in this, we know that you cannot do that. So he thought for a second. He said, I will attend the meeting, but I will change my clothes. So he put all his energies together, this on his dying bed, all his energies together, and he got up, he changed, and then he attended the meeting. So my question to you is this, or to us is this, what's our excuse? So every morning we have to ask ourselves, what image do I project? Stand in front of the mirror. Mirror cannot lie. Don't ask your spouse, do not ask your friends, do not ask anybody, how do you look? Ask the mirror. Mirror will tell you, what image do I project? And what's the image I want to project? This is another question that we should ask every single day. And then what am I silently communicating? What am I silently communicating? What am I saying? What am I conveying? Am I conveying those messages we just went through? Do I look successful? Do I look confident? Do I look trustworthy? Do I look credible? Do I look, I am educated? Do I look that status, stature, whatever they are, if I'm a C-level guy? And then how can I improve? Next. So I will stop here. And this is thought for the food for the thought, I hope. Now I will take any questions. I mean, I know this topic is a very, very deep topic, but any question on dressing, I would definitely entertain it. Any question on dressing? So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I wish you the success, whatever you do, whatever your profession position is, I wish you success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Just give me a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I would like to call Rashid Hakim, CEO Supernova, to hand over token of thanks to our speaker. For Mr. Hamid Saeed, CEO, HSIC. Thank you very much, Hamid. Thank you. Okay, so we will be moving to the third panel discussion of the day. Topic is post-COVID ERP operational and security challenges. Syed Abdul Qadir will be moderating it. He's the Executive Director of AF Ferguson & Co. Please come on stage. Now I would like to call upon the panelists, Hussain Ali, Zainab Hamid, Muzammil Jamil, Asma Zishan, Mehzad Sahar. Please come on stage. Syed Abdul. So the stage is all yours. Thank you.
I think we can close this session in 10 minutes because nobody is listening to us. So, किसी ने कहा था ना कि if you are too busy to laugh, then it is sure that you are too busy. So I think सब मुस्कुरा लें थोड़ा सा, हंसे नहीं तो. Thank you very much, everyone. We have discussed a lot, and thank you very much, obviously, Ghulam Mustafa and HR Legends team, for giving us the opportunity to talk on a very critical topic. Full day, we have discussed about digital transformation of business through ERP and all stuff. And now Hamid bhai ne हमें human transformation या personal transformation के बारे में बता दिया. अब on the contrary, बिल्कुल flip side के ऊपर discuss करना है इस वक्त, which is post-COVID digital transformation, operational and security challenges, whether it is related to ERP, whether it is related to any transformation which you are utilizing. So we have discussed that pandemic has accelerated this shift for all industry and sectors. Just like we have the new ways of working become normal, और वो कहते हैं ना कि हमारी टीम्स जो हैं उनको सही ड्रेसिंग कराना भी बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है. एंड ऑब्वियसली वी हैव डिस्कस विद राशिद भाई अभी कि फॉर रिमोट एक्सेस फैसिलिटीज़ I think the personal gesture, personal communication has been breached. Unfortunately, even get-ups has been breached. इसके ऊपर काम करना है. People are now more extensively using ERPs and digital transformation, like we have discussed whole day regarding cloud computing, regarding AI, machine learning, and even for RPA that somebody has discussed. But the more we are going digital, the more we are becoming tech-oriented, the more we are vulnerable or prone to the cyber attack. वो एक कहते हैं ना, cyber attack is just like कि दामन पे कोई छीट, ना खंजर पे कोई दाग, तुम कत्ल करे हो कि करामात करे हो. So, keeping in this mind, I would now request my each fellow panelist, esteemed members, to take 2 to 3 minutes in expressing your views regarding the post-COVID evolution, which in the terms of its flip side, which is security, which benefit, its privacy challenges being faced today by the organizations and by the every startup. So I would start from Hussain Bhai, which is President ISACA currently and IT Audit Head of Leading Bank of Pakistan, Habib Bank Limited. Hussain Bhai, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Abdul Qadir. So you asked a very, very important question, and I think a lot of people have views on this. Without a doubt, the coming of the pandemic enabled the acceleration for digitalization. And the way we see the companies that came up, we've seen all of those retail chains that were there operating from brick and mortar stores, they've moved online. And they made that switch very, very quickly. I won't take names, but we know all of them. We are using all of them. And together with that, those who joined the bandwagon were the new startups. And these were very small startups selling food, selling clothes, selling groceries, selling all sorts of stuff. And they all came online. And it has been a boon for Pakistan because, alhamdulillah, we did not face those negative consequences. One side, the government's reaction was brilliant in that they imposed the lockdown. The reaction from the regulators was amazing. And, from the banking perspective, I must acknowledge with great gratitude the respect that the State Bank, the approach that this regulator took, that they enforced and they facilitated and they enabled and they brought in place those risk management measures which enabled security to be maintained as well. One of the biggest challenges was not that people were not aware. We were all seeing what was happening. In fact, for my own team, in February we had bought the masks for my own team. That because February of 2020, because we were seeing what was happening in China and coming on to Singapore, it is a ripple effect that would flow through. But beyond that, it was also preparing for that eventual lockdown. So we were already preparing plans of working 2 days a week, 3 days a week, and the full week from home. So those things were planned. The bigger challenge was security. Now, for the larger organizations, the better organizations, more well-managed organizations, they address this properly. For the smaller ones, or for those that had not put this focus on it, they went ahead, they enabled VPN without putting in, remote access, without putting in proper security measures and all of it. And that is where we need to really think. We need to think not only as organizations, we need to think as a nation. Because we've seen what happened with our neighbors, how the name became bad. We saw what happened with even New York, what was happening over there, how it was maligned across the globe. And there are so many such instances. So our responsibility is not only towards our organization, it's also towards the nation. But alhamdulillah, we are on this journey. We've seen some very good, examples. We've seen some some of those impacts that we thought it would never happen to us because we are below the radar. Pakistan is too small, not important enough, not at all. In the cyber world, everyone is equal. I'll just pass on to, thank you very much.
I think Zainab, please elaborate.
So thank you, Abdul Qadir. Industry specific, then let me focus on education here. I'm doing an EdTech, and I think one advantage that this industry got was the acceleration, as Hussain said. But we're as weak as the weakest link. And education level पे जो consumer है, वो पहले technology use कर रहा था at homes for personal. Now it's become not only personal, right? It's connecting to networks into schools. I'm sure everybody has heard of initially how Zoom was being intruded with. Then Zoom went in and did some added controls of password, enabling waiting rooms and all of that. So it was very important that education kept going on despite the pandemic. And I don't like the word post-pandemic. I'm looking at it as a new normal. As we speak today, if anybody is aware, right now China, Hong Kong, and Singapore, if you talk to anyone there, I don't know if media is covering this, but it is not a good situation there right now. So it is going to come revolving. It is a new normal. And from an education field point of view, I think it's the awareness that we need to work on, because everybody took technology as too casually to use as a personal thing. It's no longer personal. So that's what we need to understand.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum everyone. As you said, post-pandemic impact of this digital transformation, it happened at a very fast pace than we expected in the country, in the organizations, and the digital strategies are the top strategy for many of the organizations these days. One thing which is important and which is still lacking in the organization is the information security part, is the investment part which is required as we move along to the digital side. So what are the ROIs? The ROI on cyber security and the security products is a very hot topic these days in the organizations. And there the challenge comes where security professionals struggle to convince the board, to convince the CFOs and the management that yes, there is a strategy that we all have to go digital, our processes have to go online. But what is the price we are paying to secure these data and these informations which is residing in our databases? If we talk about what could be the potential cost for which can be the ROI for these products, that would be one. It could be an opportunity cost for any potential loss through any attack like ransomware, which organizations can prevent. It could be regulatory fines which can be prevented and can contribute in the bottom line for the organization, and which can make a business sense for the CFOs and other business heads in the organization. It could also, the security breaches can also lead towards a cost of brand image loss, consumer loss, customer loss, market share loss, and ultimately the share price loss. So these all are the financial terms which I believe needs more focus. And now these security threats, these attacks, these problems need to be presented as a business problem by the security professionals. So I believe as we go digital, these things, these security investments in the organizations require much more importance for everyone who is planning to go digital. Thank you.
Very good. और मैं सिर्फ ये ऐड कर लूँ कि I think we know कि राशिद साहब ने भी explain किया था कि टेक्नोलॉजी एंड एवरी इन्वेस्टमेंट की ROI निकल आती है, तो इसीलिए असमा ने बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया कि we cannot calculate the exact ROI of the cyber security investment or even the physical security investment. We can calculate the VOI of our investment. As a nation, we are actually reactive. तो हम ये देखते हैं कि यार ये कुछ इंसिडेंट होगा तो उसके बाद क्या असर होगा. ये देखें कि इस सिक्योरिटी की वजह से कौन से इंसिडेंट से हम इम्पैक्ट बचा सकते हैं, वरना रिएक्टिव अप्रोच में मैं सिर्फ आगे अगले सवाल में असमा आपसे ज़रूर करूँगा कि थोड़ा सा हाईलाइट करिएगा कि जब बीओडी एंड टॉप मैनेजमेंट का क्या क्या रोल है, क्योंकि इसमें कहा जाता है कि वो एक है ना कि मेरे कत्ल के बाद उसने जफ़ा से तौबा है इस ज़ौदे पेशमा का पेशमान होना, तो हम लोग हमेशा ही बाद में होते हैं। तो मुजम्मिल भाई प्लीज़ आप थोड़ा सा और एक्सप्लेन करें इसके बाद।
Assalamu alaikum. As the topic is there, the post-COVID challenges to the ERP running environment and information security. So the first thing which was exposed, that was work from home, the first time well-known term to the Pakistani market, to the nation. So as the new term is introduced, the data is the money, so the money has always needs the protection. So the to manage the workforce remotely, the offshore, that was a major challenge in that area. And the second was that the awareness of the technology, the secure technologies. Like I think there would be a number of organizations which are providing services that would be certified ISO 007 19. People don't know the international data protection principles. Even the good organization, good share into the market, they don't know about the Hong Kong data protection principles, and the like Isaka well briefed that the hexa dimensions metrics for the organizational operations. So that was the major challenge. The awareness was not there, and it was like Asma said, it was sudden. It was so it was exposed so suddenly that was nobody was ready to take care of that. So again, suggestion and opinion would be there that the need of the education into the area and the investment as well. Education not onto the consumer level, onto the end user level, but onto the top management with reference to the investment portfolio, which is very low, especially if we go with the SMEs and the low level organization having the number of few employees, but they have to work like they expose themselves. COVID make them compulsion that to work from home, you're coming online, and the e-commerce was there, everything, everywhere, your data was involved, and then there is the term data use, so it's always need a protection. So thanks from my side.
चलें, गुड, वेरी गुड पॉइंट. एंड अगेन अब हम थोड़ा सा डीप डाउन जाते हैं. हाफ ऑफ द वर्ल्ड पॉपुलेशन आर ऑनलाइन टुडे, 2/3 आर कनेक्टेड थ्रू मोबाइल. In 2025, I think billions of systems and technology has been interconnected with oneself. Today's topic, ERP are becoming more and more complex and obviously are interconnected with global digital platforms. But on the flip side, as I stated earlier, that this is the era where hunters are being hunted. ये जितने भी शिकारी हैं ना, ये खुद भी शिकार हो जाते हैं, चाहे वो FireEye हो, चाहे वो दुनिया के जितने सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइडर्स हैं. और अनफॉर्चुनेटली फॉर फिजिकल सिक्योरिटी इस वक्त वी कैन सी द जोग्राफिकल सिचुएशन. सो एक वन सिचुएशन इज़ ऑल्सो हेयर. वो एक होता ना, एक ज़माने में बिग रिसेशन का टाइम था. सो दिस ईयर इज़ द बिग रेजिग्नेशन टाइम एक्चुअली. और वी हैव सीन के रोज़ाना कोई 2-4 रिज़ाइंस आ रहे होते हैं हम लोगों के पास, हमारी टीम्स के पास से. तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली हुसैन भाई, हाउ कैन वी टैकल द cyber security skills shortage in Pakistan, especially can we fix this by any automation, by automated tools, by any managed services, by any outsourcing or this? And I would like your view into both the perspectives, being a president of ISACA and being a HBL IT audit head. Please.
Thank you very much. ये वो जो होता है ना गुगली क्वेश्चन, ये उस तरह का है. So I love the question. So let me come at it directly. Where we are talking of shortages and what is the quantum? Let's look at that. 2016, ISACA and everyone was predicting a 1 million shortage of skilled resources for cybersecurity. 2021, it was 3.5 million. Guess where? We can see the trend, but where is it going to? And it's expected that in a few years, it will be 8 million. Where are those people going to come from? So, एक तो वैसे ही shortage, मगर उसको मज़ीद जो problem को heighten करता है for Pakistan is that the direction is outwards. We've seen a number of good people, skilled people who have moved from here. And that's going to continue. You know, from Middle East, they go to Europe and North America. From here, they go to the Middle East. And that will go on. So we've been working in skills development with a number of organizations. ISACA, with Institute of Bankers, Pakistan, we established a certified cybersecurity professional program covering something like 18 sessions and full day sessions. And this was with support, sponsorship from Parvaz and HBL. The first cohort has been completed. We are now planning for a second one. In addition to that, there are a number of other organizations which are also working in developing these resources. But we need to do much more. We are seeing all of the universities now waking up. And they are starting to work in this area. They're putting in place master's level, graduate level, undergraduate programs. That's very much required. But what else is also, because this is not going to be fixed in the short term. What we need to look at it is as an opportunity. And ISACA has been working since 2017. We've spoken about She Leads Tech. It was not just women in technology, coming into technology, because they were already there. We had women as development managers and all of that. But getting to the leading positions, and that's where Zainab and I have been working also in the Pakistan space. I'm just going to go into a certain direction. Women are often faced with the challenge of continuing work after marriage because, you know, family is there. They cannot go to the organization to work over there. Here is the opportunity now to work from home. And they have all of the natural skill sets to be abilities to be brilliant in terms of for cybersecurity analysts and all of that. I'll just add something else. We need to now rethink the whole setup. Having the whole security team within the organization is a challenge. You can't have enough resources. And where is the reliability that they will remain? The tools are required. Make it also a very... Apologies for that. That also makes it a very expensive proposition. Can all organizations afford it? You know, it's a question. So the need for managed services, managed defense, those things are coming up. And that's where, you know, third-party services can come up. Cloud, there's much more acceptability around it. ISACA also has launched 2 new certifications, or rather, a combination of 9 certifications that are stackable. So one is computing fundamentals, and the other is certification in emerging technologies. And so there are opportunities all around. We need to look at that, and then we need to think in terms of filling that
Very
gap.
good explanation. और I think आपसे strategy लेनी पड़ेगी for succession planning of the resources. But anyways, Zainab, can you further elaborate, because you have been involved in the transformation of multiple like Anglo Foods and GSK for the ERP transformation. So what do you think the role of the governance and top management in implementation for the post-implementation, after the post-implementation of the ERP, for the success of ERP? But please elaborate in the terms of security or controls perspective, not as a deliverable purpose or not as the ERP transformation. Please.
So Kadir, if you allow me, I just want to add 2 points to Hussein's point of resources. We have a She Leads Tech initiative. Then last year we launched a Pakistan affiliate of Women in Cybersecurity. That is a global network that helps give opportunities of scholarship, mentorship to females, and it is at a global level where they can network with global experts of cybersecurity. So all females over here, I would invite you to join that. And this year we have a very good discount also. So please reach out and become members to avail the benefits of such a global organizations.
तो ख़वातीन के लिए तो आज पैसे पूरे हो गए यहाँ आने के.
हाँ.
ठीक है.
तो It's not limited to women, but it's more focused on women. Yes, तो आप भी join कर लें कादिर. ठीक है. और दूसरा point जो मैं raise करना चाहती हूँ on cyber security careers. I was recently, when we started this, a lot of people started asking me, हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं? And I did a little bit of research, and I wrote a blog. And then when I compiled it, I realized there are 50 odd positions from different skill sets that are required or different fields that are required. Lawyers भी चाहिए cyber security में, हमें hackers, ethical hacking के लोग भी चाहिए, हमें technical भी चाहिए, हमें governance भी चाहिए, हमें managers भी चाहिए, software. So don't think of it as it is not a limiting field, it's a very broad field. And the world is bringing in people like veterans and others into these careers. So that's another way we can augment our skill set force or cybersecurity force. Now coming to my question, very quickly, during implementation, the security pieces are the 3 points that I would raise, करने को तो बहुत कुछ होता है, but from a security point of view, I think somebody earlier also mentioned in the panel, do not touch the code till you have to. That could cause security loopholes which you would not know. If it's a pre-established, well-tested ERP, try to find ways around it. Secondly, when you're doing implementation, during implementation, make sure you're creating the right roles and the right accesses, because that's when you have the time to do it. Once you're in use of the ERP, that's when the wrong roles come and haunt you, and that's when you're giving the wrong access to the wrong person. And thirdly, sometimes when we're doing ERP implementations, we kind of don't give as much importance to where we're hosting it, how securely we're hosting it. So those are the three points from during implementation. Post ke, I think I'll just raise 2 points. Post mein, you have to have a very, very strong data governance structure and access control structure. If you have these two in place, I'm not saying you will be foolproof. Nothing is foolproof in cybersecurity, but you are minimizing your risk and you are able to get a return on a cybersecurity piece of your investment.
Good point. And I think she has highlighted a very good point, because in the transformation, we have been engaged with multiple cybersecurity assessment for many banks, financial institutions and big companies. जो सबसे बड़ा फुकदान होता है वो सिक्योर इंजीनियरिंग प्रैक्टिसेस का होता है, सिक्योर कोडिंग प्रैक्टिसेस का होता है. ERP इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो या डिजिटल का कोई सॉल्यूशन हो, सबसे बड़ा जो है वो आर्किटेक्चर मिस्टेक होता है. और उस विच इज़ द बिग, वो कहते हैं ना कि एवरी सिंगल लाइन ऑफ कोड इज़ गिल्टी अनलेस एंड अनटिल प्रूव एज इनोसेंट. इस चीज़ की मेथोडोलॉजी के मुताबिक हमेशा चेंज रिक्वेस्ट को प्रोमोट टू द प्रोडक्शन करना चाहिए. ये सबसे बड़ा फुकदान है कि हमें जल्दी की वजह से ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, बिकॉज ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इज़ द हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी एंड द सिक्योरिटी इज़ द सेकेंडरी प्रायोरिटी यूजुअली. तो इसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम आती है. एंड आई ऑल्सो टोल्ड दैट वी आर रिएक्टिव नेशन. तो इसी चीज़ को कंटिन्यू करते हुए थोड़ी सी एक रिक्वेस्ट है असमा से, जो एलिब्रेट करें अपने एक्सपीरियंस से और थोड़ा सा कि what is because the weakest link in the cyber security chain is we being as a human. So organization means top management are creating the culture of security awareness for their organization or not, and how can we enforce this culture from top to bottom?
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank you, Zainab. I'm so glad to see so many women in this room, and she is contributing a lot along with you, Saab, bringing more women in this cybersecurity domain, which is very, very important. Now, coming back to the question that how the security awareness is in line with the management strategy. So, as I said earlier, that this digital transformation came up very quickly and everybody adopted that change very quickly. And now organizations know the need of going digital and transforming their business processes. One thing which is still missing at the top layer level is the cybersecurity strategy or the information security strategy, and that should be even on the top of the digital strategy. Because once you plan to go online, once you plan to expand your business processes, and you are going to expose your data. So one thing which is most critical for the management is to know
which data is critical, what are their critical assets in terms of data. I work for telecommunication industry. I'm from Telenor. I'm heading their technology operations. So if I talk about this industry, telco industry is very prone and is very favorite for the hackers for these attacks because of the criticality of the database we have. Like we have millions of customers' data, their ID cards, their credit card information, and all that data that can be useful and that can be by the hackers and manipulated in many ways, and that can have bigger financial impacts as well. So the one thing which needs to be done as the first step is creating that awareness at the top management level that yes, we all need to agree at a top level first that what data is critical for us. And do we need to invest to save that data? What is the implication and if that data is breached? And is that breach a business problem or a technical problem? So that is a bigger question at that level. And then it comes the role of our the information security professionals to make the management and the board again understand that how we can translate these attacks and problems into business problem, that how it can lead towards different financial implications in the organization. So yes, it is very important, but it is not up to that level right now. And that's a long journey, I believe. We are adopting this change of digital transformation, but we need to go digital with security. That is more important. So going only digital would not help because it would not be sustainable in the long run. So that awareness needs to be created first at the top level, and then it will be trickled down to the management and lower level. Then everybody needs to behave in a secure manner in the organization.
And I think through this methodology, obviously, we can inculcate the total culture of the cybersecurity, and everybody will know that it is the prime importance for everyone. Muzammil, थोड़ा सा सारे vendors को नाराज करने वाला question कर रहा हूँ, because we have seen in 2 to 3 years too many heights. I think there are 15 to 16 heights in the world related to the cybersecurity attack, which are only due to the access provided to the vendors, wrong access or the old access, allowed access, and due to that factor, the parent company got the overall breach. So how can you secure, how can you build the security controls for the vendor? What are your recommendations? Because you are now the part of the advisor or security consultant as well. So please advise on this.
So let me add one thing. I will announce proudly that I'm leading the FAIR Consulting Group, an Australian international, which has first time developed its delivery center into the Pakistan. That is proud for us as a nation and as a ERP era as well. So you can say a delivery center delivering the international offshore projects. It's like a Brinks van taking the whole money from the bank and deliver it to the end destination with a full secure protocol. Yeah, I have seen a lot of things happen in especially post-COVID when everything was exposed to the internet and everything was exposed to the remote access as well. There are two checks if we are on premises or onto the cloud, like system readiness check and cloud readiness checks are always there, which have the sub tasks which need to be checked, the security measures, the SSL certificate, the codes, and the 360 angle of the security. A lot of organization, even in the Pakistan, the CFAM, I will take the name, they were going to deploy the SAP Commerce Cloud with the Egyptian partner, but they failed to that and their system was compromised and the $1 million loss was there. So there are, like say, if I go to the security measures, like standard are there for the DLP, data leakage prevention, the security techniques, and I already told that there are international standard and principle to be followed there. So the only thing we can do that start from top to bottom approach with the investment portfolio and then the trainings. If we move a little further on to the granular level, there is hardware level security, then there is like application level security, and then access level security. security. So we have to manage all this stuff. I'll not go into the detail. Every ERP, if I go to the SAP, it gives the GRC module as well, governance, risk and compliance. So you have to follow the standards to eliminate the risk. We can't make it zero, but it can be minimized. So as per my opinion, we should follow these standards, the principles which have made by the IEEE, ITIL, and like the PMI and all the standard institutes. So we should follow
Thank
that.
you, Muzammil.
Thank you.
Sorry for scarcity of the time. Actually, cyber security करते करते ऐसा ना हो कि रोज़ा खुलने का time हो जाए. So my key takeaways for today's topic, like as mentioned by my esteemed panelists, that clear and agile, obviously organization, cyber security strategy, because we have discussed more about ERP transformation strategy, but without the cyber security strategy, it can and skill security oriented and security aware men and women workforce. Last but not least, my point of view, and always everyone would be synchronized, that Pakistan needs a resilient and digitally secured ecosystem to support this overall ERP and other digital trust process. खुदा करे कि मेरे अर्ज़े पाक पे उतरे वो फसले गुल जिसे अंदेशा ज़वाल ना हो. यहाँ जो फूल खिले वो खिला रहे सदियों, यहाँ खिज़ा को गुजरने की भी मजाल ना हो. Thank you very much all of you for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kadir and the panel. It was a very, very healthy and fruitful discussion. Now I would request you people to stay over here for a minute, and I would like to invite Javed Yusuf Idisab on stage to give away a token of thanks to our panelists. Please come on stage. Javed Saab is Group Chief Business and Technology Officer at Khazana. So first we have Syed Abdul Qadir. You can stand over there. Now we have Hussain Ali. Now we have Zainab Hamid. Now we have Muzammil Jameel. And Asma Zishan. Thank you very much, everyone. I would like to call upon our next keynote for the day, Dr. Imran Batata, CTO and Director, IOBM. Please come on stage. He will be talking about life after ERP implementation. Please give him a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Okay, so you guys are waiting for the lunch as well, right? So, by the way, I'm also waiting for that. So I won't take too much time. And before starting my talk, I really would like to say something about that. Hamid Saad said that कि white shirt जो पहनता है वो जो है ना वो trustworthy होता है. So believe me, जो green shirt पहनता है वो भी trustworthy होता है. Okay, so first I would like to congratulate Ghulam Mustafa for arranging this show. In fact, they are running this show since last several years. So hats off to you and your team. And today I'm going to talk about the life after an ERP implementation. In fact, in the first half, what we had discussed about the ERP, the importance of ERP, the benefits of ERP. So that's the most important part. But what's going to be happen after having the ERP system in your organization? So let's discuss something about that as well. And so I really would like to give like few points, and I really would like to highlight few points, and that's going to be useful for those who have already implemented the ERP system in their organization. I have seen that number of organizations used to celebrate the ERP success, and they used to basically advertise this over the PR, and I have seen the vendors used to do this as well. That's absolutely fine. But what's going to happen after having the ERP system implementation? So according to the statistics, more than 50 to 70% ERP fails during the post-production phase. So that's the big number as well. So how are we going to basically cope up with that kind of point? So I really would like to give few points here, or you can say that 7-point agenda, that's going to be impactful as well. Number one is the post-production review. Well, that's very much important, and a number of organizations are already doing that, the post-production review part. I have seen that. I got a chance to provide the, to write the case study of number of organizations as well. But I have seen number of organizations are not doing that as well. So this is basically very much important thing, and I suggest all of you guys to come up with that as well. It's gonna have, like for example, what are the challenges that you are still facing? What are the things that you have achieved? What are the things that you are saying that you're gonna do that? For example, during the phase of ERP implementation, we always say that we're gonna do the implementation with the immediate or the most important point. Nice to have kind of thing, we're gonna do that later. So that's gonna be the later part, and that has to be basically taken care as well. So the other point is, that's also very much important, I would like to highlight, that's gonna be the documentation part. And I have seen here locally the major challenge in the documentation part. We used to basically give our too much focus on the implementation part, but the documentation part is also very much important. For example, if you have taken some kind of a strategic level decision during the ERP implementation, that has to be recorded, and that's very much important too. The other point is, that's also very much important, that's going to be the training part. And training is basically very much important. I have seen that organizations normally spend too much during the phase of ERP implementation. And I got a chance to work closely with the public sector organization. And in that particular implementation, what we have done, we have basically arranged 1 day weekly for the knowledge building, or we can say that whatever the users are doing that now, they are in a better position to ask the questions as well. So believe me, that was a basically very fruitful activity, and during that phase, they have basically asked very relevant questions as well. So that's my third point. Number 4 point is, that's gonna be the future impact and your coordination with the implementation partner. And I have seen that we used to pay very good to the implementation partner for the implementation phase. But what if after the implementation phase? So we used to negotiate a lot. So in one way, that's good, but another way, who gonna basically do the patches implementation? Who gonna basically do the version upgrade implementations? So these things are basically very much important, and I have seen here locally the number of implementation fail just because they are not handling the post-implementation kind of thing in their environment. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be the disaster, it's gonna be the failure. And the other part is, that's also very much important, that's gonna be the, that you're gonna cover in the post-implementation review part, the utilization part as well. In my opinion, more than 50% if you are basically, normally organizations say we are using the system 60%, 70%. In my books, that's the failure also. Why not 80%? Why not 90%? So this is basically the thing that you need to see, and you have to basically improve the overall utilization of an ERP system as well. Lastly, I would like to talk about the
implementation of the business intelligence system as well. Once you have implemented the ERP system, that's end-to-end integrated system in your organization, now this is the time to implement the business intelligence system as well. And normally ERP system used to take too much time to implement, but on the other side, business intelligence system won't take too much time. And on the other end, you can basically implement that in a couple of weeks as well. And it's going to be very useful for the top management, the top key stakeholders. Why it's going to take less time? Just because it's going to be implemented only for the top management. And top management going to be 5, 10, 15, 20. So it's going to be effective for the organization's key stakeholders to review all those changes via dashboards. They can see over the in any kind of gadgets as well. And at the end of the day, it's going to basically improve the decision-making process too. And it's going to directly impact the utilization factor of the ERP system as well. So these are the things that I really would like to highlight here. The other point I would like to say that I have seen the failure for the data migration cycle as well. So if you are basically lingering on this kind of activity, to be very frank, you are going towards the failure as well. So these are the points, and we are going to have the next session that's going to be on the data analytics as well. So I'm sure they're going to discuss more about that too. So once again, thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you very much for attending this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imran.
Okay, so a very important thing. Today morning we discussed about digital transformation. So we normally believe कि हमें digital transformation की ज़रूरत है, लेकिन अक्सर definitions level पर ही मसले हैं, तो आप actually करेंगे क्या? Luckily, मेरे जो डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में जो उस्ताद हैं ना, आज वो इधर तशरीफ़ लाए हुए हैं, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है, और वो हैं सैयद अहमद साहब. So he came from Islamabad only to deliver this keynote on digital transformation and ERP. जितनी मैंने डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन समझी है, किस किस को मेरी कीनोट स्पीच का मज़ा आया था मॉर्निंग में, हाथ खड़ा कीजिएगा. काफ़ी सारे हाथ हैं. अब आपको असल मज़ा आएगा. तो आई रिक्वेस्ट सैयद अहमद साहब, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव DPL, and also he's part of Prime Minister Task Force on IT and Innovation in Pakistan. So please welcome Syed Ahmed Saab. अभी सीधे एयरपोर्ट से इधर ही आ रहे हैं आप लोगों की खातिर.
Assalamu alaikum. So thank you very much. That's a lot of pressure you put on me for this speech delivery. I'll be asking you to move the slides. So my name is Syed Ahmed. I run a software company called DPL. I'm chair of IT in Prime Minister's Task Force on IT and Telecom, and I'm also part of the board of directors for PRAL and KPIT board. So I'm here to talk about the correlation and connection between ERP and digital transformation. So there are a lot of misunderstandings, misconceptions when it comes to everything about digital, you know. And mainly it is because a lot of marketing and salespeople, they just use all these buzzwords to sell their products, whether or not this relates to their product or not. So I will be talking about the three most important, three most used and misused words in the digital ecosystem. So one is digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. And I'll be talking about the differences between these and what different approaches you need to approach all of the three. Next. So digitization, what's that digitization? So basically, when you move from analog to digital, that's digitization. So if you're using computer to do your work as it is without changing your process, That's digitization. For example, if you are creating a file using a Word document, instead of writing it on a typewriter, or if you are saving your file on a cloud or a file system instead of in physical folders, or if you are sending these files over WhatsApp or email instead of through courier. That's digitization. So converting maps and land records into computers, that's digitization. It feels like we are still, this is like 40 years old concept, but unfortunately in Pakistan, we are still way behind. We still see fires burning all of the government files in a building with no backup. We still see Supreme Court waiting weeks to deliver summons and notices to the recipients. We still see clerks spending days trying to find a file. So we have a lot of work in Pakistan to do when it comes to digitization. Next. So, previous. So now I'll talk about digitalization. So where digitization uses the generic software like Microsoft Office, digitalization is more like when you use specialized software to standardize and to optimize your business processes. So this is like typical ERP platforms that you use. They are there to standardize your processes. They are there to optimize your processes. So for example, if you use QuickBooks to do your accounting, that's digitalization. You're doing the same thing, but you're using a specialized software. Or if you are using Oracle Financials to automate your entire finance department, that's digitalization. And basically, whenever you are opting for all of these ERP platforms and going for digitalization, you have to go for some kind of international best practices, because these products are made as per market standards. So you have to up your game to be at that level. So next. So while digitalization is all about standardization, digital transformation is all about innovation. What's the difference between innovation and standardization? Standardization means you are doing something that hundreds of thousands of other businesses around the world are doing. So SAP will not make a software just for you. They will make a software that is applicable to thousands of other businesses. So whatever you're going to do, everyone else is going to be doing that as well. So at best, you can hope to be at a market standard equal to your competition. But innovation requires you to be better than everyone else, requires you to be different than everyone else. That means standardization is not enough. You need to totally rethink your business processes. So there are new kind of technologies available in the market that are called 4IR, Industry 4.0 technologies. This include like IoT, artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotic process automation, helped by cloud and mobile. So these technologies were not there 10 or 15 years ago. That means now there is a whole set of new possibilities that were not there 10 years ago. And that's why you're looking at all this disruption happening. Netflix killing all the traditional businesses, huge media houses, just because they used these new technologies, whereas others were just, following the standardized procedures. So even small companies now have access to these innovative technologies. Through Amazon Web Services, you can access the most high-tech of the artificial intelligence and analytics and everything. So while all these three things are very different, they help support each other. So if your company is already digitized, that means your workforce already knows how to use computers, and that means rolling out an ERP is going to be easier for you than if the computer users were not computer savvy. Similarly, digital transformation can be a lot easier if you have all this structured data available through the ERP and everything, because so in digital transformation, not just structured data, you can also have unstructured data, social media, all kind of other things, and you can make sense out of it. So digital transformation, so all of these are complementary in nature. One kind of supports the others. It's not mandatory though, but it helps. So next. So I'll talk about the difference in approach in implementation when you go for ERP implementation or digitalization of a company versus digital transformation of a company. So whenever you are going to roll out a ERP, typically it's inward focus, department-wide automation. So you may go for automating entire finance department, or you may go towards automating the entire HR department. And even though these departments and modules talk to each other, they're fairly isolated in their own working, and they have their own strategies and everything. So this is kind of digitalization rollout implementation strategy. Next. In digital transformation, instead of this inward focus, you have an outward focus towards customer. So instead of department level, previously, slide. So instead of focusing on department level automation, you look at what is the problem of a customer you want to solve. So forget about department automation, everything. What's the biggest problem that if we solve it, then we can really kind of make a lot more revenue or a lot more profits or cut a lot of costs. So all the departments come together around that one customer journey, as we call it. How can we kind of use these, leverage all of these new technologies to solve these problems and kind of innovate around this customer problem? And as a result, be able to drive a lot more value out of it with a lot less effort. So there's a kind of approach that is supported by McKinsey, IBMs, and others, which is kind of digital factory approach. It's kind of approach where you incubate a startup culture within your corporate company that kind of has this outward focus towards the customer. So it's a very kind of a different vertical focus, and there are no departmental silos. Everyone work together towards a common problem. Similarly, there is a different approach and set of capabilities you need to procure digitalization, ERP versus digital transformation. So in a typical ERP platform procurement, you have a principal or a vendor, which is like Oracle, Sap, or Salesforce, these big companies. They have a pre-built software that you are going to use. Then you have these system integrators who use these softwares, who are good at scaling, scoping and sizing the effort and cost and budgeting and everything. And then they are also good at business consulting, where they look at the software, they understand software, and they look at your company, and they try to bridge that gap. So they will configure the software to an extent where it is closer to your processes, and then maybe help you kind of bridge the rest of the gap so that you and the software are aligned together. And the third part of this equation is the IT department or IT manager, who's typically good at 2 or 3 things. They're good at procurement of IT software and hardware. They're good at system support, and that's why they're seen as support department. And they're good at operations of networking and data centers. That's what typical customers' IT departments are good at. And that's why they're generally seen as a cost center. But in digital transformation, everything is different. You need different mindset, different capabilities, and positioning to do this. So here, instead of the large software provider, you have all these technologies, AI, IoT, RPA, and all of these technologies are available on the cloud. It's democratized. It's not available within a few companies. You can go and get it open source. You can get it on Amazon, web services everywhere. You can subscribe. And these are not pre-configured, so they are open. You can innovate based on your own ideas. So it's like having your own startup based on which you can solve problems, iterate different ideas, and eventually. Then to implement these technologies, you need an agile software development partner who is back. So agile software development partner who is good at these innovative technologies. Generally, corporate companies don't have this capability in-house for artificial intelligence, IoT, and all that. So you need an IT partner who understands these technologies and who is agile in nature. That means who knows how to innovate like a startup. And then the third part of the equation is your own IT function. the patronization has to directly be from a CEO for digital transformation. And for that, the business, cross-departmental business teams work with the technology partner to kind of transform the business processes and everything. So you co-create, the business and the technology at the C level, they work together to come up with innovative new models. Next, and that's why this is a revenue driver. This is not a cost center anymore. So when you look at ERP, this is like a solution-first approach, which means you already have a software, you already have a solution available, and you want to fit all the problems into that solution. Whereas digital transformation is more about problem-solving approach, where you first identify what's the biggest revenue opportunity we have, and then working your way towards a solution. And that solution doesn't have to be a particular software. It could be anything. And of course, it has to be very agile and flexible compared to the traditional model we have in digitalization. Next. So how do we kind of take step towards this? I think all of these strategies are available to you. It's not just one kind of strategy you have available. So first of all, you have to understand these options, and you have to choose what kind of digital strategy you're going to opt for. The CEO now needs to patronize the digital strategy. Why? Because digital is disrupting businesses worldwide. Now digital is the differentiation, it's the innovation. So that's why the CEO needs to step in. Technology function needs to be upgraded to a C-level. You need to upgrade skill set inside your own organization for readiness. And then you need to find the right partner for relevant strategy. So I was short on time. I tried to convey like these just very basic ideas about the differences in approaches and everything. I would be very glad if you guys approach me for details on these approaches, and I would be glad to have a conversation around that. Thank you very much. So you're asking, do you have to go for first digitalization and then digital transformation, or can we go directly? I think there is a huge opportunity. So digitalization, ERPs, they are a huge effort. And there is an opportunity where you can just create this shortcut directly to these new technologies. Why? Because now you have mobile and cloud with you. You don't need data centers. You don't need all these computers and all. So just take an example of India. West and Europe, they invested heavily on telecom infrastructure and computers and everything. And Indians, they missed that boat. But now every Indian has a mobile phone, and they don't need that infrastructure and everything. So I think there is a way directly towards digital transformation, but that needs a radically new kind of mindset approach towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. That was a very fruitful discussion. Okay, so this brings us to the last panel discussion of the day. And the topic is better decision-making through business analytics and ERP. Let me call upon the moderator. Moderator is going to be Ubaid Iqbal, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Abacus Consulting. Please come on stage. And now let me call upon the panelists. Iftikhar Arif, Javed Yusufidi, Asif Shah, Shah Abdullah Raza, Zahid Umar, Hannan Javed. Please come on stage, everyone. Ubaid, stage is all yours. You can lay down the ground rules.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, गुलाम मुस्तफ़ा साहब बैठे में सर आपने कहा था वो एक कोई क्रिटिसिज्म है तो मुझे हमेशा लास्ट में रखा जाता है दिस हैपेंड अर्लियर एज वेल और आई एम ऑलवेज बिटवीन द फूड सो आई डोंट थिंक मैं मतलब किसी अच्छे अल्फाज में याद रखा जाऊँगा आइंदा भी सो एनीवे सो देयर आर टू वेज टू डिस्कस दिस एक कि सीधा आपको खाने पे इनवाइट किया जाए, एंड दूसरा थोड़ी सी डिस्कशन करके खाने पे जाएं, क्योंकि मुस्तफ़ा साहब खाना उतनी देर खोलने नहीं देंगे हमें. So the topic for today's discussion is the analytics. Basically, ये उसका पूरा जो crux है, that is the analytics, but the topic is called, in fact, better decision making through business analytics. So हमने सबसे ज़्यादा जो आज की discussion के अंदर take लिया है, those were different technologies, different ERPs, SAP, Oracle, etc., different platforms, cloud, on-prem, और then more importantly the data. अब उस data से उस data को use करना है, उस data से play करना है, and if played properly, they say that data is the new oil. So I'll be starting with my panelists. First of all, I'll ask Asif Sahab to briefly introduce yourself and then tell us what is business analytics and why is it important.
अच्छा जी, थैंक यू वैद. बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. अस्सलाम वालेकुम टू ऑल ऑफ दी ऑडियंस. मुझे नहीं पता था कि खाना शायद रोक के रखा हुआ है शादी वाले अंदाज में, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि इसको क्विकली करते हैं. मेरा नाम सैयद आसिफ शाह है. मैं सेंट्रल डिपॉजिटरी कंपनी का चीफ़ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर हूँ और आईटी इंडस्ट्री में पिछले 20 साल से मौजूद हूँ. यहाँ मेरे साथ जो कोलीग्स बैठे हुए हैं, ख़ास तौर से जावेद भाई, ये तो हमारे सीनियर ही हैं. जो आपका सवाल है, मैं डायरेक्टली उस पर आता हूँ, डेटा एनालिटिक्स पे. बहुत मुख्तसर जवाब है. मेरे ख्याल है इस सवाल को ना सारे पैनलिस्ट को आप मौका दें कि वो इसकी डेफिनेशन ज़रूर दें ताकि एक टोन सेट हो. डेटा एनालिटिक्स को सिंपल वर्ड्स में ऐसे लें जैसे आपने खुद भी इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि डेटा इज़ द न्यू ऑयल. ये बात तो हम बार बार सुन रहे हैं, बार बार रिपीट हो रही है. असल में सवाल ये होना चाहिए कि ये ऑयल इस्तेमाल कहाँ करना है. ठीक है ना. तो ये ऑयल जिस इंजन में डालना है, मैं उस इंजन को ऐसे लेता हूँ कि वो इंजन एक्चुअली वो कंबस्शन इंजन डेटा एनालिटिक्स है. कि अगर आप किसी जगह डालेंगे किसी इंजन में तो फिर उससे कोई वैल्यू बनेगी, फिर वो गाड़ी चलेगी और आगे बढ़ेगी. सो डेटा इज एनालिटिक्स इज ऑल अबाउट मेकिंग सेंस आउट ऑफ द डेटा. सो विद दैट ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन मैं चाहूँगा कि जावेद भाई आप
जी. अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी. माय नेम इज़ जावेद दीदी. आई एम एसोसिएटेड विद द फाइनेंशियल इंडस्ट्री फॉर द लास्ट 30 years. Now I am on the other side of the table and trying to solve the problems of corporates, finance and other areas. डेटा एनालिटिक्स की और डेटा की जो बात कही, इस डेफिनेशन में मैं यही कहूँगा कि इन्होंने कहा कि जी डेटा तो ऑयल है, लेकिन इस ऑयल रिग में जाके जो हमारे पास तो लोकेशन ही नहीं पता कि वो डेटा कहाँ पड़ा है. तो मैं थोड़ा सा और पीछे चला जाता हूँ कि वी आर इन अ हैपिसियन स्टेज ऑफ डेटा एनालिटिक्स, डेटा माइनिंग एंड ऑल दीज थिंग्स, बज़वर्ड्स जो हम सुनते आ रहे हैं. तो अभी हमें यही नहीं पता कि हमने कौन से डेटा को कहाँ इस्तेमाल करना है. तो वंस वी हैव टू bring all these data into the consolidated form or normalized form, then the analytics will be the simplest form which can be done by multi-dimensional analytical models. चाहे आप Excel पे ही कर लें, चाहे आप उसको Python पे कर लें, you can do in multi-dimension on it. So मेरी नज़र में अभी data analytics is later. Still we are searching for the data for quite some time.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन. मेरा नाम इफ्तिखार आरिफ है और मैं करंटली MNP पाकिस्तान से एसोसिएटेड हूँ और IT को टेक केयर कर रहा हूँ. डेटा के साथ मेरा कोई 22 साल का ताल्लुक़ है और मैं 2 गुरूज़ के बाद डेटा के ऊपर मज़ीद सिर्फ एक शेर है जिगर मुरादाबादी का, आंसू तो बहुत से हैं आँखों में जिगर लेकिन बिन जाए सो मोती है बह जाए तो दाना है. तो इससे बेहतर डेटा की डेफिनेशन नहीं हो सकती कि डेटा कि करेक्टनेस, राइट डेटा कहाँ पे इस्तेमाल किया जाए, और शायद हम इसी टॉपिक को मज़ीद डिस्कस करेंगे.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मेरा नाम ज़ैद उमर है और मैं इंग्लिश बिस्किट से मेरा ताल्लुक़ है. आई एम द हेड ऑफ़ IT ओवर देयर. IT इंडस्ट्री में आई हैव बीन फॉर द लास्ट 18 years. विद रिगार्ड्स टू डेटा, आई एम श्योर मेरे सारे सीनियर्स ने बड़ा अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया है, मुहावरे भी बड़े ज़बरदस्त दिए हैं. सो आई वुड लाइक टू टच अपॉन अ वेरी बेसिक कन्फ्यूजन जो मैं अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में और मैंने अपनी पिछली ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भी ये फेस करी है कि डेटा एनालिटिक्स तो एक जगह है, एंड वी नो डेटा एनालिटिक्स इज़ अबाउट एनालाइजिंग योर डेटा एंड स्टडीइंग इट. डेटा कहाँ कहाँ पे मौजूद है, हमारी सोच भी शायद मानी जाती है. आज सुबह हमने स्लाइड देखी थी कि 1 मिनट के अंदर डेटा कहाँ कहाँ से जनरेट हो रहा है 2021 के अंदर. डेटा एनालिटिक्स से पहले आई वुड लाइक टू टच अपॉन अ वेरी बेसिक क्वेश्चन कि बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स क्या होता है और business intelligence क्या होता है. So this is a confusion that has been in the industry, और बहुत सारे CEOs और MDs and CFOs को जो है ये confusion रहता है. तो उसमें जो है I would like to just briefly explain कि business intelligence is what has happened and what is currently going on in your organization. Business analytics is what can happen. So it's like a strategic element of data, and using these tools you can better analyze whatever data you have.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Hanan. I'm working as Vice President Sales at Excellence Delivered. I think जो अभी सीनियर पैनलिस्ट ने डेटा के बारे में बताया है, मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगा जी इस पे कि आजकल अगर हम इंडस्ट्री को देखें तो हम लोगों का ज़्यादा फोकस जो है ना वो एप्लीकेशन सेंट्रिक है. अगर हम एप्लीकेशन सेंट्रिक से मूव होके डेटा सेंट्रिक अप्रोच पे चले जाएँ ना, तो सबसे पहले हम क्वालिटी ऑफ डेटा को इम्प्रूव करें. हम क्वालिटी ऑफ डेटा को जब इम्प्रूव करेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली डेटा एनालिटिक्स का सबसे पहली बात सवाल पैदा होगा. जब हम डेटा कैप्चर कर रहे होंगे हर एरिया से और हर सोर्स से, तो इट इज़ नॉट ओनली कि जो यूज़र हमारे ऑफिस में बैठ के डेटा एंट्री कर रहा है, जैसे हमने भी स्टार्ट में प्रेजेंटेशन में देखा, इट कैन बी एनी एक्सटर्नल डेटा एंट्री एज वेल, जो कि लोग अपने घरों से ऑर्डर करते हैं. लेट्स से अगर हम आजकल की एयरलिफ्ट, ग्रोसर ऐप, डिफरेंट एग्जांपल्स वी हैव इन द इंडस्ट्री जो यूज़ कर रहे हैं, तो हम उस डेटा को भी कैप्चर करते हुए ये देख सकते हैं कि हम कौन सी इंडस्ट्री में, कौन सी ऐसे सेगमेंट में स्केल आउट कर सकते हैं बीइंग अ कंपनी. तो आई थिंक दैट इज़ इंपॉर्टेंट कि हम एप्लीकेशन सेंट्रिक से हो गए, क्योंकि एक्सेल, आई बिलीव SAP, Oracle, इन सब में डेटा डाल तो देते हैं हम, लेकिन हम इसमें कई फील्ड जब हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी करवा रहे होते हैं तो उस टाइम भी हम कह रहे थे इनको काइंडली मैंडेटरी मत कीजिएगा, इन्हें ऑप्शनल रख लें. क्योंकि उस वक्त हमें ये पेन आ रही होती है कि जी हम ये डेटा एंटर करेंगे, इसको कल को एंटर कौन करेगा, अभी हम एग्जैक्टली लाइव फॉरन करना है. तो वो हम कई ऐसी चीज़ें होती हैं जो ड्यूरिंग द कोर्स ऑफ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हम शायद उसको सही तरह निभा नहीं पाते, और जब हम लाइव हो जाते हैं और हमें एक्चुअल पता चलता है और हमारी एपेटाइट बढ़ने लग जाती है, फिर हमें याद आता है कि हमने वो सारा डेटा हमें डालते तो आज हमें शायद ये एक्शनेबल इंसाइट्स मिलती. तो दिस इज़ माय पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑन द डेटा. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ओपनिंग अप द टॉपिक. जावेद साहब, मैं आपसे थोड़ा सा स्टार्ट लूँगा. आपने बताया ये डेटा है, कहाँ है, किस तरह है. सो हाउ इजी इट इन पाकिस्तानी बिजनेस टू गेट दैट डेटा? आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट पाकिस्तान बिजनेस.
डेटा इज़ वेरी मच ईजी, बट अगेन इसकी जो स्ट्रक्चर्ड है, अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड है, उसको हम यूटिलाइज करते ही नहीं है. व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट इन बैंकिंग सेक्टर, बिकॉज विच इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर, उसमें भी जिस लेवल पे होना चाहिए डेटा वो इस्तेमाल नहीं होता अनफॉर्चुनेटली. उसके पीछे रीज़न यही है कि हम जो है ना बज़वर्ड पे ज़्यादा बिलीव करते हैं, और ऑलवेज अगले 5 साल बाद हम किसी क्रॉस रोड पे खड़े होते हैं कि जी ये क्रॉस रोड है, अगर हमने ये क्रॉस नहीं किया तो फिर हम निकल गए. इस वक्त अगर आप जाके देखें तो जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन में दिस डेटा साइंटिस्ट एंड डेटा एनालिटिक्स वर्ड पाकिस्तानियों के सबसे ज़्यादा दिखेंगे आपको ऑन द लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल्स एंड ऑल दीज प्रोफाइल्स. एंड दिस इज़ अ वेरी बिग डायलेमा. और आज आप मार्केट में लेने जाएं तो आपको एक भी वो बंदा नहीं मिलता.
राइट.
तो सप्लाई चेन का इशू है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का बिलीव नहीं है. दूसरा ये कि जो स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा पड़ा हुआ है उसको नॉर्मलाइज करने के लिए अभी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस रेडी नहीं है, बिकॉज इट्स अ 2-वे ट्रैफिक. जब हम शुरू किया ये सिस्टम कि जी डेटा वेयर हाउस आके चला भी गया दुनिया से, और हमने अभी तक डेटा वेयर हाउस नहीं देखे. जो भी आए वो डंप हुए किसी कोने में. आई कैन अश्योर यू ऑन दिस. फिर आया डेटा लेक, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव. अब वो बज़वर्ड सुन रहा हूँ मैं काफ़ी दिनों से, बट आई एम नॉट एबल टू सी इट. मेरे पास आते हैं लोग, कहते हैं जी हमारे पास 10,000 डेटा पॉइंट्स हैं, आपको हम सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन दे सकते हैं. जब उनसे मज़ीद डिस्कस किया जाता है तो ज़िल्च इन्फॉर्मेशन. आज मुझे कोई टेलको, कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ये डेटा नहीं दे सकती जो मैं अपने किसी बिजनेस एस्पेक्ट से डायसेक्ट एंड बाइसेक्ट करके उसको इस्तेमाल कर सकूं. इट इज़ वेरी वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट. डेटा हर जगह पड़ा हुआ है, लेकिन इसको हम इस्तेमाल ज़रूर करते हैं. कहाँ पे? अगर हमें कोई मार्केटिंग कैंपेन करनी है जिसमें प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी है, रेवेन्यू है, वहाँ पे वो थोड़ा बहुत डेटा यूज़ कर लेते हैं, जो कि मेजरली टेलको में हो रहा है.
राइट.
बाकी मेरे हिसाब से कोई डेटा यूटिलाइजेशन ऐसी मेजर नहीं है. वी आर जस्ट डूइंग इट फॉर द सेक ऑफ कंप्लायंस, एंड दैट्स ऑल. सो ये बैंड वैगन है. अब देखें इसमें क्या होता है आगे जाके. पीपल, टाइम विल टेल. एक वक्त था कि कॉल सेंटर का जो हमारा था बैंड वैगन, कि जी कॉल सेंटर पे हम क्रॉस रोड पे 1000 कॉल्स, उसके हमारे नेबर के पास जो है ना 1000 सीट्स के कॉल सेंटर हैं और हमारे पास आज तक वो नहीं बन सके बिकॉज ऑफ सर्टन अदर फैक्टर्स, बट डेफिनेटली सप्लाई चेन नहीं है।
लेकिन सर आपने मेंशन किया कि टेलीकॉम जो है वो अभी भी बाकियों से बेहतर है इसमें, वो डेटा
बिकॉज इट्स अ रेवेन्यू, they are
because they build the packages on top of it.
Like I am from the banking side, so when I say about the credit card and the consumer banking, I say it's a business of accrual. We don't have anything intangible. We have accruals. Credit card की income हमारे system में accrue हो रही होती है. हम कहते हैं we are making billions, but this is accrued. So telco में तो इनका जो ARPU और MPU जो है वो इनका air time है. तो उस एयर टाइम के लिए तो वो जितना क्रंच करेंगे उतना उनको बेनिफिट मिलेगा। सो बैंकिंग सेक्टर हो गई, इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर हो गई, और बहुत से सेक्टर्स हैं, हम किसी भी चीज़ को बिहेवियरल एनालिसिस तो हमारे यहाँ है ही नहीं, ना होने के बराबर है। आई रिमेंबर माई ओल्ड गुड डेज व्हेन आई वाज इन सिटी बैंक टाइम, तो हमें पहली ट्रेनिंग जब दी गई थी तो सिंगापुर में, तो सबसे पहले जो सिटी बैंक के जो कस्टमर सर्विस का एरिया था जिसमें सिटी गोल्ड था, तो हमें सबसे पहले उन्होंने उस वक्त हमें एक CRM बताया था, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट इन 90s, कि जब कस्टमर आता है तो जब वो एंटर होता है तो उसकी एंट्री पॉइंट से लेके जब तक वो कस्टमर अपने अकाउंट ऑफिसर को नहीं देखता, ही शुड बी अवेयर ऑफ हिज हैबिट्स, हिज डूज एंड डोंट्स। जो हमें उस वक्त पता होता था कि उसको कॉफ़ी में कितनी चीनी वो लेता है, मिल्क के बगैर लेता है, उसकी नेटवर्थ कितनी है, ROI कितनी है, उसके बेसिस पे उसको ट्रीटमेंट मिलता रहता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल आई कैन गिव यू द CRM, एक वक्त था इंश्योरेंस का, उसमें ये सिचुएशन थी कि किस वक्त आपने उसको कॉल करना है कस्टमर को। अगर आपने कॉल करना है कस्टमर को और उसमें आ गया तो वो कॉल नहीं करने देता सिस्टम, वो कहता है ये इसका गोल्फ टाइम है, ये इस वक्त स्लीप कर रहा होगा, ये इस वक्त अपना इसके पैटर्न्स को फॉलो करते हैं कि वो किस वक्त क्या बिहेवियर होता है एंड डिसीजन मेकिंग में कितना इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। तो हम तो अभी काफ़ी पीछे हैं इस चीज़ में, बट आई होप कि कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में और काम हो रहा है जो शायद मेरी नज़र में नहीं है, बट वी नीड द इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडमिया का कॉम्बिनेशन टू ब्रिंग द राइट टैलेंट इनटू इट टुवर्ड्स दिस। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो आउटपुट फ्लो हुआ है कि रोज़ रात को लड़के बच्चे लड़कियां काम करते हैं, उनको फीवर से अपवेयर से पैसे मिल रहे हैं,
जी बिल्कुल,
सो दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन वर्किंग इन लोकल मार्केट।
वो एक यहाँ पे सेशन में आइडेंटिफाई हुआ था, आई थिंक सजाद साहब ने किया था कि हमें पाकिस्तानी प्रोडक्ट्स अगर होंगी तो वो इवेंचुअली वही एक्सपोर्ट होना शुरू होंगी, मुस्तफा साहब ने भी आइडेंटिफाई किया था। सो वो वही है चीज़ कि अगर बाहर कोई अट्रैक्शन है तो वो वहाँ बाहर जा रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर वो अट्रैक्शन हम ही पैदा कर दें जिसमें गवर्नमेंट का भी बड़ा रोल है, तो इवेंचुअली ये होगा कि वो फाइबर जैसे आपने जिक्र किया या वो बाहर है, सो वो मे बी वो सारा जो क्रेडिट वो जो उन्होंने क्रेडिट है वो यहाँ पे यूज़ करेंगे।
नहीं वो तो देखिए ना, मैं भी अगर हूँगा उनकी जगह पे तो मैं भी जाऊँगा जहाँ मुझे बेनिफिट मिलेगा। व्हाई शुड आई
मिल रहा है मनी।
माय पॉइंट इज दिस कि हमारे पास जो सिस्टम को इतना प्रूडेंट बनाना चाहिए कि जो एकेडमिया जब वो बच्चा फर्स्ट ईयर सेकेंड ईयर में होता है उसके 2 या 3 प्रोजेक्ट्स तो हो चुके हों जिसमें उसने इंडस्ट्री में जाके कुछ ना कुछ करके दिया हो। आप यकीन करें उसके बेसिस पे बहुत सारी चीज़ें आसान होना शुरू हो जाएंगी। सेकेंडली सप्लाई चेन का नेम ऑफ द गेम इज सप्लाई चेन। यू कैन फाइंड द रिसोर्स राइट नाउ। आप हमने अभी 911 के लिए अभी हम ऐड दी हुई है जी। सो वी फाइंड लोड्स ऑफ पीपल कमिंग, बट हर किस्म का बंदा आ रहा है लेकिन चैनलाइज कोई नहीं है। चैनलाइज क्यों नहीं है कि यहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ जो जॉब की सिचुएशन, सप्लाई चेन, एजुकेशन, कोरिलेशन कहीं बन नहीं रहा है, तो उसकी वजह से भी ये सारे गैप्स आ जाते हैं। और जो हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी होती है जिसमें हम AI की बातें बड़ी बड़ी कर लेंगे, हम मशीन लर्निंग की बात कर लेंगे एंड उसमें हमें वो लेवल का मटेरियल या जो हमें चाहिए स्ट्रेंथ लोगों की वो इतनी नहीं मिल रही है। So we need to work on this side.
We hope we get there one time soon इंशाल्लाह। ये आसिफ साहब मैंने आपके लिए लेटर के लिए ये क्वेश्चन इनसे लिंक करके एक रखा हुआ है on the responsibility, but as of now, Iftikhar sir, can you tell us about the data sources for building this data? क्या sources हो सकते हैं, क्या चीज़ें होती हैं?
I am glad आपने इस सवाल को छेड़ा कि डेटा सोर्सेज। देखें, डेटा की सोर्स से पहले डेटा पे ट्रस्ट होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं अपने 22 साल के एक्सपीरियंस में बताऊँ कि हम पिछले आई स्टार्टेड माय करियर एज अ बिजनेस एनालिस्ट, और बैंकिंग सेक्टर के अलावा एक बहुत बड़ी सेक्टर है जिसमें हम B2B ट्रेड या ई-कॉमर्स कहते हैं। उसमें एक चीज़ हमने नोट की कि हमारे पास ये आइडेंटिफाई करना मुश्किल है कि डेटा हम कहाँ से लेकर आ रहे हैं। डेटा बहुत है, डेटा ओवरलोडेड है, इंफॉर्मेशन ओवरलोडेड है, ERP टूल्स, बिजनेस एनालिटिक टूल्स मौजूद हैं, बट डेटा पे ट्रस्ट सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है, और ट्रस्ट उस वक्त आता है कि जब आपको ये पता हो कि डेटा कहाँ से ओरिजिनेट हो रहा है। एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको इस तरह दूंगा कि इस वक्त पाकिस्तान के अंदर अगर मैं ई कॉमर्स सेगमेंट की बात करता हूँ या ट्रेड की बात करता हूँ, तो उसमें 2 एरियाज़ बड़े ही इंपॉर्टेंट हैं और बेस हैं। उसमें से एक कस्टमर की इनवाइस और एक कस्टमर का मोबाइल नंबर। ये 2 चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो इस वक्त गोल्ड माइन की हैसियत रखती हैं किसी भी ई कॉमर्स रिलेटेड सेगमेंट के अंदर। लेकिन हमें ये नहीं पता, ये पता ज़रूर है कि ये 2 चीज़ें हमारे पास होगी तो हम बहुत बेहतर कैंपेन बना सकते हैं, एनालिसिस कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कहाँ से लेनी है? जो सोर्स है वो हमें आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगी कि जो इस चीज़ को ओरिजिनेट कर रहा है। अब ट्रेड का डेटा कोई थर्ड पार्टी आके देती है। अगर आपको पता हो कि ट्रेड के सबसे ज़्यादा जो रेलिवेंट इंडस्ट्री है वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेक्टर है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली एक चीज़ जो मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि जी कोलैबोरेशन नहीं है। जो आप बात कहते हैं ना कि बाहर के टूल्स, हमारे इंटरनल पोटेंशियल ये है कि अगर हमें कोई डेटा चाहिए तो हम एक थर्ड पार्टी को हायर करते हैं, ना कि रेलिवेंट पार्टी को हायर करें। इसी तरह ई कॉमर्स के अंदर भी अगर हम मोबाइल बैंकिंग की ये मोबाइल फ़ोन्स की बात करें तो हमें एक थर्ड पार्टी टूल चाहिए होगा जहाँ से हम कहेंगे जी आप मुझे 1 मिलियन फ़ोन नंबर्स ला दें। अगर ये सारी पार्टीज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेक्टर या ई कॉमर्स सेक्टर आपस में ज्वाइंट हैंड करे तो जिसे हम कहते हैं ना जो डेटा गोल्ड माइन है वो वाकई निकल के सामने आएगा। जो सोर्सेज हैं, असल चीज़ तो है कि डेटा हमें पता है, डेटा हमारे पास आ रहा है, हमने डैशबोर्ड पे दिखा भी दिया है, लेकिन जो अब सबसे ज़्यादा चैलेंजिंग पार्ट बन गया है वो है डेटा को ट्रस्ट करना। जो डेटा नज़र आता है हम उसे क्वेश्चन कर देते हैं मीटिंग्स के अंदर, बोर्ड के अंदर, अपने वेंडर के साथ। रीज़न बीन डेटा है, पर डेटा की ऑथेंटिसिटी और डेटा की जो सोर्स है वो शायद ये एरिया है जहाँ पे हमें आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि इस डेटा की जो सोर्स है वो कहाँ से ओरिजिनेट हो रही है।
Right. So to Asif Saab now, I'll be shuffling from like. So Asif, we've identified, Javed Saab has identified, so has Iftikhar. Responsibility एक बड़ा important factor आ रहा है. So who do you think is responsible for this? हम बैठे हैं सब लोग, हमें से कोई responsibility किसी को देना चाहें आपके, ये वो कौन इसकी authenticity, उसकी collection, उसको responsibility कौन कर सकता है आपके ख्याल में, कौन handle कर सकता है?
देखिए जाहिर है जिसने अल्टीमेटली इस्तेमाल करना है बिलाखिर तो उसकी तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कम से कम बनी जाती है कि उसके पास तो परफेक्ट चीज़ है।
सेठ साहब वैसे अगर जोर लगाएंगे तो निकल आएगा डेटा वैसे ये भी है।
मैं अपने कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ऐसे देखता हूँ कि जैसे हमारे कैपिटल मार्केट में ऑल्दो पाकिस्तान स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, नेशनल क्लियरिंग कंपनी, सेंट्रल डिपॉजिटरी कंपनी, एसेट मैनेजमेंट कंपनीज, ये सब अलग अलग कंपनीज हैं, लेकिन क्योंकि हमारा रेगुलेटर कॉमन है तो बहुत सारी दफ़ा जब उसको कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए होती है रेगुलेटरी नई रेगुलेशंस लाने के लिहाज से, नई प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट के लिहाज से, तो वो हम इतनी बड़े जो कॉन्ग्लोमरेट ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है सबसे कलेक्टिव डेटा ले रहे होते हैं और अक्सर आवाज़ आ रही है जी, SCDC हमने ये सेंट्रल रोल लिया है कि हम बाकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का भी डेटा लेके उससे एक सेंस बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं फॉर रेगुलेटरी पर्पस। तो हम तो ये काम करते हैं क्योंकि उसको अगर नहीं करेंगे तो वो इंडिविजुअली हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के लिए भी कारआमद नहीं रहेगा।
I get it.
तो we take the responsibility and try to do that.
So we'll sometime sit later और हम आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए, कोशिश करेंगे we should have this more often कि इसमें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इनके पास हो, डेटा है हमारे पास, उसको किस तरह देखना है, क्या करना है, we shall inshallah set for this. My next question is for Zaid. ये मैंने how business intelligence and business
हेलो
जी।
अच्छा, तो बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स एंड बिजनेस इंटेलिजेंस के ऊपर मैंने उस वक्त एक शॉर्ट सी बात करी थी। आई विल ट्राई टू रिकैप दिस वन मोर टाइम के बिजनेस इंटेलिजेंस runs your business and business analytics can change your business। ठीक है, बात हुई सेल्स को किस तरह से जो है वो कॉम्प्लीमेंट करता है डेटा। तो सेल्स पे आने से पहले लेट्स टच अपॉन के डेटा एनालिसिस करना या डेटा एनालिटिक्स फॉर FMCG कंपनी लाइक EBM इम्पॉर्टेंट क्यों है। इट विल हेल्प यू डिफाइन योर बिजनेस स्ट्रैटेजी। इट विल पॉइंट आउट ऑल द नेगेटिव्स एंड द पॉजिटिव्स जो बिज़नेस के अंदर हो रहे हैं। And probably it will also highlight areas and knowledge that we never knew we had। ये information जिस वक्त right time पे, and the keyword is right time पे stakeholders के पास available होती है, so that's where the power comes and you can actually transform your insight into actionable items for driving your revenue sources। अच्छा, कमिंग टू सेल्स कंपनी में क्या होता है, सो एफएमसीजी के अंदर अगर मैं हवाले से बात करूं, सो वहाँ पे खाली सेल्स नहीं होती, वहाँ पे सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग दे गो हैंड इन हैंड, राइट? सो बिफोर वी कम टू सेल्स, इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट एंड इम्पेरेटिव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि मार्केटिंग का डेटा क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है हमारे लिए। मार्केटिंग का डेटा से जो इंसाइट मिलती है हमें, दैट इज़ एब्सोल्युटली क्रूशल। बहुत सारी कंपनीज अब स्टेप इन कर रही हैं इस डायरेक्शन के अंदर, लेकिन पहले नहीं करती थी। नॉर्मली हमारी स्टडीज़ होती थी, कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर की स्टडी कर ली आपने, एडवर्टाइजमेंट के हवाले से कुछ अपनी जीआरपीज़ और टीआरपीज़ देख लिए, बट दैट वाज इट। और वो आइसोलेशन के अंदर जो है इंडिपेंडेंट टीम्स रिव्यू करती थी। मार्केटिंग इनसाइट की टीम देखेगी कि जी मेरे कम्युनिकेशन चैनल किस तरह से चल रहा है, ट्रेड मार्केटिंग अपनी एक्टिविटीज़ देखेगी, बट देयर वाज एक्चुअली नो सच कोरिलेशन इनटू ऑल ऑफ दीज स्टडीज़। जो अब मैं देख रहा हूँ कि फॉर इंडस्ट्रीज़ लाइक ईबीएम एंड और भी बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो अब इस डायरेक्शन के अंदर काम कर रही हैं। सो वाई इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज इट विल हेल्प मी strategize my marketing campaigns. It will tell me कि मेरी एडवर्टाइजमेंट की डेमोग्राफिक्स क्या होनी चाहिए, कौन सा एडवर्टाइजमेंट कहाँ सही चलेगा, किस एज ब्रैकेट के लिए, कौन से रीजन में। फॉर एग्जाम्पल वी कैन नॉट हैव अ मम्मी डैडी बच्चा जो गिटार बजा रहा है और केपीके में आप उसका ऐड चला दें, इट माइट बी इररेलेवेंट फॉर दैट मार्केट। सिमिलरली प्रोडक्ट की जो एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी है वो भी वैरी करती है रीजन टू रीजन। किस टाइम के ऊपर ऐड चलाना है, उस टाइम पे आपके कंपटीशन ने ऐड चलाया था नहीं चलाया था, वाज पेइंग अ प्रीमियम फॉर अ प्राइम टाइम स्लॉट वर्थ इट और वाज इट नॉट। सो ऑल ऑफ दिस डेटा will definitely help an organization like us to strategize our marketing campaign. Now coming to the sales part, like I said, sales and marketing go hand in hand. So sales actually uses this marketing insight into driving their sales attack plan. मार्केटिंग कहाँ पे हो रही है, ट्रेड मार्केटिंग किधर हो रही है, सैम्पलिंग किधर हो रही है, सो डू वी एक्चुअली पुश द सेल और ये ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ होगी। सो दिस इज़ द काइंड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन दैट वी हैव स्टार्टेड टू गेट। एंड हाउ डज इट हेल्प अस? इट विल हेल्प अ सेल्स टीम को किस तरह से हेल्प करेगा कि इट विल हेल्प अस डिफाइन आर, फॉर एग्जांपल हमारी प्राइसिंग स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होनी चाहिए, हमारी विन रेट क्या होना चाहिए, हमारी ट्रेड मार्केटिंग एक्टिविटीज़ क्या होनी चाहिए, हमारी कस्टमर रिस्पॉन्सिवनेस किस एरिया में कितनी चल रही है, डू वी एक्चुअली नीड टू पुश समथिंग इनटू इट, हमारी ब्रांड लॉयल्टी इस वक्त या प्रोडक्ट लॉयल्टी जो है वो कितनी है, सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ। सो नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस कि जब आपने सब, व्हेन यू आर डूइंग एवरीथिंग राइट एंड eventually you meet your sales target, sales हो गई, target पूरा हो गया, now what? This is not the end of the world. This is what we call it's an infinite game, because 100 billion कर लिया, 150 billion कर लिया, you don't stop there. Next target कैसे आते हैं? So when you succeed in one sales cycle, it will leave behind a analytical evidence का trail that you should get further insight from and plan your next move.
आपने टारगेट की बात करके सेल वाले के आंखों में आंसू ले हैं ऑलमोस्ट।
So that's how FMCGs like us are looking into data analytics, and obviously to complement this, BI या BA business analytics हो गया, business intelligence हो गया, these are merely tools, चाहे वो Tableau हो, Microsoft Power BI हो, SAC हो या Oracle का कोई हो,
Excel भी कहा, so that's also
exactly. The defining factor is कि modern tools are important भी हैं, I wouldn't say that, because उसके अंदर जो built-in smart insights अब मिलनी शुरू हो रही हैं, वो हमें पहले बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती थी उसको लाने के लिए. So we are getting that edge and that flexibility from modern tools as well.
Thank you for linking it with your business, especially FMCG. बहुत अच्छा आंसर था आपका. अब small businesses के ऊपर भी थोड़ा सा आते हैं, because they represent about 80-85% of our market, and they need to be competitive as well. और small businesses किस तरह इसका leverage ले सकते हैं, उनको क्या challenges होंगे? I'll throw this question to Hanan.
Thank you, Ubaid. अच्छा, इसमें मैं थोड़ा सा I'll take you through for small businesses specifically. अच्छा, as per my experience, आज तक मैंने भी जितनी meetings की हैं, जिन implementations का मैं part रहा हूँ, डेटा किसी शेप, साइज, फॉर्म में हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास मौजूद होता है. क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली वो बिज़नेस कर रहे हैं और वो चीज़ों को चला रहे हैं, सेल्स भी उन्होंने ड्राइव करनी है, हर चीज़ चलानी है, हर एक के पास मौजूद है। जो मौजूद शायद कमी है ना, जहाँ हम अभी स्टार्ट में बात कर रहे थे, डेटा इज़ ऑयल, डेटा इज़ गोल्ड। सर मिलावट हर एक चीज़ में हो सकती है, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। सो मिलावट कैन बी इन द ऑयल, मिलावट कैन बी इन द गोल्ड। अभी जैसे मेरे फेलो पैनलिस्ट ने बताया कि डेटा की जो एक्यूरेसी है ना और क्वालिटी है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अच्छा, ये इंपॉर्टेंट कैसे हो सकती है? सबसे पहले स्मॉल मीडियम बिजनेसेस को अंडरस्टैंड करने की चीज़ ये है कि वो डेटा तो मैनेज कर रहे हैं, बट शायद कोई उनके पास कंसोलिडेटेड सोल्यूशन नहीं लगा हुआ जिसमें हर तरफ से डेटा आ रहा है। मैं अगर एग्जांपल दूं तो शायद सेल्स एक्सेल पे मैनेज हो रही होगी, फाइनेंस के लिए कोई XYZ और सोल्यूशन लगाया होगा, प्रोडक्शन किसी और सोल्यूशन पे मैनेज हो रही होगी, या हो सकता है
हो ही नहीं रही हो,
कच्ची पर्ची पे मैनेज हो रही हो
बिल्कुल
सर,
सही,
ठीक है।
या।
तो दैट कैन बी अ थिंग, बट अगर सबसे पहले उस डेटा को लेके आना है एक ERP प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर, ठीक है। इट कैन बी एनी टूल, जैसे अभी सर ने कहा कोई भी टूल हो सकता है, SAP, Oracle, एनी टूल। बट जब उस डेटे को हम उस जगह पे ले आएंगे तो डेटा के ऊपर वर्किंग करना, उससे इंसाइट्स लेना हमारे लिए आसान हो जाएगा, क्योंकि अभी वो डेटा साइलोज में मौजूद है। जब हम उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे ले आएंगे तो एक तो हमें ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की कुछ पिक्चर, मतलब कदरे जिस तरह वो पहले चल रहे थे, कुछ मज़ीद क्लियर हो जाएगी फ्रॉम अ स्मॉल मीडियम बिजनेस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। बट आने वाले टाइम में वो उस डेटा को एक्शनेबल किस तरह ला सकते हैं अपने लिए, वो उसके ऊपर एनालिसिस परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, ट्रेंड्स ले सकते हैं उससे। दूसरा, स्मॉल मीडियम बिजनेसेस के ऊपर अगर मैं बात करूं सर, तो वहाँ पे ना आपके पास सैचुरेशन बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, और वही कंपनी स्मॉल मीडियम से मीडियम और लार्ज स्केल में जाती है जो अपनी कस्टमर जर्नी को इम्प्रूव करती है, क्योंकि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे सेल्स ही है जिसने बिजनेस को ड्राइव करना है और उसी ने ही आगे लेके जाना है। एट द एंड, अभी आप सेठ साहब की बात कर रहे थे, सेठ साहब को पैसों से कर्ज होता है, तो वो तभी आता है जब हम सेल करते हैं और हम चीज़ों को आगे लेके चलते हैं। प्लस इसमें मैं ये ज़रूर कहूँगा कि जिस तरह मैंने स्टार्ट में जब हम इंट्रोड्यूस करवा रहे थे उस वक्त मैंने जिक्र किया था कि डेटा सोर्सेज जो है वो खाली वो नहीं है जो ERP के अंदर है, डेटा सोर्सेज वो भी हैं जो एक्सटर्नल हैं, जैसे लिंक्डइन है, फेसबुक है, आपका ट्विटर है, डिफरेंट अकाउंट्स हैं। आप लिंक करें, कस्टमर सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस परफॉर्म करें। आप देखते हैं कि मैंने एक सर्टन टारगेट किया एक सर्टन सेगमेंट को इंडस्ट्री के, वहाँ से मुझे अच्छा नहीं फीडबैक आ रहा, आप कहीं और इन्वेस्ट करें। बट ये आपको एक पेज पे एक जगह पे कैसे मिल सकता है? वो सिर्फ इसी तरह मिल सकता है जब आपके पास वो सारा डेटा मौजूद हो, क्वालिटी डेटा मौजूद हो, और वो कंसोलिडेटेड हो, और वो बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स परफॉर्म कर रहा हो।
So small businesses के लिए तो consolidation first step आ जाएगा।
एग्जैक्टली। वरना क्या होता है, स्मॉल बिजनेसेस होते हैं वो स्मॉल ही रहते हैं, या कुछ जाहिर है ख़त्म भी हो जाते हैं। तो इसको इम्प्रूव करने के लिए आई थिंक जो हमारा आज का टॉपिक भी है, वो अगर मैं इसको फ्रेज करूँ तो बेटर डिसीजन मेकिंग थ्रू बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स एंड ERP नहीं होना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए बेटर डिसीजन मेकिंग थ्रू ERP एंड बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स। ठीक है, तो दिस इज व्हाट इज माय पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much. And before closing it down, अगर कुछ लास्ट रिमार्क्स अगर सबकी तरफ से मिल जाएं कि ऑथेंटिसिटी हम किस तरह या कॉन्फिडेंस किस तरह इम्प्रूव करने के लिए अभी फ़ौरन स्टेप्स ले सकते हैं, बिकॉज वी हैव द कस्टमर्स हियर एज वेल, वी हैव द पार्टनर्स हियर एज वेल, इस डेटा के एक्सपर्ट्स भी बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे, तो इमीडिएट स्टेप्स टू इंक्रीज आवर कॉन्फिडेंस एंड द रिलायबिलिटी on the data. जी जावेद साहब।
जहाँ तक ऑथेंटिसिटी की बात है, सिंस आई एम फ्रॉम द बैंकिंग सेक्टर, सो ऑथेंटिसिटी ऑफ डेटा is there, especially when it comes to the financial sector. ऑथेंटिसिटी के हमारे पास क्वेश्चन है ही नहीं। अब बात आ जाती है कि आप उस डेटा को एनालिटिक्स के लिए जब यूज़ कर रहे होते हैं या रिपोर्टिंग के लिए यूज़ कर रहे हैं, सो वी आर रिपोर्टिंग एक्यूरेटली, वी penny to penny हम report करते हैं, that's why we are bank. Yeah. But when it comes to analytics, then you have to give the leverage. Outliers निकालने होते हैं, normalization करनी होती है,
थोड़ा innovate भी करना होता है,
तो purification of data और जो थोड़ा सा मिलावट निकालने की जो बात कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें कुछ डेटा जो आपको मिलेगा वो supporting डेटा ही होगा, जो behavioral डेटा है और ये डेटा है। तो उसको तो अभी जब आप लेके आएंगे उसके साथ और एनालिसिस शुरू करें, तो आई थिंक देयर मस्ट बी कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस इस तरह के सेटअप्स होने चाहिए फॉर स्पेशली फॉर द SMEs, छोटी छोटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं उनके लिए, जो उनके डेटा को एक सिक्योर वे में लेके उसको बिहेवियरल डेटा के साथ कंबाइन करके उनको कोई एनालिटिक्स दें। आई हैव सीन कपल ऑफ कंपनीज डूइंग इट इन पाकिस्तान एंड आई एम वेरी इम्प्रेस्ड इन द रिटेल सेक्टर। सो इसी तरह दूसरे सेक्टर्स में भी उनको आना चाहिए एंड कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए सेठ कंपनी को कि डेटा कहीं जा नहीं रहा है, ये डेटा मेरे ही काम आना है।
इफ्तिखार साहब या
जी,
आसिफ
मैं
साहब,
सिर्फ इसमें एक चीज़ ऐड करूँगा कि टूल में कोई ख़राबी नहीं होती है और डेटा भी आपके पास मौजूद होता है। ये जो ब्रिज है बिटवीन टूल एंड डेटा, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है। हमारी बहुत सारी ERP इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का सक्सेस रेशो इसलिए भी कम होता है कि शायद जहाँ पे वो ERP लग रहा होता है उसकी बिजनेस अंडरस्टैंडिंग पूरी तरह नहीं होती है। हम वो डेटा बता ही नहीं सकते टूल डैशबोर्ड के ऊपर, क्योंकि वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो परसीव करके सामने वाला बैठा होता है यार ये मुझे नज़र आएगा, वो नहीं आती है। तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़, डेटा पे हमने काफ़ी बात की है, टूल्स में कभी कोई ख़राबी नहीं होती, चाहे वो एक्सेल हो, चाहे वो वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड ERP हो। असल चीज़ है कि डेटा की प्रेजेंटेशन, ऑथेंटिसिटी पे हमने बात कर ली, ट्रस्ट पे बात कर ली, अब डेटा की प्रेजेंटेशन उस वक्त आएगी जब आप उस डेटा को जानते होंगे। तो नॉलेज ऑफ डेटा इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू द सक्सेस फॉर एनी काइंड ऑफ अ ERP सिस्टम।
Asif sir, we still have 2 minutes. We can utilize that.
मैं आई थिंक सिर्फ इफ्तिखार की बात को और जावेद भाई की बात को थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ाऊंगा कि ज़ाहिर है एक मशहूर मकूला आईटी में बहुत यूज़ होता है, वैसे नॉन आईटी पे भी उसी तरह फिट होता है और शायद अब तो मुल्कों पे भी फिट होने लगा है कि फूल विद अ टूल इज़ स्टिल अ फूल। ठीक है ना, तो ज़ाहिर है वो अगर आप खुद टूल को सही इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे तो हर टूल को आप बेकार कर देंगे। अब आते हैं ऑथेंटिसिटी में, जैसे जावेद भाई ने कहा, ज़ाहिर है कैपिटल मार्केट को अगर मैं देखूं तो वहाँ पर भी ये डायलेमा आज नहीं है कि डेटा ऑथेंटिक नहीं है, क्योंकि वहाँ प्रोड्यूस ही सारा डेटा इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली हो रहा है। तो वो कोई पेपर डेटा प्रोड्यूस ही नहीं हो रहा कि उसको कन्वर्ट करना है, उसको लेकर आना है, उसको सफाई करनी है और फिर वो चलेगा। हाँ, जो एक एज हम लोग ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम प्रैक्टिस कर करके इम्प्रूव करते जा रहे हैं, वो ये कि एक तो ट्रेडिशनल वे है जिस तरह ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेल्स के लिए, बेटर मार्केटिंग के लिए डेटा को यूज़ करती हैं, हम अपने ऑपरेशनल और प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट स्ट्रेटजीज़ के लिए भी डेटा को यूज़ करने लग गए हैं। कि अगर रास्ता आ रहा है, रोशन डिजिटल आ रहा है, ऑटो इंश्योरेंस को लेकर आना है, और अभी हम एक सेंट्रल गेटवे पे भी काम कर रहे हैं कि कम से कम एसेट मैनेजमेंट कंपनीज, कैपिटल मार्केट, इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज तो एक ही KYC यूज़ कर लें, हर एक को अलग अलग KYC डेटा क्यों चाहिए, तो एक सिंगल प्लेटफॉर्म से KYC यूज़ कर लें। तो उसमें हमने देखा कि जब टाइम टू मार्केट बहुत कम होता है, बिकॉज SECP, SBP जल्दी जल्दी चाहते हैं कि कोई चीज़ लॉन्च की जाए, तो वहाँ हमने देखा कि डेटा को यूज़ करते हुए हमारी प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट स्ट्रेटेजी ये है कि एक मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट जो नॉर्मल भी होता है कि बना लिया, और फिर आप डेटा को यूज़ करते करते अपनी प्रोडक्ट को इम्प्रूव करते चले जाते हैं। तो वी आर ट्राइंग टू प्रैक्टिस इट, सो फार इट्स अ मिक्स रिस्पॉन्स, बट एक अच्छी प्रोग्रेस हो रही है इसके ऊपर। थैंक यू।
चलें जी, I'll wind this up and would not stand between you and the lunch. So thank you very much, panelists. That was a great discussion. Thank you for the insights. I wish we could talk more, but let's take it offline now, and inshallah we'll be here again. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Over to you, Amna and Ghulam sir. Sir.
I request Mr. Saad Kalia if he can come on stage. Okay, so I request Mr. Khalid Iqbal if he can come on stage to give souvenirs to our honorable panel members of this panel discussion.
So, firstly, we have Ubaid Iqbal. Can you please stand over there? Now we have Iftikhar Arif. Now we have Javed Yusuf Eidi. Next is Asif Shah. Hanan Javed. And Zaid Umar. Thank you very much, everyone. And just as a motivation, please, because we are about to break for the lunch, so give them a loud round of applause. Yeah.
Okay, Ji, the most important part of today's event is the closing part. I request Mr. Syed Ahmed if he can please come on stage. MS Saab. Music, please. ये देखिए मौलवी होकर मैं So please give a big round of applause. Abacus team. फेयर कंसल्टिंग ग्रुप। और आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, इफ यू कैन प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज फॉर अ ग्रुप फोटो प्लीज। और उसके बाद खाना खुल रहा है, खाना लग नहीं, खाना लग गया है। सो प्लीज आ जाएं, एक ग्रुप फोटो आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज एवरीवन। सजाद साहब, वासिल साहब, खालिद इकबाल साहब, हामिद साहब, एवरीवन प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज। the winner for lucky draw is Ali Mustafa from Abacus. Oh ho, competition ko chala gaya lucky. That's called fairness. ये जो values excellence delivered की है ना वो आज deliver हो गई हैं जी. Fairness and equality. Ali Mustafa, please come on stage to receive the award. Who is going to give the award? Wasil sir, please sir, आएं जी. Ali Mustafa साहब. यार वैसे मेरा नाम गुलाम मुस्तफ़ा मैं ले लूं. आइए जी प्लीज, अली भाई आ जाएं. एक्सीलेंट जी, माशाल्लाह. आप दो नाम तो उठाए हुए आपने, एक तरफ अली एक तरफ मुस्तफ़ा, तो फिर ये काम तो होना ही है सर. माशाल्लाह जी, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन. अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर द विनर. एवरीवन प्लीज. सैयद अहमद साहब की शील्ड इधर है हमारे पास. So everyone please enjoy your brunch. It's not lunch, it's called brunch. So please enjoy your brunch, and inshallah see you soon with an other exciting and fruitful event for all of you. Thank you very much.